That time I got reincarnated as a slime. Volume 15. Part 1. Prologue. Scorched Dragon vs. Storm Dragon. For Veldora, this day could only be described as the Day of Doom. Empty plains. In response to the Imperial Army, the metropolis has been isolated into a maze. It was because of this that the beautiful woman who flew from the sky became extraordinarily prominent in the image. Sister, sister. An involuntary expression on his face, Veldora muttered. The voice seemed impotent. This is an unimaginable state of affairs in the eyes of those familiar with Veldora's usual words and actions. Cherries asked as he opened his mouth to Veldora. Hey, is that your sister, Lord Veelgrind, as rumored? Well, exactly. That's my sister, one of the strongest true dragon species, the Scorched Dragon. Veelgrind. On hearing this, all those who remained in the control room immediately acted. Emergency alarms were sounded inside the labyrinth, and someone went to press for a maximum alert posture for use against the enemy. Wait, Master. What can we do without Rimuru? Ramirez panicked. She's not usually of much use, and she can't do anything but make noise at this time. If you do your research, let's not say that Ramirez has no chance at all in the fight. However, Ramirez had reliable companions. The still methodically moving maze keepers, the Thraney sisters, and the tree spirits under their command. Beretta was also there. Although Beretta had stepped back from the position of the 10 Lords of the Labyrinth, his position of the Labyrinth Chief was unchanged. Not to mention, half of those trusty Labyrinth Lords were caught in the sleep of evolution. As former Chief of the Labyrinth 10, this was the time for Beretta to be working to guard Ramirez. It doesn't look friendly. Let's meet in the maze. The Thraney sisters had already grasped the situation of the various classes, Beretta said after confirming that information. There were only 4 Dragon Kings left in the 10 Lords of the Labyrinth. Ghidorah, though also awake, had already rushed to the armed nation of Dworgen with the Floor Guardian Colossus as reinforcements. Although it was not reassuring to take on Veelgrind, even this kind of battle power should be able to stall for time by using the perfect fortress of the labyrinth, which was the basis for Beretta's suggestion. In response, Veldora nodded. I don't know what she's here for, but it's ridiculous to come alone. There's nothing to be afraid of when everyone's at it. Quah. Pretending to laugh forcefully and say so, in fact, Veldora's expression twitched. He was afraid. Just the day before, Veldora had been tossed around by his eldest sister, Velzado. The memory is still vivid, but this time it was the second sister, Veelgrind, who single-handedly invaded the capital city of Rimuru, the capital of the Jura Tempest Federation. The situation seemed outrageous to Veldora, who was desperately trying to find a way to get through the situation. That's why he immediately agreed to Beretta's proposal. Just then. Veldora, if you're a good boy, come out and be honest. Veelgrind in the screen swore so. Incredibly, her sight pierced the screen and looked directly at Veldora, causing him to stagger. Her voice, transformed into an idea, conveyed to Veldora. Lord Veldora? Cherries, yo, don't panic. It's a trap, and if I casually go out at this time, I'm sure I'll be screwed. Ha. Hearing Veldora make a humiliating statement, even Cherries showed a troubled look that he could not hide. Huh? Since it's Master who's being targeted, doesn't that not have anything to do with us? Ack. Ramirez, who wanted to flamboyantly dodge the crisis, was gagged by Veldora's hand and turned into a situation where she was reluctantly but nonetheless reeled in. Thus, the posture of total resistance to war took shape, yet. Yeah, aren't you going to come out? Stupid, still no different from the past. Well, then I'll give you a gentle warning for once. It was impossible to tell from the image what Veelgrind was saying, but the feeling she gave had changed, and all those present understood that. As for Veldora, who could hear the other's voice, it was even more so that she had already sensed what Veelgrind was up to. But. No, it's okay. Ramiri's labyrinth is constructed with a superior power that can isolate even the subdimensions, and it's hard for even me to break it. Right. As long as one is in the labyrinth, escape from Vielgrind is possible. While the maze might be damaged by the other side by a layer or two, Ramiri's repair power is stronger. It shouldn't be impossible to keep Veldora in constant isolation if she also lends her strength. Don't panic. As long as I join forces with you, no matter who the opponent is. Veldora had intended to state so, but could not get the words out. For he had witnessed the sight of Vielgrind generating a true red lance in her hand. Master, that's not good. If we don't, we might not be able to protect ourselves from the labyrinth. It goes without saying, Veldora thought the same thing. I know. Everyone, prepare for impact. No one doubted Veldora's words. Everyone immediately and honestly put up a defensive stance on the spot. A violent onslaught then assaulted the maze. It's a lie, it's a lie. It is confirmed that the victims have spread to the 50th and 50th levels, and the upper levels are in a state of destruction. Alpha and Beta, among others, kept passing around damage reports. These facts caused the moment the labyrinthine safety myth collapsed. Right now. The thought transmission from Rimuru reached Veldora, who was in a great panic. Hello, how are you? At this leisurely voice, Veldora returned indignantly. Idiot, now is not the time to say such things. I'm in big trouble. Sister has her eye on me. Although she's still outside the maze, she's going to fight her way in if she keeps this up. If it's Rimuru, who can certainly do something about this situation. Embracing this confidence, Veldora waited for the other's response. But when I came back, I said, "Are you all right?" He had asked back in a worried manner. Hearing this, Veldora understood. Rimuru didn't have anything left now either. If there was anything left, he would have come straight back right away. Since Rimuru wasn't doing that now, it meant there was no way to get his help. So what? The naive thought disappeared from Veldora's mind. Since it was impossible to rely on Rimuru, it was a matter of doing it himself. He had that self-consciousness. I have to go out myself. At least it's better than just letting her go into the maze. It feels like I should be able to fight, Veldora thought so baselessly. Although he was very forgetful, Rimuru's cultivation was also very good. If you can survive that kind of cultivation, even if your sister, Vielgrind, is your opponent, you shouldn't lose, Veldora thought to himself. I take all the responsibility. Can you please find a way to deal with Vielgrind? Rimuru didn't seem to think Veldora would lose either. He will take all the blame, which means that no matter what destructive act Veldora does, Rimuru won't be angry. If you think about it further on this basis, it is like saying, show me the fruits of your practice so far. Besides, now that the words of please have been heard, there is only one answer. Banter. If you say so, then I'll take it all. Kwahahahaha. With that said, Veldora turned his gaze back to Vielgrind. The session with Rimuru had brought Veldora back to his usual mind. He even felt himself calm down quickly during the session. I'll have to deal with her myself. With an easygoing attitude, Veldora responded. Master? Lord Veldora? Both Ramires and Beretta looked at Veldora in surprise. Veldora responded with a valiant expression swept away by annoyance. Kwahahaha. I don't want to fight my sister either. But since the maze is no longer working, there's no other way. But. Okay, cherries. The reason the maze does not die is because it is an isolated space that can be established. Since this won't work for my sister, I'll have to do it myself if I want to minimize the damage. As long as Rimuru is alive, Veldora is indestructible. So to want no sacrifices, one has to put Veldora out of action. In that case, I'll go with you. No, I'd rather not. Even though you've become stronger, you're still completely incomparable to me. It would have been fine with Zijin, but the others would have just held me back. It's a harsh statement, but it is what it is. And Veldora, too, is ready to come to his senses. The look on his face that he was now looking forward in awe even made one forget that he had that bare look just now. Is it all right, Master? It doesn't matter how. Both of my sisters, I feel horrible about what I've done just thinking about it. Never mind. I also grew stronger after meeting Rimuru. Receiving a disciple, perceiving his immaturity. It's not the same as it used to be. Kwa ha 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 ha. Forcing a smile on his face, Veldora livened up the mood by doing so, regaining his usual form. So don't worry. All you have to do is stay here and take a good look at my bravery. With this announcement, Veldora left the labyrinth alone. Veldora recalls past battles with Velzado. The big sister, who has not been seen for a long time, has given people the feeling of being powerful and unreachable and unbroken since the past. However, the Veldora of the past does not feel this aura. The encounter with Rimuru made his growth impressive. The greatest result of this is the acquisition of the ultimate skill. Watching Rimuru from the stomach pouch while being sealed has taught Veldora all sorts of things. Then he sensed it. Strength that makes sense only if it can be used freely. Veldora has a huge amount of mana, arguably the largest of any surviving dragon species. It was precisely because he possessed a greater amount of mana than his two older sisters that he was able to effortlessly occupy the corner of the strongest lineup. However, this is just pandering. Veldora knew. There are guys in this world who struggle to win to the end, even as underdogs. Rimuru was like that, and there were many such presences among his own adversaries, so did Hinata and Granbel, and Ruminus the Demon Lord. These people not only rely on strength, but also use various means to gain victory, and are a group of guys who are absolutely careless. In understanding this now, Veldora is different than before. The proof is that the matchup with Velzado, also no longer being run over unilaterally, can do the counterattack. Velzado is, arguably, a natural enemy to Veldora. A very bad opponent in terms of the phase nature of the force. Velzado, who was born before himself, had an upper limit of power that was completely inexplicable. Veldora, who only had a higher amount of mana than their opponent, could barely cope at best when fighting, unable to gain any advantage at all. Even if one fights seriously, victory remains hopeless. Since birth, Veldora has gone to challenge Velzado several times, but in the end all have been countered by each other. Velzado's frozen world is both an iron-walled defense and a weapon that seals Veldora's movements, storms, destruction, erosion, annihilation. All of these effects would have no effect in the face of an absolute stop. Fighting against such a terrifying sister, he himself managed to take a slight advantage, and even Veldora himself was surprised. Me, I'm a good one. He generated such a mood. However, although Veldora was aware that he could control his own magic, Velzado, who was his sister, had perfect control over the release of magic. The difference in skill level between the two sides is too great to compare. The nature of Velzado's power is to specialize in the cessation of movement energy, deceleration. And this power does affect the win or loss between the two, but there is no doubt that there is an overwhelming difference of power between them. Being able to take on such a Velzado, Veldora's amazing growth has even been praised frankly by the opponent. Well, that's amazing. That Veldora-chan, who would only make a mindless fuss, could actually think before he fought. I'm sure it'll be fine without destroying you. Even if it is laced with some dangerous words, it is undoubtedly complimentary. Since there had always been nothing but fearful feelings towards his sister, the words still made Veldora feel happy. Having said that, the fact that he can't beat the other side still can't be changed just yet. So, what about against Veilgrind? Velzado and Veilgrind are basically not on par. In Veldora's opinion, either side was a sister who was not good at dealing with herself, and he honestly didn't want to deal with them if he could. However, the situation was such that he had to strike out. Sister Veilgrind is still amazing. That kind of attack that runs through the labyrinthine levels is obviously not something that can be done that easily. 1 or 2 layers can still be destroyed by brute force twisting the secondary elements. However, it was impossible to infuse the maximum amount of mana available to Veldora in an attack by running a plural class through such a thing in one breath. The key is the ultimate skill. If I want to have a serious fight with my sister, I'll have to use Investigation King Faust 2. Yes, if only to compare the amount of magicules, Veldora is above Veelgrind. At least better than being Velzado's opponent. To be able to think that way is because Velzado has crossed the mental barrier. The key to victory lies in how the power is used. Although neither side would move the real fight, the strength was undoubtedly higher on the Veelgrind side. But that's all in the past. Velzado is hard to beat because of her element, but not so with Veelgrind. Not to mention, Veldora now has the blessing of Rimuru, having gained the ultimate ability of the King of Investigation. With this power that would work against even Velzado, there was nothing to fear even if the opponent was Veelgrind. Veldora thought so. Thinking about it, Veldora suddenly had a dry spell. Quahahahahaha. Not necessarily losing yet. Anyway, the other party is a sister, so let me test my strength to the fullest. Having made his judgment, the well-conscious Veldora stood before Veelgrind. Keeping in human form, the two looked at each other in the air. A motionless standstill in the air is a very natural thing for them, the true dragon species. That's smart, you understood my warning correctly. That means you're willing to help me, right? Veelgrind asked happily so while staring at Veldora. However, the other side answered in the negative. I refuse, sister. I'm not my sister's tool. Please don't involve me in your sister's quarrel. It's a bit of an understatement to be implicated. It's just that you are willing to assist on your own initiative, and I welcome you as a companion. If you promise to help me, I'll not only teach you how to use your power, but I'll also make a big deal out of you. But I'll designate the place for the fuss. Quahahahaha. I've already said no, sis. I'm also not the same person I used to be, having perfected the use of power. Also, there's no fun in just making a scene. I'm a mature adult now. That's a lot of talk. Am I pampering you a little too much? Well, in that case, let me try to see how much you've grown. Although the answer was casual in mouth, Veelgrind already had the intention of fighting, so it was natural for Veldora to enter into a fighting state. From the very beginning, Veelgrind did not feel that she could make Veldora obey her orders by mere verbal intercourse. Demonstrate strength and make the other party obey. If that doesn't work, weaken Veldora and then let Rudra dominate him. She will try to persuade, out of the tenderness of Veelgrind. It was for this reason that Veelgrind had developed a slight displeasure with the matter of the bargaining break, and that was why she had not hesitated to launch a surprise attack on Veldora, intending to weaken her brother as soon as possible, and then wait for Rudra to arrive to dominate him. However, the hand blade attack she released with her right hand was easily diffused by Veldora. Not only that, but the opponent returned the kick immediately. Veelgrind takes the kick with her left hand despite being upset. How? This kind of power, no matter how you think about it, is not a weakened state, is it? Veelgrind had always thought that Veldora had not yet recovered from the damage he had received from the 300-year seal. It was because she only knew the Veldora who always used his power to the fullest that she had developed the preconceived notion that her brother's present weakness was due to the influence of the seal. The offense and defense just now made her realize that it was wrong. You seem to have gotten better, haven't you? It doesn't seem like it's just words. I am invincible in my Veldora killing art style. Sister, you know your own powerlessness, blah, 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 right in front of my fist? Veldora wanted to start explaining, but Veelgrind didn't listen to his reasoning, honestly. Let's just say she has started to attack more aggressively because of the fire. The red lotus boarded up to Veelgrind's twin fists, as well as her legs that protruded from her long skirt. The dance-like attack became a majestic move that could burn the enemy to death just by rubbing it. Nevertheless, Veldora resisted. It's hot, it's hot, it's hot, it's hot. Although he ran around with a disgraceful look on his face, he didn't suffer much. I've taught you so many times so far, and it seems that you still haven't gotten better at the root of the problem. If you dare to say that you are invincible in front of me, you have to stop talking big. Even though the anger was as intense as fire, Veelgrind was still very calm. She had seen through Veldora not only fully replying, but also becoming stronger than she had expected. Troublesome still. In this form, I can't really do him much damage. In that case, even if Rudra came, he wouldn't be able to dominate him. Veelgrind's original purpose was not to punish Veldora, but to dominate him. As predetermined, Veldora will be liberated whenever the scales of victory and defeat are tilted in Rudra's favor. But for now, the most expected thing is for him to perform the duties of an important pawn. Continuing to shrink from the fight was pointless in the view of Veelgrind, who had generated the thought. The same is true of Veldora in this regard. Wooah! The clothes that Veldora was now wearing had been given to him as a thank you gift by Rimuru, such an important piece of clothing, only to have it burned because of Veelgrind's attack. If there had been more time, that garment would also have been stained with Veldora's demonic chi and become a part of his body. However, it was impossible to expect such a change in just the last few days. Although Veldora himself hadn't suffered much damage, his heart had been severely wounded. In fact, it was all Veldora's own fault, but he now felt that even if he took it out on his sister, he would have no problem. And this situation, for Veldora, was actually a blessing. Anger can dilute the heart of fear. No matter how much energy is poured out, the fear that has been cultivated over the years cannot be shaken. To Veldora, the two sisters were symbols of terror. It's simply outrageous to go all out for an opponent with such women. Now, however, he was free from this yoke. Even my own sister, I cannot forgive. Just feel my wrath. With a loud yell, Veldora freed the force. The next thing that appeared was a dark dragon with a powerful majesty. Seeing this scene, Veelgrind snickered, just the way I wanted him to. Huh? If you say something like that, you must have a limit. Looks like you've forgotten about it, so I'll reteach you the fact that you can't beat me. With that said, Veelgrind also transformed. Transformed into the deft and beautiful, true red dragon. And just like that, the battle of the monsters began. Chapter 1. Time of Despair. Just as Rimuru was preparing to infiltrate the imperial capital, the dwarven king Garzel Dwago was in the middle of a desperate battlefield at the moment. He watched intently as the beautiful incarnation of death scattered in the distance. Gravity collapse is theoretically infinitely more powerful. Do you think it can be defended with Legion magic? To put it mildly, it's not possible to have a magical strike force to defend with a magical support force. The dragon race is not something that can be summed up in danger. Answering Garzel's question was the Supreme Commandant's class at the military ministry. He had set up a formation here to await the arrival of Garzel, and was thus able to witness the final end of the Imperial Hybrid Legion. The soldiers were speechless in the face of an overly absurd tragedy. The war effort had been thwarted long ago, but they had not fled, so he must say something remarkable to them. In fact, they have all understood that even if they run away, there is still no future. If one's own death prolonged the little time one's family had to live, it was enough as a meaning to stay here, to still maintain the column, supported by such thoughts. The soldiers believed that the heroic King Garzel would not let them die in vain, so they swore allegiance to Garzel. Bearing the expectations of the soldiers, Garzel felt bitter. Although it is not visible on the surface, it has actually become a mess on the inside. We can't win, more than that, it's a waste of everyone's life. You want to surrender? However, the Empire does not allow such things, at least we have to show a certain amount of power before we can do so. The Empire will not tolerate subservience if it cannot be made to believe that the interests of drawing us in are greater than those of direct combat. Then, there is no other way to live except to resist the war outright. No matter how much sacrifice has to be made, one has to believe that these are not deaths for nothing. Quality is more important than quantity, but that's too much of a foul, so we'll have to go ahead and take her down. Hey, doesn't the king care about his responsibilities anymore? Idiot, isn't there only one enemy, so there's no point in even asking me for responsibility in this situation, is there? Ben's question made Gazelle laugh bitterly. With the enemy alone, Veal grinned, any strategic tactics were pointless, and it was up to Gazelle to open up a way to live. Ben was well aware of this and joked with him like this in order to relieve the pressure inside Gazelle. Sensing this, Gazelle's confusion dissipated. At this point, Henrietta came to report. My lord, the enemy seems to be more than just the scorched dragon, and behind it the scent of plural creatures appears to be performing some kind of ritual, and Lady Jane says that the great magic is part of the ritual. Gazelle nodded in response. The great magic cast by sacrificing 60,000 troops was used to perform some sort of ritual, and just by hearing that, one could tell that some sort of evil attempt was being made to make people not want to imagine it. Even so, it would be extremely difficult to defeat the key Veal grinned, so the only thing that could be done was to defeat those located behind her. Want the troops to move? At Dorf's question, Gazelle shook his head. A heavily armed strike force has poor mechanics, and a flippant move could be a target for magic. It was meant to rely on their thick shields to move forward, but none of that made sense in front of Veal grinned. So, the only way left is for the 500 Knights of the Sky to launch a special attack. It's not a good idea to reduce the defensive strength here, but we'll have to do what Gazelle said. Isn't that right, Dorf? Ben chuckled. Dorf scratched his head and replied matter-of-factly. That's disrespectful, Ben. You call the king by his first name, but you should behave yourself. More attention should be paid to the position. The lecture was going to go on forever, but Dorf grinned in approval again as if he had suddenly looked away from something. But this time, you have a point. In order to buy as much time as possible, one should avoid spreading the battle. Besides, we're the only ones who can easily fight the enemy, so we might be able to surprise them. And Henrietta didn't object. Lady Jane also said to come to the battle after convincing the elders. Leave the matter of the rear to Lady Jane, and come and make a fuss, as before. He waited for Gazelle's reply. These old companions, as always, haven't changed much. Willingness to work with Gazelle to overcome the current difficult situation. Gazelle laughed. Oh, what a bunch of idiots. The brief in charge of supervision is to hear what these really don't know what to say. Jane has been tending to the Gazelle group since the past and has given much advice. As the strongest magical mentor in the Dwarf Kingdom, she was very trustworthy for Gazelle to consult with. Jane will be angry, I suppose. Even so, Gazelle made a decision. Only, this decision seems to have come a little late. Oops, I'm just not watching for a moment. King Gazelle is a real pain in the ass. Just before Gazelle and the others were ready to go out of the formation, Jane arrived first with transfer magic. Jane, did you hear everything? Jane glanced at the embarrassed Gazelle and shook her head. I thought I would be able to have the look of a great king, so I can feel at ease. However, I won't blame you this time, there's no other way to fight with such a presence. It's because it's impossible for the nation to deal with it, so the dragon race is classified as a natural disaster. Well, that's true, too. Magic that humans can use cannot harm the dragon race. Just a moment ago, the tremendous magic that Veelgrind had used had long been beyond the ability of anyone to cope with. Even if all the people who can be called heroes in the human nation are gathered together, it is still unknown whether they can beat the dragon race. But that's not to say there is no hope. Jane put that hope out there. Just now, there was a contact. Your Majesty will send reinforcements. We'll take action when they arrive. Not much time has passed since I contacted you. Even the old me doesn't understand a bit, but it's true, it's a report from Vesta. After all, the people of that country, with just a word from His Majesty Rimuru, would have taken action. Listening to Jane's dumbfounded words, which contained a sense of fatigue, all those present could only nod their heads. That's right, everyone understood right away. After that, faster than they could switch moods, reliable reinforcements had arrived first. Suddenly, space distorted. As if wrapped in a huge cocoon, the few elite troops then showed themselves. From Gable came 100 of the flying dragons and 300 of the Kuranai, commanded by Gobia, making 400 men in all. Everyone had crossed the threshold of A-level, a battle group that was good enough to rival the Order of the Sky. Even more striking is a huge weapon. I've heard of it, but I didn't think I'd go straight to war without stint. That is, the finished form of the magical soldier? Exactly. It seems that naming the Floor Guardian Colossus statue is still reliable as a companion. Garzel certainly knew that this thing couldn't beat Veilgrind, but its majestic appearance could put the soldiers at ease just by standing there. So reliable. If it's a power plant, it should be able to fight a little bit like a fight. Unfortunately, there's no point in facing these things in Veilgrind, and if it's just catastrophe level, maybe something can be done. At this point, someone approached towards Garzel and the others in the session. Coming were the army chief, Gable, and the trio of demonesses headed by Testarossa, and behind them, Gobia and Hakuru. It's been a long time, Your Majesty Garzel. Somehow, instead of Gable, it was Testarossa who came to greet him. With a diplomatic license and a wealth of experience, Testarossa was already well versed in such occasions. Long time no see, Lady Testarossa. Thank you for the reinforcements. Originally, there would have been all sorts of questions answered by Garzel, and ritualistically, it would have been the norm for an intermediary to answer instead. However, now is not the time to count such things. Everyone understands that, so the war meeting was conducted without regard to form. The location shifts to the command post and cuts to the chase. Represented by Testarossa, who communicated the guidelines laid down by Rimuru, and then proposed the course of action to be taken here. Did Rimuru attack the Emperor directly? It's more realistic than a special attack. Is that so? Always felt like it was a pretty messy fight too. A thoughtful Garzel. Classes that have expressed approval of the improvement in the situation. Dwarf who struggles to think otherwise. There's no time to think about it. Since no one offered an alternative, Testarossa pushed the topic forcefully. Lady Veilgrind will be dealt with by us, so the others will go and stop the rituals that are going on behind us. No objection. Garzel agreed to the request for proposals. Since no other way could be found, the most dangerous task had to be left to them, he had judged. Jane raised questions. One moment, Lady Testarossa, will you, the primordial, defeat the Scorched Dragon? This issue has very important implications for future combat. Jane argues that Testarossa and the others can't win because Veilgrind is just that overwhelmingly powerful. There was no doubt that the three primordials were the most powerful, so it was important to make sure that if Testarossa and the others were defeated, it would mean that the fate of the remaining people had come to an end. Honestly, we can't win. In that case, we should take defensive action and not provoke the other side rashly, and wait for His Majesty Rimuru to succeed. Since there is no chance of winning, one should try to buy time. While Jane's statement sounded correct, those in the Rimuru camp had a hard time accepting the proposal. Unfortunately, that won't do. If Veilgrind is left alone, then she may return to the Empire to interfere with my lord. Carrera said firmly in her attitude. Although Rimuru said it was okay to leave it alone, she still felt the need to attract the other person's attention. More importantly, I'm not here to discuss a battle plan, but only to communicate it by order of Lord Rimuru. If we can help each other, we can discuss it, and if it gets in the way of the battle, I hope you understand that it's not something you can do. Hakuru, who normally didn't talk much, was a harsh opinion when he opened his mouth. It is precisely because there is no time left that we must unite our minds even if there is a lapse in etiquette. Garzel rightly comprehended the implications. In order to put a stop to angry companions, speak up. Since His Excellency Hakoru, my master, has said so, we can only give in. Or do you guys have any other proposals? Gazelle's companions could only shake their heads heavily. The Imperial Army's intelligence service is already on the move, and it's not easy to obstruct the ritual, so the best thing to do is to join forces now. Dorf uttered the decisive words. After that it was just confirmation of the details, followed quickly by the start of the operation. Stimulating Veilgrind was like stepping on a tiger's tail. Even understanding this, the demoness trio were undaunted. Can we get in the way of the ritual by dealing with her? Who knows? Gravity collapses in a state that even I can't maintain. I'm afraid even Veilgrind can't handle the three of us while maintaining the caste, right? That's why I'm so vigilant, because I think she can do it. Really? Gee, I'm serious. Never mind, don't bother. Just play around. With the usual tone of conversation, Testarossa and the others didn't play any tricks either, coming to Veilgrind squarely. Of course, Veilgrind had spotted the three of them as well. But there was no warning at all, rather than letting the trio of demonesses come closer with interest. Greetings, it's a good day for a fight. Testarossa sighed and Veilgrind responded with a smile. Yeah. But before we start, I'd like to ask you a question. If you join my team, you'll be treated well as the primordials. The demoness trio was still calm in front of her. The answer from Testarossa and the girls is of course, no. There is still some karma with the Empire, but allow me to reject this offer. It's the same for us. It's nice to have a master for the first time, but I'm not letting go. Yeah, and more importantly, the words are out of the way, let's get this fight started. If you don't want to go 1-on-3, you can have those behind you join the fight. As if to completely cut off any possibility, a categorical rejection was made. To Carrera, it didn't matter at all what the negotiation or whatever was going on, entirely because the fight had become atmospheric, and seeing Veilgrind's magic up close had stimulated her fighting instincts. Veilgrind smiled. That's your answer, all right. Then let's have a little fun with you guys. This is the signal that the battle is on, light and fluttering. In the presence of Testarossa and others, Veilgrind split. Nope. Like looking in a mirror, Veilgrind became two people. Testarossa had a clue about this phenomenon in her mind. Tough aura then. It's not the same as simply splitting the body, but it's a bit similar to Rein's all-embracing, right? Testarossa had fought Rein in the past, and the cause of the dispute had been forgotten, but the combat experience had been gained nonetheless. The all-embracing of Rein is to divide one's body beforehand, and to have the ability to regenerate any part of one's body, but unlike the other body, consciousness can only be housed in one body. Even so, it can be quite vicious depending on its use, and it's perfect for luring the enemy's attention. Even if it's slightly less useful against prudent opponents, it's still a very powerful ability to use as insurance. But comparing creatures is too bad. From the mere fact that the parallel presence of Veilgrind gave birth to the other body, it cannot be denied that the all-pervading presence is a total disadvantage. Testarossa didn't understand as well as she did, a shadow showing on her beautiful face. What is it? You can spread out your body and regenerate any piece of flesh. I see. That means either one can be considered the main body, right? Yes. Testarossa and others, who were not panicking and analyzing the status quo, had already started the battle and still spoke with such grace. Veilgrind said cheerfully. White Primordial is very clever, and yes, this is one of the powers I hold, parallel existence. I don't want you to interfere with the ceremony, so let me be your opponent. Elegantly slapping the fan, Veilgrind declared. That's not a very funny thing to say to Testarossa. The eyes glared angrily at Veilgrind. I now have the name Testarossa, given to me by my lord, Lord Rimuru, so don't call me Primordial White. She said, casually creating a flaming whip without thinking. The whip twisted like a snake and attacked Veilgrind. There's such a thing as a name for the primordial by the slime. It seems to be true. Uncertain information was affirmed, and Veilgrind was unable to hide her surprise, but she nonetheless dodged the whip's attack with ease and without panic. It is rude to call my lord the slime. The indignant Carrera roared and let out her magic. The starting point is gravity collapse. Reduced in size as much as possible, and thus increasing in power, it was the largest attack that Carrera could muster right now, hitting her directly as Veilgrind's consciousness focused on Testarossa. As if the pitch-black pillar that connected heaven and earth surrounded Veilgrind, the column just happened to hold her, like a prison from which there was no escape. However, Veilgrind smiled generously, a bemused look on her face even in the cage of hypergravity. He is the one who commands demons, and the power of magic is unmistakable. But as long as the laws of the world are followed, it won't work on the dragon race. As if to prove the point, Veilgrind smashed the pillar of darkness from within, raising her own magic to interfere with Carrera's magic, rendering it impotent. Ha ha ha. No less than Lord Veldora's sister, it was almost playful. Since the magic doesn't work, I guess I'm out of options. No, and the swordplay learned from Ajira may not be of much use either, let me try it. While her own trick was broken, Carrera seemed to be still happy and not at all frustrated as she took the sword created by magic and set up a pose. The beautiful Tezu showed a strong aura that was disproportionate to the demon, and Carrera's demon aura flowed into the blade just like that, emitting a radiance. This is the right choice, not just to rely on magic or skill, but to create a skill that can touch the power of the dragon seed, the root of the world. According to Lord Veldora, a woman named Hinata seems to prove it. Without trying, Testarossa already knew that magic wouldn't work on Veilgrind, so she created a whip with magic from the start. The whip is white and has the paradoxical nature of a frozen white flame, a forbidden spell developed by Testarossa. Well, humans are fun, so let's use this. Ultima said as she took out two solidified swords, the bodies of which had a very toxic purple color, wrapped in an extraordinary demonic aura. You're not hiding anything. Those things are the same ones that managed to hurt Zijin, right? Well, to be honest, we always thought there was no point in moving our bodies. I'm surprised that the experience of fighting with Lord Zijin would come in handy in such a way. The women who were good at magic didn't put a lot of importance on melee combat, but when fighting Zijin, there was no other means of attack that worked other than melee combat. Because Zijin had an iron wall-like defense, as well as an absolute advantage against magic, almost all of which didn't work against Zijin, and as a result, they were forced to fumble for other ways to fight. And the answer they came up with is now this. By betting on the existence of a spiritual being to give an attack based on the strong power of the mind, they finally succeeded in hurting Zijin. For spiritual beings, the power of the mind trumps all. Skill is also a form of the power of the mind generated by the desire of each individual, and the ultimate culmination is the ultimate skill. So how close can one's mind get to the point where they conclude it's just a matter of trying? By materializing this idea, you create weapons that you can use while they are still in hand. Zijin's defense was not even inferior to the dragon's ability, and despite this, Ultima's blade still managed to do damage. That is to say, the attack of the demoness trio was even able to touch the probe ability. After learning my weapon, my sword skills are just for fun, but I've got the true legacy of Ajira, let's try it out. Saying that, Carrera quickly ran up. Totally unconcerned with the defense, she makes a full-force chop to Veilgrind. Veilgrind opens the attack with a lupin. A fan made of high-grade feathers could hardly be called a weapon really, but its strength had become even harder than diamond due to the monster aura of Veilgrind. Thin, soft and hard, not at all inferior to Carrera's Taishaku, a weapon that Veilgrind loved to use. It's amazing that you, as a primordial, gave up magic so easily. Is it that surprising? All our glory is but a trifle in order to dedicate victory to our master. As Veilgrind had fallen into a defensive position under Carrera's onslaught, Testarossa took advantage of the momentum to strike with her whip, chasing after her prey like a myriad of white snakes. Geez. Veilgrind smacked her tongue in displeasure. The hem of her skirt was also torn by the whip. Her beautiful jade feet are hidden, and the long red swellings can be clearly seen in them. That's evidence that Testarosa's attack worked. Good job, Testa. That's how I'm going to be avant-garde. I'm glad I got hit by a fluke. Even with a minor injury, Veilgrind is still very relaxed, so only in the face of Testarossa and others will he make a major mistake. That is, carelessness. It's not a fluke. The sound of Ultima's words like a boast of triumph was accompanied by an instant of pain in Veilgrind's flank. What? A moment of confusion. As if aiming for this moment, Testarossa's whip and Carrera's sword attacked at the same time. On one knee is Veilgrind. For a moment it was impossible to understand what was happening to her. No, not unintelligible. Rather, they don't want to understand. Hit the jackpot, Ultima. Let's ask Lord Raimuru to collect the reward afterwards. Good fight, but don't be careless, just keep fighting like this. There are other parallel existences, so knock them down and stop the ritual from taking place. Listening to these voices in the distance, Veilgrind stood up. Didn't eating our attack do much damage? It took me a long time to undo your spell. The dragon race is really something. But it's not like you can't be beaten. The damage can accumulate, and so it goes. Before Ultima could finish her sentence, Veilgrind made her move first. With a speed that the three demons possessing super senses couldn't even perceive, she quickly grabbed Ultima's head and pressed it to the ground. Goo-ha! Unable to let out a groan, Veilgrind quickly disengaged from the place after using Ultima as a jumping kick, followed by a late swing at Carrera's chop. After getting out of range of Carrera's attack, Veilgrind drew her flanking knife and threw it aside. Her clothes were still tattered, but the snow-white skin was no longer scarred, as if to prove that the damage done by that barrage of attacks just now was nothing to Veilgrind. Yes, it's a monster. Carrera let out a low chuckle, to which Veilgrind responded in self-deprecating generality. That's not so bad. I'm not mature enough either. It's been a long time since I've been careless enough to get hurt, but it's just that I didn't notice and nothing went wrong. It's the same thing as being the strongest's destiny, you guys can understand that too, right? Veilgrind said with a bitter smile, her eyes sharp, staring closely at Testarossa and the others, not intending to let go of any slightest movement. Don't expect a second carelessness, and thus this moment, the possibility of victory for Testarossa and the others, disappears. The primordials are a rather tricky existence, but it's not from the point of view of a threat, it's too much trouble to use you as an opponent. However, I have changed my mind now that you have gained a name to complete the flesh and become stronger than I thought, and I agree. They are not as powerful as themselves, but it would be very beneficial to have assistance in challenging their sister, Velzado, to become quite powerful. Just like now, Veilgrind took an unexpected attack. If this had happened during the battle with the sister, it would have basically been a declaration of defeat for Veilgrind. The proof was that just now, the attack of Testarossa and the others had succeeded in inflicting damage on Veilgrind's other body. Of course, it will repair on its own after time. However, just like what Carrera had said earlier, for Ultima's spell poison to be lifted, it would take a lot of work even for Veilgrind. So just now, Veilgrind disarmed the damaged other body and divided a new other body to remove all the damage. Such use was the essence of parallel existence, and no matter what primordial must-kill technique it was meaningless in the face of Veilgrind's powers. Only, this power is not all-powerful either. There are still some restrictions on use. The biggest limitation is that in order to divide an other body, one must guarantee it with at least 10% of the amount of mana, which is not used directly by the mana, but maintains 10% of the mana consumption, and when the other body is gone, the mana will return to the body. Therefore, the number of other bodies that can be divided is limited. At most, Veilgrind could only divide 10 other bodies, but if it was divided into 10 people, the amount of mana became 0, and the combat power was instead reduced. All of the other bodies of the mana amount could be used together, so it would be more efficient to leave at least 50% of it, or so Vielgrind thought. Therefore, even more is basically 3 or 4 other bodies. There is one more limitation. That's about the damage that the other body takes. If you dismantle the other body in its intact state, then 10% of the magic element will be returned, and if you are injured, the amount of magic element returned will be reduced proportionately. The way Rimuru thinks about it is, in a sense, correct. In this case, 5 percentage points were consumed. Incidentally, Carrera unleashed the nuclear strike magic that had only been unleashed at full strength, gravity collapse, which Vielgrind needed less than 1% of the mana consumption to release. That's how big the true dragon seed's magic is. As mentioned above, the invincible Vielgrind is not immortal at all. It was pointless to do damage to the flesh, but the amount of mana was being consumed little by little, and it was only a matter of time before it was knocked down. Although the probability was extremely small, Vielgrind still thought of the possibility that, as a few demons in the strongest corner of this world, might be able to defeat her. Although the mouth says it's no threat, it's just a bluff to combat the opponent. Vielgrind was convinced. The Demoness trio used as a trump card against Velzado is useful. If the battle with the elder sister could get the likes of Testarossa to participate in the battle, it would basically be the same as winning. As a result, Vielgrind initiated the invitation again. You understand, don't you? No matter how much you struggle, you won't beat me. Don't you see no point in continuing the fight? With a little assistance, I will guarantee your freedom afterwards, so surrender to me here. The offer, a concession by the self-respecting Vielgrind to the max. But Testarossa and the others expressed their refusal. To betray Lord Rimuru? It's a joke. I'm telling you, you really despise us too much. Isn't it common sense that demons don't renege on their contracts? You won't turn your back because you can't beat them. That is, there are indeed some people among the demons who can negotiate. Just be serious and look for guys who might also act for profit. But it is impossible to make me betray my lord. Each of the three spilled their hearts, and in order to radiate the displeasure in their hearts, they all attacked Vielgrind. This attack, which was full of maximum power, instantly damaged Vielgrind's other body, and Vielgrind consumed another 9% of her mana as a result. Deal, break it off. Is it? I'm sorry, really, I'm sorry. Parting the new other body, Vielgrind let out a low, cruel laugh. And then, the time for ravaging began. Garzel and the others detoured through the true red pillar that rained down the rain of blood, gravity collapse, and prepared to attack the scene where Cagali was performing her ritual. If it got too close, the Knights of the Sky would be caught by the gravity wave, and it was the task of the advance leader, Dorf, to guard the area. Still, it's superfluous to worry about. The gravity collapse maintained by Vielgrind is completely isolated from the surrounding effects. On the ground, the battle between Testarossa and the others and Vielgrind seemed to have begun, but the Pillar of True Red was still alive and well. Grasping this fact, Garzel couldn't help but have a chill on his back, though he didn't show any cowardice and instead shouted. Unbelievable as it may be, that's Vielgrind. To be able to distinguish a clone of the same level as the main body, what else could this be but a nightmare? But fear not, we also have strong reinforcements that break common sense. Garzel's voice conveyed to the knights the middle-spirited majesty and solemnity of the voice, dispelling everyone's sense of terror. Garzel actually felt fear in his heart as well. In the presence of such an overwhelming presence. Even the sages had few means they could take, and even if they wanted to resist, the gap in strength was too great. But Garzel didn't give up. The sense of responsibility as a king makes Garzel's heart strong. More importantly, the reinforcements sent by the pampered senior brother had taught him that it was too early to despair. The trio of demonesses who were currently fighting were not as good as Vielgrind based on the amount of mana, but they were still brave enough to challenge their opponent, who was nearly 100 times more powerful. Kukaku, seeing them like that, how can I, as a king, say anything depressing? Gazelle's strong inner vow. And Gazelle's enlightenment affected his companions and the knights, and by the time they reached their destination, all the fear in everyone's hearts had disappeared. The pillar of true red reached its destination. It was an open meadow large enough for a large army to dispose of. The ground was stained bright red with blood. This is the end of the road for the hybrid legions of shady deals. There were probably close to 100 people on that land. One of the men in uniform was particularly conspicuous, and that was Lieutenant Kondo. Releasing an overwhelming sense of presence, looking over to Gazelle. Others were footmen, Tyr, and more than 30 of Yuki's companions, together with nearly 50 men from the Imperial Emperor's Knights of the Near Guard. They protected Kigali by scattering around in case the ceremony was interrupted. Around Kondo's side, one could also see men in uniform, who were employees of the Intelligence Bureau, and these men were also from the Imperial Emperor's Knights of the Near Guard, which meant that the ones here were basically the group with the strongest fighting power in the Empire. Position-wise, Kigali was on the outer edge of Vielgrind. Bathed in blood and rain, burying their heads in the ritual. Vielgrind, on the other hand, stood on the sidelines as if stationing herself. After spreading out on the other side of the true red dragon, it came to this side in order to avoid the magic being hindered by the trio of demon women. Even if it was Vielgrind, it was too busy to maintain such great magic with just one clone. As a result, Vielgrind didn't look like she was going to make a move either, looking like she was watching from the sidelines. Gazelle confirmed the situation overhead. Then, with a laid-back attitude, it began to fall. Up to greet the landed Gazelle and others was Kondo. I am honored to meet King Gazelle, who has a reputation as a hero. Kondo Tatsuya didn't care to say. Gazelle grunted and erected his sword. You are? The head of the Imperial Intelligence Service, Lieutenant Kondo. Funny, you're the information-feeding geek. Funny. I will be your opponent. Draw your sword quickly. Gazelle sensed Kondo's strength with a glance, and the moment of confrontation attempted mind-reading to no avail, and that alone was enough to consider him equal to himself. Hey, I'll take care of this. Ben, you just deal with the others and avoid getting in the way. You guys too, this guy can't be handled by anyone but me. Looking at the companions who had co-sponsored the showdown, Gazelle spoke up. It was Jane who immediately responded to Gazelle's order. That's right, we can't handle that one. At least we have to get rid of those who are in the way so King Gazelle can concentrate on his fight. Dorf echoed Jane's judgment. Got it. All hands, listen up. Quantitatively we are more, but do not underestimate the strength of the opponent. Aerial warfare in groups of 5. Seeing the enemy, giving proper instructions. The Knights of the Order are good at the tactics of attacking overhead, but this time, they are using the numerical advantage to mobilize the opponent's battle plan. Whether it is Yuki's companions or the Imperial Emperor's Order of the Near Guard, their strength is comparable to that of the immortal level. The so-called immortal level, when converted according to the threat level set by the free combination, is equivalent to the upper level of the special A level, which can match the strength of the upper magician. If you continue to cultivate, you will be able to reach the Demon Lord seed, and it is not too much to call it a hero. Dorf's men, together with the others, had finally reached the A level, and Dorf himself had reached the immortal level. Not so much how correct Dorf's judgment was, but a keen sense of the dangers of the enemy's war effort. While the odds are higher than fighting Vielgrind, you can still tell it's hard to do a decent fight. That is why such instructions were given, and their purpose was not to annihilate the enemy. Using the advantage of flying through the air to disrupt the enemy and thus buy time was Dorf's true purpose. In order for Gazelle not to be hindered, the Heavenly Knights correctly comprehended this intention and immediately reacted. Believing in His Majesty's victory, I will complete my own mission. Besides, reinforcements will be here soon. Dorf judged so. His judgment was affirmed by a quickening voice. Ha 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 ha. I'm a little late. This big guy is heavier than I thought. It took a lot of work to get here. Get on the big ship and enjoy this battle. It's Gable. Phew. You're so handsome, Gable Summer. Exactly. I'm getting more and more manly. I'll follow you all the way, be aware of it. And Gable's minions. The flying dragon was holding chains in its hands, attached to a huge object. That huge object was the Floor Guardian Colossus statue, which was transported by 100 people by human air. There was nothing wrong with the Floor Guardian Colossus statue waiting for the enemy to arrive in the maze, but to get to the battlefield, the huge body was a bit of a hindrance, although the fighting ability was impeccable, but the movement speed was really slow. But it's quick in close combat, which has been ignored so far. This is a problem that needs improvement. Since it's all moved here, I'll make an effort. Ghidorah shouted with gusto. Now is the time to take credit, and sit down in the Floor Guardian Colossus with all your energy. Ghidorah looked at Kondo and immediately looked away again. Seeing that King Garzel was dealing with it, he felt that it was not his turn to interfere. And then he saw Veilgrind. Is it true that the real face of His Excellency the Marshal is Veilgrind the Scorched Dragon? But if so, Damrada's intentions are lost on people. Has he really sworn his allegiance to His Majesty? Saying something about protecting Masayuki, was it necessary to give such an order to the Bonnie group? I don't get it, but it's not something to worry about now. If Veilgrind does it, the battle is over, and to avoid that, I'll have to keep an eye on it. Thinking about it, Ghidorah fired the Floor Guardian Colossus towards the elegantly standing Veilgrind. Watching Ghidorah walk past, Gable flew to Dorf's side. Lord Ghidorah seems intent on dealing with Lord Veilgrind. We'll do what we're supposed to do and we'll get rid of all the people who get in the way. Oh, you're so reliable, Lord Gable. Then let's fight together. My team will rush ahead, and the reinforcements will be yours. Understood. Gable and Dorf nodded at each other. As promised, the flying dragons, with their excellent fighting ability, were the main force. If it was a dragon race with excellent defenses, it wouldn't be so easy to be killed, plus Gable and others would be unstinting in their use of full recovery potions. As long as they weren't instantly dead, they would be able to fully recover, just right for a meat shield. Then, Sir Dorf, the command is in your hands. Wait a minute. Now, without first discussing it, did Gable's action take Dorf by surprise? Ha. I am Gable, the Dragon King. Let's go for it. Not taking Dorf's appearance to heart either, Gable launched a blitz directly at what looked like a group of Kondo's cronies, one of the men. With Gable like this, Gobia could only stare blankly. They got here last, because they were running on the ground, and it couldn't be helped. But after all, it was a speed equivalent of A-grade strength, so it was barely able to get there before the war started. Not only that, but it went around nicely to the back of the enemy forces in accordance with combat requirements. Gable Summer is going alone, so that man's strength is outstanding. Hearing Gobia's comment, the man beside her offered a retort. Yeah? Doesn't it look like you're just a weak-eyed kid who's good for clerical work? For some reason, Phobio the Panther-Tooth, of the three beastmen of Carrion, has not returned to his country, but has come with Gobia. Gobia, though happy in heart, now led the Kurenai and had to be serious in official duties, so began to admonish Phobio to be careful. Sir Phobio, your strength is indeed praiseworthy, but it is necessary to exercise your eye for the strength of the enemy. How poignant, Gobia. Don't call me Sir Phobio. This is a combat operation. Please distinguish between public and private. This conversation between the two, which seems to the ministry to be actually flirting, is clearly a battlefield full of tension, but somehow has a gentle atmosphere. So, what happens after that? Phobio asked seriously with his suddenly changed expression. Gobia also cheered up and replied. We're here to bide our time. Nowadays, it is no longer possible to achieve the conditions for tactical victory, and combat has failed. Based on Lord Veilgrin's change of action, there is a chance that we could be swept under the rug. If one is only thinking about survival, one should be single-mindedly running away, but right now we cannot make that choice. In short, the key is to reduce the number of people who get in the way as much as possible and to ease the burden on His Majesty Raimoru. That is the expression of good awareness. If Veilgrin stayed here, then Raimoru would be able to take advantage of the opportunity to crush Emperor Rudra. Or forcing the other side to accept an armistice is the key to this fight. But the battle collapsed the moment Veilgrin took out the clone, and all operations should have been interrupted immediately at that moment, except that those who had the power to decide could not be contacted now. Gable is now the supreme person present. And Gable made the decision to continue the fight. Testarossa and others agreed, and Gobia did not disagree. Do what you can on your own, that's all. Exactly how many other bodies Veilgrin would be able to divide is unclear, but the awareness to stall this is already there, and then if possible, try to stop the ritual that Kagali is performing. Do you want to kill yourself? No, His Majesty Raimoru will never allow us to die, so, no sacrifice is allowed, no one. With this unreasonable command, the Kurenai nodded silently. If Veilgrin made her move, there was no way to stop her, was there? Then give it to His Excellency Ghidorah and we'll run away. After answering, Gobia blinked a single eye lightly. The look was devastating enough to shut Phobio up. All right. I didn't want to complicate it so much, just messed with him a little. It seems there's some karma in there, too. How can we not say hello? Phobio had tasted miserable failure in the past by being duped by Footman and Tyr, but that was all because he was too immature to resent them either. Rather, it's a food that also gains growth and even a little thanks to them. He was the beast kind of man who was simply happy. It was precisely because Phobio was such a person that seeing his nemesis being manipulated gave him something to think about. Don't force it. I can't make this deal, but I swear I'll try to stay alive. With these words, Phobio joined the war. Lieutenant Kondo confronted King Gazelle, the glasses-wearing intelligence agent who was targeted by Gable. Ben and Henrietta, on the other hand, went to deal with Footman and Tyr, Phobio, who had broken in, and Gobia, who was intent on seeing the situation. In front of Veilgrin, who was sweeping the battlefield, was Ghidorah-sensei, who manipulated the Floor Guardian Colossus statue. And with that, the respective battles began. In the midst of the battlefield, Gazelle's heart was calm. Not as a king, but as a martial artist, a swordsman, in a confrontation with Kondo. Kondo Tatsuya said, drawing his military knife. Seeing the way Gazelle's sword was raised, he couldn't help but sigh. Tease, that's beautiful. The sword sage doesn't look like he's a fool. It was by no means a polite remark, a genuine compliment, but Gazelle snorted in response. Don't be ridiculous. It's just sarcasm to hear you say that. This is also true. The reason why is because Kondo's frame is also so beautiful that even Gazelle can't find a break at all. The current Kondo was holding the saber in both hands. Unlike the fight with Footman, there was no slack in the stance. And even more surprising, the two were exactly the same as if they had made a date. After several rounds of silent sparring, the two have largely grasped each other's strength, so it is no coincidence that they are already convinced of the same frame. Gazelle's sword skills were learned from Hakoru, and there were also some unique sword skills woven into them, but the basic stance was still faithful to Hakoru's teaching. Hakoru's Maizuru sword art was inherited from his grandfather, Akari Byakuya. No one other than Hakoru passed on the genre. Even Gazelle, who was a direct disciple, did not have a full grasp of the Maizuru, and he knew very well that there were mysteries that he had never seen. However, in the land of monsters, Hakoru was responsible for training soldiers as an instructor, and of course he would teach them the basics of swordsmanship, but it was hard to imagine that swordsmanship would spread from there to the Empire. After all, Sword skills were not something that could be mastered overnight. So, Gazelle asked for the exit. Coincidentally, Kondo asked the same question. That style, why do you know Maizuru? I always thought it was possible that His Majesty's sword skills were similar to my Maizushin lifestream. Who did you learn this from? The duo stared at each other. The first to speak was Gazelle. The Maizushin lifestream, are you saying that it's different from the Maizushin? Kondo faced expressionlessly as he listened to the question and pondered it in his mind. In the Dwarven Kingdom, the combination of a one-handed sword and a shield is the mainstream orthodox swordplay, so it seems that the existence of a certain magical creature with great swordplay skills is linked to this information. There was little intelligence, but Kondo was basically close to the right answer. Faced with such a Kondo, Gazelle asked, as if anxious. Aren't you going to answer my question? Don't worry about it yet. Maizuru is probably the same genre as the one I studied, so I'm asking, is it possible that the same genre can be derived by chance in this world? Too. Muttering, Gazelle recalled. While cultivating, he had heard about old grandfather Byakuya. My master, His Excellency Hakoru, has heard that his grandfather taught him the Maizuru. It's said that his grandfather was a visitor from the other world, so that explains it. Unbeknownst to both Gazelle and Kondo, Akari Byakuya had a younger brother, who had become the originator of the Keikyo sect in place of his older brother, and who taught the Maizushin lifestream in the world where Kondo was born. Fighting monsters and spirits as a sword to exorcise them. Kondo was also one of those who fought against the monsters and learned the Maizushin lifestream. In a position close to the source stream. Kukaku, it's funny to be in the same family. Kondo smiled cheerfully, a rare occurrence. He never shows any emotion in his life, but this smile highlights his coldness. I have a proposal, Your Majesty, Gazelle. What? Fellowship. With His Majesty Gazelle's strength, he is strong enough to join the Empire. If you can swear to disarm and serve our Emperor, I promise you I will stop all aggression against your country. Do you think I will accept your proposal? Yes, I will. It's the best way to reduce casualties. Kondo was right, thought Gazelle. This was a desperately needed proposal, and it was only right to accept it if the people of the Dwarven Kingdom were to be protected. As monarchs, one should not be bitter, one should accept. Now that the threat of Veilgrind was known, there was no way to win. This battle, originally, had no clearly defined conditions for absolute victory. Before inflicting heavy casualties, Rimuru and the others would go head-to-head with Rudra, and that optimistic speculation is all there is to it. If it's for the people's sake. Thinking about it, Gazelle smiled as if he had thrown away his confusion. Ridiculous. You think you've already won. It seems you don't know that you've lost Kondo. See how I correct you for your arrogant thoughts. Shouting, Gazelle focused his thoughts on the enemy in front of him. The sage's dominance has been fully liberated by the unity of mind, body and spirit with the sword. What unfolded there was a heroic pose that was close to reaching the awakening demon lord. Nevertheless, Kondo remained calm at the sight of such a Gazelle. It's a pity that the so-called Sage King is just a name. Then there's no other way. I'll take care of you before your reputation goes down the drain. These words are the signal for war between the saints. A few minutes passed. Kondo is starting to get the upper hand. The heroic hegemony released by Gazelle was easily counteracted by Kondo, and by winding the hegemony, all the effects were nullified. Even if you look at pure swordplay, Kondo is able to use his dexterous body movement to counterattack with a blinding wind and thunder, and then he can use his fastest assault technique, the purple electric surge, while Gazelle is able to use a running water chopper to break up his attack. The same kind know each other too well. Slowly, Gazelle's counterpart gradually became slower, acquiring more sword skills or Kondo. Indeed, there is a sword skill that is not passed down from the Maizushin lifestream, but even I, who is close to my bloodline, can't grasp the full picture. I'm still wondering how far the monster has come to understand the essence of the sword. That was Kondo's honest opinion. But this was in no way a despise for Hakuru. The sword path is profound and unending. Kondo says this because he is proud of his genre. But this angered Gazelle. Is this an insult to my master? Gazelle glared at Kondo even more imposingly. And then, there was one more. I say, Lord Gazelle, it's easy to lose your mind on the battlefield, it's not enough to cultivate. I'll take your place for a while, and you stay here and calm down. Hakuru, who led the follow-on troops as Gobia's counselor, arrived belatedly. Kondo could see through Hakuru's strength at a glance. The next moment, a fierce clash of clear sound sounded between the steel, and Kondo unleashed a divinely fast Kyuri chop, which Hakuru took with his hidden sword. Tease. Can you catch that? The third eye or sky eye on Hakuru's forehead opened its eyes. This skill had now broken through the realm of special skills and was about to go beyond the realm of unique skills. That's why he was able to cope with Kondo's battling. It's not a miracle that my grandfather is the same as that grandfather, but it's a miracle. Kid, if you think I'm a magical creature, how much do you understand the true essence of the sword? Then see for yourself. Oh, funny. Now that you've said that, I'll teach you how much you can afford. And just like that, under the watchful eyes of Gazelle, Kondo and Hakuru began to battle it out. Kondo had the odds in his mind. Hakuru did have strength, he could see it at a glance. However, the fact that the so-called magical creature did not understand the nature of the sword was indisputable to Kondo. Why? Because the Mizushin life stream is the sword of exorcism. A sword skill that could be considered a natural enemy to a magical creature, one that was impossible to learn in the form of a magical creature. It was only natural that Kondo would think so. Moreover, who could have imagined that the true founder, the elder brother of the founding fathers of the Mizushin life stream, had come to this world? It's a bit beyond imagination to be able to use even the mystical arts, but none of the skills above the secret arts are passed on except for the bloodline of the family. I don't know how capable that so-called otherworlder is, but it's impossible to pass on the secret mysteries to magical creatures. Kondo had made a judgment based on his own common sense, and in a sense there was nothing he could do about it. It was actually a very big mistake, and Kondo had a hard time thinking about it. That's a big price to pay. As Hakuru and Kondo faced each other and stepped into the must-kill distance, the two of them simultaneously used their aura, Plum Blossom, Wuhuatu. Kondo gambled on the glory of the swordsman, revealing his own long-exercised sword skills. It was precisely because Hakuru was a fellow student that he made such an unwise move. In one corner of his head, he was calmly thinking about finishing the matter with his real skills, but when he started to move, he became serious about winning and losing. Such a move was not in keeping with the usual calm and collected style of Kondo, who actually intended to show his martial prowess to his fellow students in this world through the strongest sword skill he had ever learned. The so-called Wuhuatu, the stabbing technique that symbolizes the plum blossom, is the highest peak of Kondo's learned sword skills and is one of the secret mysteries that is not passed down. The key points of the human body are the eyes, throat, heart, kidneys, heart, belly, hips, and shoulders for fainting. Even among fellow swordsmen, there were very few who had learned this secret mystery, and it was a miscalculation to meet Hakuru here. Yahashij's cherry blossoms. He chose the supreme power, the continuous slashing like a flowing stream, with different combinations, and he hit the enemy 8 times in a row. Between Kondo and Hakuru, the difference in fighting ability was huge, even though the skills were comparable. According to Hakuru's judgment, Kondo's physical abilities were at least tens of times greater than Hakuru's. So, if this sword move didn't work, it was basically a judgment that Hakuru had lost the battle. Hiding this realization in his heart, Hakuru drew his sword and cut it out. Look. Tease. Kondo scored a landslide victory. Hakuru was going to give Kondo a death blow even though he was going to die together. But in the end, the results obtained were not what either had in mind. With a speed that was difficult for onlookers to see, Hakuru's sword spread out like 8 petals, but all of them were offset by the 5 petals symbolized by Kondo, and the attack ultimately missed. Kondo dodges back halfway to his feet, which is a bit of a scrape on his cheek, but that's out of Kondo's expectation. I didn't think there was a swordsman in this world who was above me. The fact that Hakuru's 8 Hua Flash was an even more advanced sword skill than Kondo's 5 Hua Tan shattered Kondo's perception all along and had to admit that he was wrong. However, it was Kondo who got the victory. Counteracting the must-kill sword technique was indeed wonderful, but this was because the power gap was so great that Hakuru's arms were completely unusable due to the miserable split of the sword blade clash just now. Even the strongest of the powers will not reach you. No, that's enough. I'm sorry for looking down on you, but I'd like to ask you your grandfather's name, too. Kondo apologized for despising Hakuru as a magical creature, and offered a tribute by admitting that he was a swordsman above himself. He was a true man about swordsmanship. But at the same time, no judgment of things is influenced by affection. This is Tatsuya Kondo. Funny, my grandfather's name was Akari Byakuya, and he was a great swordsman, but he was already in the ground. Unfortunately, Akari is the name of my family. Perhaps he is related to the master of the Mizushin lifestream, and if he can at least reach the level of an immortal, he will be one of the most powerful in the world. Kondo said a silent and simple prayer. Really a man who is extremely serious about his genre. The elder Hakuru looked at Kondo's movements in amazement and tried to ask. Grandfather was a strange man and thought it was good to live naturally. Can you guys just pull back on this? Sensing that Kondo held a certain respect for himself, Hakuru tried the offer, but it was still rejected. I will guarantee your personal safety, but the war cannot be stopped. In my proposition, halfway through is the least desirable. Kondo said coldly. Yeah, that's right, too, thought Hakuru. Hakuru wasn't in a hurry. I've already predicted that I'll lose, so it's impossible for these hands to return to combat, but the goal has been achieved. That's right, Hakuru's goal wasn't to gain victory, but to show Gazelle the battle between himself and Kondo. If it was the sword Saint Gazelle Dworgen, one should be able to understand it just by looking at Hakuru's Aoyi, although it couldn't be learned immediately, one could certainly gain some inspiration. That's what Hakuru thought. What's more, Kondo had also used the Aoyi a while ago, and by doing so, Gazelle's winning percentage would definitely increase as well. Then I will stop here, for I do not wish to be disgraced in this way. In the last days, I intend to take as many enemy troops as possible with me. It's just that it's not time yet, so let's focus on healing these hands now. Hakuru's hands were heavily wounded so that they couldn't even be recovered with a full recovery medicine. The destruction of the object through the infiltration of the fighting chi was the ultimate meaning of the chi fighting method, and Kondo's fighting chi broke through the Hakuru's defenses, so Hakurus had no other choice but to neutralize the treatment through his own demonic chi. However, Hakuru still looked at Gazelle with a bland expression. All right, King Gazelle, have you calmed down? Of course, I'm excited to see my master's sword skills. I don't want to teach it, but I can't say it now, so I'll leave it to you. Leave it to me. After Hakuru stepped back, Gazelle stepped in front of Kondo. On the other hand, Hakuru was out of the fray with his head held high if he had completed his task. Again, Kondo clinches up with Gazelle. Although Kondo shamed himself for being shallow, he switched moods anyway. I've lost my cool a little bit, play is over, I'm back to work now. Ha! Although it was not the intention, I also shared it. I must repay my master's expectations. Let me do my best. Whether it was Kondo or Gazelle, it was different from what it was before. Having long since tested the strength of the opponent, it is now the real opening fight. Gazelle was grateful to Hakuru. If he fought Kondo as he did just now, he would definitely lose the battle. Kondo's secret mystery, the Wuhuatu, was impossible to defend against at first sight. Even if one could miraculously avoid a fatal injury, the inside of the body would definitely be as injured by the fighting chi as Hakuru and become unable to fight. It's amazing that a refined fighting chi could have such a threat. I know it's the ultimate meaning of chi dujutsu, but it seems I don't really understand what it's about. As he did his introspection, Gazelle felt his emotions running high right now. Because of the perception that you can become stronger again. Kondo. Feel the full power of myself. After saying that, Gazelle liberated himself from the spell. The genie calls. Come, nameless Earth Spirit King. Gazelle, who has liberated the power of the sage, has taken up residence with the Earth Spirit King, who has been summoned. However, Kondo was unfazed. Ridiculous. He felt Gazelle's domineering attitude, but he said it blandly. Not caring about the words, Gazelle wordlessly placed his sword in front of his upright eyes and focused his attention, condensing his fighting chi so that it flowed into his sword. The huge energy that had been generated after the sameness with the Earth Spirit King had now been perfectly harnessed by Gazelle, a feeling that had not been there for a long time. He's worthy of being a master, and it made me realize the ultimate meaning. I can win, and if I were me now, I'd be able to reach even greater heights. Gazelle felt the improvement in mind, skill and body. Heart, i.e., skills. The unique skill dictator was fully mastered, making Gazelle's energy full of power. Technique, i.e., skill. The Maizuru learned from Hakuru has a technique to turn chi power into physical power through the Chido method. If it was the current Gazelle, it should be able to integrate the energy flowing through the body very well. And this is it, the body. In other words, the unique skill dictator unifies energy and sublimates the attack into the highest and strongest blow. The sword that no one could beat, with such aura, Gazelle moved. Godspeed slam. However, it failed to run into Kondo. A small sound rang out and Gazelle bent his knees. Ka. Gazelle spat blood out of his mouth and looked dumbfounded at the blood coming out of his abdomen. Kondo's right hand held a large Southern-style automatic pistol, the muzzle of which was still smoking, from which the murderous bullet that had defeated Gazelle had been fired. You are an honorable swordsman. Gazelle, his expression twisted by anger and humiliation, spat blood and spoke. But those words fell on deaf ears to Kondo. Like I said, play is over. There's no need for glory on the battlefield, my job is to do whatever it takes to win. Kondo's tone was extremely cold. Compared to Kondo, who was stuck to his own genre, he was a different person. Bullshit. How could I end up like this? Gazelle tried desperately to get up, but the body was no longer obedient and could only fall to the ground again. And that's par for the course. Kondo used not ordinary bullets, but special bullets that were infused with his own ideas, spell bombs. It wasn't an ability borrowed from Emperor Rudra, it was Kondo's own probing ability. That's right. Kondo had awakened the ultimate skill by his own power, and the King of Execution is in charge of the battle. So, very strong. Though a man, he desires to take the seat of the gods, to replace the Emperor Rudra, the man of battle. And the domination spell bomb was one of Kondo's King of Execution powers, secretly concealing the effect of destroying the other party's magical circuitry, which could kill even spiritual lifeforms. Gazelle was definitely not weak, rather he was one of the few strong men in this world. Depending on the situation, perhaps even an awakening demon lord could win. But between Kondo and him lies a high wall that cannot be crossed. That is, whether or not they have an ultimate skill. This alone, before the start of the war, had already decided the winner. Give up your futile efforts. I have no intention of killing His Majesty Gazelle, but I'll let you go when it's over, even though I'll bind you now, Kondo said blandly. While not falsehoods, they are not all true either. Before letting him go, he was going to use the domination spell bomb to dominate him. Now Kagali was at the helm, and for Gazelle, too, he was intended to be captured alive. Terrible coldness and reasonableness, which is also in the bones of Tatsuya Kondo as a man. Hakuru couldn't act now. Witnessing Kondo's formidable strength, he could only stand resignedly. From this moment on, Kondo has basically determined victory. Ha 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 ha. I am Gable, the Dragon King. Let's fight it out. Seeing the enemy, Gable left his men behind and launched the assault himself. As a commander, this act was very inappropriate, but again tactically it's hard to say he was wrong. To say why, it is because the enemy is so powerful that it stands out. The spectacle-wearing Mana man, who was not prominent in the enemy group, Gable shouted directly without confusion. "It's you, the man over there, come out and be my rival." Gable nodded at him with his spear pointed at him, and the eyed man snorted with a crooked lip. "It's a pain in the ass. I've never been able to play an ordinary intelligence agent who's been targeted by someone who can see through his strength," the elegant man said as he removed his glasses. In an instant, the feeling the man gave off changed. "In that case, there's nothing you can do, so let me be your opponent. Until then, please leave this place." The usual cowering look disappeared completely, and he gave orders to his companions around him. But that didn't work with the confused companions. "Oi oi Malcolm, aren't you unfit to fight?" "Yeah, we're weaker than we are, so don't try to be strong." The man known as Malcolm replied with a smile to his companions who had come over worriedly. It's really a very comfortable workplace. I'm a single-digit eighth, so you should understand what that means, right?" Seeing that the atmosphere of his peers had changed, everyone understood that Malcolm was just pretending to be a good old intelligence agent, and that he had the authority to give orders to himself, which was what the words just said meant. Understood. Good luck. Leaving these words behind, Malcolm's companions scattered. Malcolm sighed, those slender, serpent-like eyes looking up at Gable. Gable's strength, Malcolm had actually seen through. In a world where it makes no sense to challenge a prominent individual with a group, it is because Malcolm is familiar with this truth that he drives away those whose strength reaches the near-guard knight. "Your name is Gable, look what you've done. If you take away my job, you'll have to pay for it with your life." Ha 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 ha. Single digits is what Lord Rimuru said about dangerous people, and I'm lucky to have such a prey. Gable happily obliged. Thus, the battle between the two males began. The absence of distinct features is the hallmark of Malcolm. It was 800 years ago that Malcolm became a knight of the Near Guard. Because of his unique skill of infiltrating a special type of disguiser, he was seen by the then head of the group, Damrada. One of the special points of the unique skill disguiser is the ability to change into a person you've seen before. Instead of being rewritten like Hinata's unique skill usurper, it's completely mimicked into the same person. But there is a limit to imitation after all, and the impossibility of imitating all the same for beings whose strength greatly exceeds one's own is the weakness of this ability. Even so, the more powerful people one encounters, the more versatile they become, and so Malcolm survived the great upheaval to become a saint and climb into the single-digit position. This is what happened 100 years after Malcolm became a Knight of the Near Guard. It was because of this that Malcolm was unable to wipe away the fear of Kondo. Kondo is a visitor from the otherworld and has a soul that is stronger than normal, but even so, his power is incomprehensible. The first person to initiate a serial scramble towards Kondo was Malcolm. In that battle, Malcolm came into contact with Kondo's unusually powerful. In the past, he had always thought that Kondo was only being favored by the Emperor, but this battle had made him realize that it was all a misunderstanding. With Kondo's fighting ability, which could not be imitated by Malcolm's unique skill, the disguiser, Kondo simply subdued the powerful man from above and took the position of the leader. Even though Malcolm looked like the monster's four horsemen, Kondo had beaten them down with a bemused look on his face. Because of these things, Malcolm admired Kondo. Kondo cared about the lieutenant's position so much that Malcolm learned that he let himself stay on as a second lieutenant and stayed in the intelligence bureau so he could assist Kondo. In front of Malcolm, there was now a strong enemy, Gable. Although he came out with a spear, he understood that he could not win by this alone. So, Malcolm decided to morph into the gesture of the man he thought was the strongest. Pulling away from Gable, Malcolm shifted into the mold of Kondo, with the unique skill of the disguiser and the power of substitution granted by the Emperor's loan. The Malcolm now has the strength of a man close to Kondo. Oh, that's weird. Is that what you're supposed to look like? Mimicking Kondo's stance, Malcolm replied to Gable. No, this pose is the imitation form of the strongest man I believe in most. Although the 4 horsemen are strong, they are not as strong as Lieutenant Kondo, now. Malcolm glanced at the battlefield next to him and continued. Even His Majesty Gazelle, who has a reputation as a hero, is at his wits' end. Hearing this, Gable muttered. Whether it was the poor state of the friendly forces' battle, Hakuru's disengagement from the battle line, or the fact that King Gazelle was pointed out to be fighting bitterly, it was already clear through the wide range of magic sense. It seems so. From the moment Lieutenant Kondo struck, our victory was established. That's why you don't want to show off your own moves on purpose, and you don't know where they'll leak out. Don't you want to hide your power too? Malcolm asked the question lightly, turning the gun in his hand into a saber. The legendary equipment loaned to Malcolm can now change form at will according to Malcolm's will. Malcolm, who had picked up the saber in Kondo's likeness, looked majestic and solemn in that stance. Gable still held the magical weapon that could be described as the treasure of the lizard man race, the water vortex spear. It was now in his perfect hands, the spear his father had entrusted to him. Gable had fought many times with this spear. If the weapon was damaged, look for Kurobi to redo it. The performance was only of the trait level, but he was a very reliable partner. Only, after all, it's still not legendary. The poor performance of the weapon would be a key factor in determining victory or defeat, and this time it could be an overwhelming disadvantage for Gable. However, Gable also had the move Dragon Scale Armor, which was almost mythical in defense strength. The enemy, Gable thought to himself, was a saint, on the same level as his awakened self. That's why Gable didn't spare any effort to mount a challenge from the start. So, can this man break through the defenses of our kind? Gable is confident in his defensive capabilities. There is no way to win a battle without delivering a decisive blow to your opponent, no matter how many times you are hit. As long as it doesn't inflict a mortal wound, it is meaningless. Although Gable didn't think Malcolm's weapons could break through his own defenses, he should not be careless and watch his opponent's movements carefully. I'm ready. Well, come on. Gable's misfortune was that the matchup with Malcolm came too soon. The power gained by the awakening was huge, but he had yet to fully grasp it. Just as Ultima had worriedly done, even before the evolution, Gable hadn't been able to harness the magic element well, but now that he had gained such a great power, he was too big to use it well. Highly powerful defense and healing power, those two alone were very powerful, but this time the opponent was too strong. Plum Blossom, Wuhuatu. Whirlpool Water Strike. It was because of prudent correspondence that Gable survived. In terms of strength, the two sides are similar and perhaps Gable is slightly stronger. However, in terms of technique, Malcolm is far stronger than Gable. In fact, Malcolm can't even imitate most of Lieutenant Kondo's strength, and he can't reproduce his ultimate power, the King of Execution. Malcolm itself is comparable in strengths to Gable, and Gable is undoubtedly stronger from a defensive standpoint. Winning or losing is often related to timing. What appeared to be a complete victory for Malcolm was actually only a hair's breadth away from victory. Well, I can't make fun of Major General Farragut. You're Gable, the Dragon King. You can't be mistaken for Veldora. Malcolm looked at Gable, who had fallen to the ground. Gable's fate seems to be coming to an end at this moment. Brother. As if to protect Gable, several silhouettes blocked in front of Malcolm. It was Sokka who rushed over. And Gable's minions. Lord Gable. Don't die, Gable. Exactly. Lord Gable is not a man who would die in a place like this. Although they understood that they couldn't win against Malcolm, they stood firm. It was this courage that saved Gable's life. Although everyone is not as strong as the Saint Malcolm, they are all strong people who have reached the specialer level, and they are not spared to use the medicine to buy time, and they are trying desperately to buy time. However, the attack used by the Malcolm, who imitated Kondo, would damage the enemy's interior with the condensed fighting chi, and the recovery pill would become ineffective as a result, so Soka and the others had to be prepared to die in order to be aware of it. Another one of Gable's men has fallen. Then it was Soka's turn for her men, Nansao, to fall, and although the gap in combat skills was not large, the difference in basic strength was too great. Coupled with the fact that Malcolm's weapons were legendary, one after another fell in the face of this inexorable battle power gap. Fortunately, no one has been sacrificed yet. Gable, who was evolved by Rimuru, also made the people under the genealogy stronger, thus increasing endurance and being barely able to avoid fatal injuries. But because of the continuous damage caused by Malcolm, it was also true that it was impossible to return to the front line, and it was only a matter of time before everyone was killed. Thinking about this, Gable shouted, "That's enough. That's enough. Run. Soka, this is an order, get everyone out of here now." Gable tried desperately to lift himself up and looked at the girl. But Soka didn't look at Gable at all, instead she replied with a fearless smile. "I refuse, brother. I am under Lord Sue's command and have no obligation to obey my brother's orders." "Say what?" "Say it again. If we escape here, there's a real chance that someone will die. You're going to die, aren't you?" Soka, who was normally calm, couldn't think about shouting so much now. Gable was speechless and confused. "What are you talking about? It's the commander's job to sacrifice as little as possible, isn't it your job to abandon those of us who have already been defeated and increase the number of survivors as much as possible?" Gable was having a hard time even trying to stand up now, looking at his fighting companions and making a sound, and what he said was overruled by Soka. "Then I'm right in my fight. Our fellow soldiers don't have the kind of weaklings who get killed by seconds with a single blow, which is why they buy time like this." Even as their companions were falling, they continued to fight, relying on numbers to harass Malcolm. Beware of casualties. Look for winning opportunities in this way. What a stupid thing to do. The assurance that help will come is simply. The subordinates led by Rimuru had now gone to the imperial capital and they could not expect support at all, and even if the sleeping subordinates woke up, they could not have rushed over for support by that coincidence. The trio of dependent demonesses, now in the midst of a battle with the formidable foe Veilgrind, were the ones in need of reinforcements, unable to seek their assistance. Gable understood all of this, and that's why he thought that the current situation could only lead to a retreat. However, Gable's minions also denied him. "It's you, Gable. It's you we're waiting for." "Yes, Lord Gable. That's a little bit of a wound. Get up." "Exactly. Buy time and wait for Lord Gable's resurrection. There's no other way for the whole crew to be saved except that." Hearing this, Gable felt ashamed. Only oneself, giving up the victory. "Okay. You, try to hold on until I get up," Gable exclaimed, knowing full well how unreasonable this order was, and the hot tears streaming down his eyes were a good indication of Gable's mood at the moment. He who perseveres, the goddess of victory will not abandon him either. The man who had responded to Gable appeared. Oops, still so messed up. Let me help you with this. It's my lady's order not to let the important toy, Lord Gable, die, so I will come to the rescue." Ultima's men, Veyron and Zonda, had arrived at an unknown time. "I feel like it's harder to live," Zonda muttered afterwards, but it was a happy thing that Gable didn't hear, drowning in the sounds of the battlefield. The butler of the wind, Veyron, came to Soka's side, and then set up his cane towards Malcolm. "If I am to be this man's opponent, I will ask His Excellency Soka to assist me. The other wounded will need your protection." "Understood. So, go." Hearing Soka's response, Veyron began to act. The Marquis-level demon male Veyron, whose amount of magical element was probably less than a quarter of Malcolm's, whose fighting skills were stronger than Veyron's, had managed to force Malcolm to hurry even if he couldn't win. Geez, what a pain in the ass. One after the other before being killed off completely. Of course, it is our mission to grasp the power of the enemy. Oops, I didn't think it would be so irritating to be imitated in a field I'm good at. Get rid of you guys fast, and get that troublemaker. Something's broken. While dealing with Veyron, Malcolm unleashed his killing intent on Gable. This moment of breakthrough, Soka did not let up, deliberately shouting out her voice to draw the other party's attention, as a way to confuse Malcolm. If the cast bitter nothing hits, that's fine. Even if it doesn't, Veyron's sword will attack Malcolm. Malcolm saw through the tricks and made the best choice. That is, to take the bitterness directly, rather than choosing to avoid it. That was right, reacting to Soka would result in heavier damage from Veyron's side. The next moment, Malcolm just continued to ignore the pale light and flicked away Veyron's cane. And then also reflecting on the fact that you shouldn't be thinking superfluous things in battle. Geez, just knock these guys down before you kill him. Trouble, trouble. Gable was definitely the most dangerous opponent, so Malcolm wanted to kill him as quickly as possible, and was too greedy to do so. It wasn't a major injury, but he still couldn't forgive himself for being injured in Kondo's position. Let's get this over with. So, can you do it? Sir Veyron, he's a hard ass, isn't he? Yeah. I'll just finish my work in no hurry. Veyron and Soka team up, even at a disadvantage, to fight against Malcolm. In the meantime, Zonda was not idle either. That's a really, really troublesome move. Demon Chi, no, humans are supposed to use fighting Chi. In order to continuously emit the wavelengths of scrambled mana, the energy was left inside the enemy. What a horrible move. If it's a move like this, it might work on us spiritual beings too. A diagnosis like this is being given to Gable. This diagnosis is correct. This is the same kind of power as Damruda's spiral immersion breaking, which smashes the condensed fighting chi into the opponent's interior for destruction. This is the ultimate meaning of the Maizushin life stream, the chi fighting method, which is why it is called the Sword of Exorcism. It is this reason that the recovery potions that heal on a mana-based basis cannot heal this damage. Still, Zonda had a way to heal. Deftly manipulating the demon element, adjusting the messy breath and neutralizing the fighting breath that Malcolm had fought in, allowing Gable's body to resume normal breath flow, and Gable wasn't just quietly waiting to recover. A strong desire for greater healing power. His desire to do so was stimulating Gable to discover new powers. But the plan couldn't keep up with the changes, and Malcolm lifted the frame. Oops, time's up. I've received the order to return, so let's save the victory for later. After saying this, Malcolm left directly by transfer regardless of the situation. Ben is in a bitter battle with Footman. It's a little light to say it's a bit of a fight. He also has the strength of the immortal class and is still confident in his own strength. But Footman's amount of mojo easily overrides Ben. Ben's armor and battle spear were legendary, improving his combat abilities, but even that was still not enough to win. The reason why the fight lasted was because Footman lost his sanity. And thanks to Phobio's assistance. Black Leopard Fang Phobio, come and help us. The man who had barged in so loudly was strange to Ben at first, but he immediately remembered who this man was. Black Leopard Fang is of the three-beast warrior of King Carrion. Is it true, Carrion has now abdicated to the demon lord Milim, who is also allied with his majesty Rimuru? Since he wasn't the enemy, Ben welcomed help. Thank you. I'm feeling a little overwhelmed on my own. I guess so. I don't think I could do it on my own, to be honest. Phobio, who has re-examined his own attitude and reflected on it, is able to assess his own strength calmly, and he realizes by instinct that he cannot beat Footman even if he does his best to bestialize him. That's why Phobio shed his pride and chose to fight alongside Ben. Footman, though strong, has become monotonous in his attacking style due to a loss of sanity. Both Ben and Phobio were covered in bruises and were just barely holding their own now. Even if they could not expect victory, the word retreat did not exist in their minds. 4. The companions were engaged in a dead heat on the side. The other clown, Tyr, is dealing with Henrietta, the head of the dark ministry of the armed nation of Dworgen, and Gobia and the others who are participating in the war. These men intend to capture Tyr with a few elites. It's just that Tyr's look was really strange. Really, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it either, but it's an order, so try your best not be killed, so you have to find a way to stop me. Quite serious when it comes to fighting, with words like that coming out of her mouth. In fact, Tyr, even though she was ordered to fight by Cagali, still had her own free will, and even though the order could not be disobeyed, she could still understand that Cagali was in a state of being manipulated. In other words, she herself had no intention of fighting the current situation and did not want to. So Tyr is trying as hard as she can not to make a real effort to participate in the battle without disobeying orders, and then also makes a request to ask her own enemy, Henrietta, to stop her. In response to Tyr's expectations, Henrietta and the others began to execute capture battles, why the power gap was difficult to fill and had failed to bear fruit until now. I'm sorry about that guy over there, too. I used you before, but I won't lie to you again. Hearing Tyr's words, Phobio felt indignant. The reason for removing Footman's sanity was to avoid hurting them, something Phobio and Ben quickly picked up on. The fact that Footman is showing the same level of aura as Phobio's esteemed carrion shows he is really not an opponent that Phobio can beat in a normal challenge. Therefore, Phobio was thankful to Tyr for the time being. But shut up. Don't remind me of my dark history. Needless to say, I'm grateful for letting this guy go on a rampage. Yeah. You're all weak, and if Footman had used his skills properly, you'd all be dead by now. In response to Phobio's retort, Tyr innocently spat out a tirade. Tyr didn't mean any harm and was telling the truth, but because of that it was even more of a fire, but the most that could be done now was to complain about it a bit. What an arrogant brat. That's enough. Don't talk. That said, can't you just make an effort to put more water in? Mentally remembering it for me afterwards, Ben and Phobio sighed. The dire situation continues. Gobia actually wanted to rush through this place well to help the rest of the battle, mainly because she thought her opponent on this side was the best to deal with. But reality is not that simple. Tyr was not hostile, but could not disobey. It is therefore by no means wrong for Gobia to make a judgment to make a capture. The reason why the battle could not go smoothly was simply because Tyr and Footman were too strong. Footman can break through steel with ease, the usual attacks don't work and it's very difficult to knock him out. It took Ben and Phobio, two strong men together, to slow him down. On the other side, Tyr, who was confident in her speed, couldn't catch up with Henrietta, and Gobia couldn't even get close enough to touch. This side was ready to cast the net, but nothing seemed to work out alive. It would have been smoother if Soka and the others had come to execute it, but there was no time for that right now when they were fighting with Malcolm. All of this has led to a deteriorating war situation. Gobia grasped the battle based on Moss intelligence. Veyron and Zonda seem to have gone forward to rescue Gable, only it seems to be in a scorched state again, but out of harm's way. The worst is Kondo. Hakuru couldn't fight, and King Gazelle was defeated. Ajira and Esprit seem to have passed, but facing Kondo, he doesn't even know if he can buy time. At worst, I'm the one who's going to fight. Moss said. Moss's duty is to grasp the battlefield in place of Benimaru, and based on Moss intelligence, Gobia makes a combat case. Gobia was now giving clear instructions while responding to Tyr. It was also possible to do this because of the presence of Moss support, and if Moss had joined the battle lines might have collapsed in one breath. The worst-case scenario would be to ask you to help in the end. Can you make a difference? I'll do my best. It felt like Moss couldn't win either, and Gobia felt so melancholy. Moss is a self-assured man and gets along with all but a specific character, led by Testarossa, with an air of arrogance. And Moss, who is full of confidence, just says that the best he can do is try with such uncertainty-filled words. It is enough to show just how dangerous an opponent Kondo is. It would be difficult to stop Kondo. It will take time for Gable to return to the front lines. Gobia and the others are going to capture Footman and Tyr for who knows how much longer. At this rate, it would be impossible to stop Kagali's ritual. And then there's Jadora, who is now in the middle of a war of words with Veilgrind, and if Veilgrind enters the fray, it's basically a lost battle. Oops. Just how much we normally depend on Lord Rimuru and Lord Benimaru is really fully understood. Gobia is in a state of introspection, and only now does she realize that she is a bit of an afterthought. It is for this reason that one must not give up. It's not over. The reason why Lord Veilgrind didn't act was because the demons were working on it. The gap in strength was clearly evident, yet it remained tenacious. Let's start with the discouragement. This kind of thing is never allowed. Gobia thought of the trio of self-respecting, arrogant trio of demonesses. They have never been defeated, and even though they are new to this world, they sit at the top of the hierarchy as the 12 patrons. They are more powerful than Gobia could have ever imagined, yet still leave one despairing in the face of Veilgrind. It's good enough that the fight is still going on right now. Can't lose, thought Gobia. Cheering herself up once more, she continued the Tyr capture battle. It is unclear whether Gobia is a male or female because both pronouns are being used randomly. I went with female because it seemed to be used more often. In front of Kondo stood a man. Samurai-like dress for Ajira. Kill him, Ajira. I won't get in your way. Esprit shouted, then began to treat Gazelle and Hakuru. Ajira sighed and shook her head. Esprit has always been this way, the benefits are always taken away from her. To put it bluntly, Esprit just saw right now that she couldn't beat Kondo and took the initiative to disengage from the fight. Esprit is a shrewd demoness. It was a common occurrence these days, and Ajira didn't care, raising her knife towards Kondo. After 300 years of being defeated without a single sword, Kondo, who had defeated 2 swordsmen, Hakuru and Gazelle, in succession, was feeling the blood in his body tumbling. Is your name Kondo? Your swordsmanship is fascinating. I'm a swordsman by trade, so I'll have to fight you. You can't beat Kondo if you let go of the restrictions. Ajira saw it coming. It was because Kondo responded to the win with his sword that Hakuru managed to give that counter-strike. If it wasn't for that, even if Gazelle and Hakuru had launched the challenge together, it was estimated that they wouldn't have been able to inflict any damage on Kondo and would have been repelled by Kondo soon. It was also based on this idea that Ajira proposed this. The offer was just a try, but Ajira believed that Kondo would agree, on the grounds that for some reason Kondo's sword skills felt nostalgic. Lord Ajira, is it true that Lord Ajira is good at swordsmanship too? Before Kondo could respond, Hakuru interjected first. What does that mean? Well, no, actually, Lord Ajira and someone I knew always felt some resemblance. Facing Ajira with a face of astonishment, Hakuru looked a bit hesitant. In fact, Hakuru's grandfather and Ajira could almost be said to look exactly alike. It's not just the look, the height and the feel, but also the unmistakable manner in which they speak and act. Is that so? However, it is a pity that it is someone else. I have no memory of meeting you in this world, where I was born 300 years ago. I'm not sure if I'm good at swordsmanship, but I've learned to fight with this sword all my life. After saying that, Ajira gave a gentle smile. For Ajira, the sword is everything. Yeah, oops, that's some boring stuff. Hakuru put away his various thoughts and retreated. Could Ajira be the reincarnation of his grandfather? There is some doubt, but no evidence. What's more, even if Ajira was Akari Byakuya, it wouldn't be a reason for Kondo to take a little care of him. Ajira seems to be the reincarnation of Akari Byakuya, and might consider himself male, but is for some reason portrayed as a female demon, hence the changing pronouns. The grandfather, who hadn't won once, was nothing more than a human being in the end, and no matter how Ajira answered, it wouldn't be the main reason to change things here. In order to win this battle, one must be stronger than Kondo. Is it possible that Hakuru-san knows someone who? Well, it's my grandfather. Gazelle asked in a small voice, and Hakuru answered in a small voice. Esprit joins in on the duo's whisper. By the way, did Hakuru's grandfather pass away in 300 years? Yes. Then it's possible that he was reincarnated as a demon from the beginning with a sword. Moreover, the souls of the martial arts will gather around Carrera-sama, so there's nothing strange about it. I see. In that case, maybe he'll know something that even Sir Hakuru doesn't know. It's hard to say. I've done the best I can, and in the swordsmanship my grandfather showed me, he also said that the 8 flower is the strongest mystery. Like that, a few people got chatty. Hakuru and others have exhausted all their efforts and still lost the battle, so they looked away and became a kind of watching the victory and defeat. Also, although a bit anachronistic, Hakuru cared a lot about Ajira's origins, and Gazelle was interested in Hakuru's master. I'm so thorough in my work, 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 I'm so thorough in my work. This state of affairs made Ajira sigh in disbelief. Kondo, on one side, also didn't come at all to interfere with the enemy's conversation, just leisurely observing Ajira's stance. It was Kondo's duty to exclude those who wanted to interfere with Kagali's ritual, and by the way, to identify some strong men who could come in handy, not to cut down the enemy to death. So, without panic, he responded Ajira. It was because it was too dangerous to let it go. If a saint who is evenly matched with himself learns the sword skills that Hakuru has entrusted to him, there is no guarantee that he will win, so Kondo chooses to win, which means that his priority is to finish the job. For an opponent of Ajira's apparently lower level than his own, he didn't see a problem in playing a little bit. It would have been rare for Kondo to make such a judgment. Workaholics who have always believed in rationalism are extremely annoyed by doing useless work. Kondo's only weakness is his pride in his genre. He's still not mature enough to let go of the affair. Even while doing introspection, one still can't contain one's curiosity. All right, let's do a couple of things with him. Kondo was about to talk to the other guy, but he wasn't too stupid to forget to look around. On the edge of the line of sight, Veilgrind was spotted in action. Kagali's forbidden spell, Demon Death Aborigine, isn't done yet, but it looks like things have changed. Sadly, it looked like the time had come and Kondo was ready to make his move. I'm sorry, but I'd like to go through with you, but work comes first. After speaking to Ajira, he stowed his saber. It was an attitude that was completely contemptuous of Ajira, only, even knowing that it was, Ajira couldn't stop Kondo. Watching Kondo's departing figure, he still felt cold and sweaty. Looks like you got yourself a life. Reluctantly, he muttered. Ghidorah is on his own with Veilgrind as his opponent. That being said, it's not as if they are fighting. If that was the case, even the most advanced technology crystallized Floor Guardian Colossus statue would be shattered with a single blow. Ghidorah knew her weight and wouldn't make such a foolish move. Just purely following his own curiosity and asking questions of Veilgrind. I didn't know that Her Excellency, Marshal, was Lord Veldorah's sister, Lord Veilgrind, the Scorched Dragon. A word of courtesy first. One side draws Veilgrind's attention while advancing the conversation. It's only recently that you've seen my face, so it's only natural that you didn't know. Getting an answer is luck at the end of the day. Veilgrind had thus been making Ghidorah talking objects. Buying time by talking is Ghidorah's strategy of making the most of it. The strategy worked and Ghidorah is still alive to this day. Only, there was something in Veilgrind's mind. I see. That is to say, Lord Veilgrind, who has always supported His Majesty Rudra and played the role of a marshal for generations, I admire so much. After all, It's not so hard to act when you haven't spoken for hundreds of years. Vielgrind replied in a rather polite tone, but it looked as if she was tired, and now she was being embarrassed by Jidora's incessant questions. That's why I couldn't resist saying something that sounded like a complaint. You've got a lot of nerves, by the way. You're allowed to ask questions because Rudra likes you. I didn't expect you to keep asking so many questions. I'm so flattered. I'm not flattering you. Vielgrind looked like she couldn't stand it. To end Jidora, it was easy for Vielgrind, only now that 4 other bodies had been divided, it was inevitable that another one would have to be divided in order to deal with Jidora. As long as he doesn't interfere with the ritual, that's fine, so just deal with Jidora. In contrast to Vielgrind, who was troubled by making the wrong choice, Jidora continued to ask questions with aplomb. On the other hand, there is one thing that is of great interest. Why did Lord Damrada prevent me from communicating information to His Majesty? As long as Lord Raimuru's information on their battle strength is properly conveyed, won't the Imperial Army's casualties be reduced? Who knows? As you've noticed, the Imperial Army doesn't matter to us at all, it's just a war to awaken the strong. Even so, wouldn't it be better to hear from me about the situation? What pestering! Maybe you're trying to say that Damrada has betrayed, but he has his own problems. It's true. What does this have to do with a kid named Masayuki? I don't know. Why do I need to know what's going on in Damrada, and who is that Masayuki? Huh? Vielgrind's reaction puzzled Jidora. According to Jidora's preconceived notions, this Masayuki should be the key. Well, then, don't you know that Hiro is lucky? In the face of Jidora's scowling questioning, Vielgrind replied coldly. I don't know, or is that guy strong? To ask if it's strong or not, the answer would have to be no. Jidora didn't hate Masayuki, he rather liked him, and that was because Jidora knew he was definitely not strong. Hearing Jidora's reply, Vielgrind grimaced. Kondo is only interested in people who are about to be awakened. Besides, if calling yourself a hero attracts karmic circles, then the monsters will reach out and kill him anyway, right? I see, thought Jidora. Yuki used Masayuki to test the reaction of Demon Lord Raimuru, and doing so was no doubt a suggestion from Damrada. In other words, the upper echelons of the Empire should be aware of Masayuki's business. But Vielgrind said she didn't know. Indeed, it's not unreasonable to say that he's ignored because he doesn't count as strong. At least for Kondo, Masayuki should be of little use, and with the intention of budding the unstable elements, plus the fact that Masayuki looks exactly like Emperor Rudra, it's not surprising that even Kondo would want to take Masayuki out. What Kondo's actions are well understood, but what cannot be understood is Damrada's actions. But Lord Damrada sent 2 single-digit guards to protect the young man, Masayuki. This is to infiltrate the land of the monsters, right? Well, that's right, but... Jidora was anxious in her heart, but afraid to speak too dryly. It all sounded like it made sense, but it always felt like there was some sense of dissonance, that Jidora, who had already betrayed the Empire, was annoyed from the standpoint that something that didn't need to be annoying was annoying him. Couldn't she listen more seriously? Jidora really wanted to yell at Vielgrind. You seem very upset. No. Why was it that the expressions were invisible, but the moods of this side could be seen? Jidora was trying desperately to calm his shaken heart. At this point, Jidora suddenly found out why he felt at odds with Vielgrind's words. Your Excellency, Damrada, is he actually a traitor? Jidora said offhandedly. Cut the crap. You're not the one who betrayed me. You are right. But Jidora was not discouraged. Maximize the nerve of living up to the big strips and offer an opinion on Vielgrind. Let's say that's the case. The young man, fortunately, looks exactly like His Majesty Rudra. What do you think about that? That's right, the sense of dissonance came from the information about Masayuki. Be it strong or weak, the Empire does take that very seriously. However, Masayuki had a more important element than that, which was the exact resemblance to Emperor Rudra, the ruler. If this is ignored, the conversation cannot continue. It was possible that Kondo knew about it, but Bonnie and Ju should have been unaware of it. Damrada, who was a friend of Rudra, knew about it. But why does he want to protect Masayuki? It was this incomprehensibility that amazed Chidora. What did you say? That is to say, His Majesty Rudra and Masayuki the hero look exactly alike. Why would this information? Chidora was about to clarify when he suddenly shut his mouth with an iron face. Seeing Vielgrin's expression, Chidora thought to himself with trepidation, this old man, I guess I'm going to die. And suddenly began to regret being too overwhelmed. But Vielgrind had completely cast Chidora aside and gotten herself into thinking. It was hard to imagine Kondo not knowing about this information, but not reporting it, leaving her somewhat upset. The more important issue is Damrada. Not sure what he was thinking, there was no way to take Chidora's words for granted now, and, to what extent is it similar? To say they look like Rudra? It is necessary to confirm once. The total annihilation of the attacking imperial army was somewhat wrongly predicted, but it was still assumed that everything was working as planned. By all accounts, but this supposedly insignificant piece of information made Vielgrind feel very angry. Chidora, thank you for the useful information.
I'll let you off the hook for this information, okay?
Want to try to challenge me with that toy of yours? Vielgrind hadn't intended to kill Chidora in the first place, and didn't look at Chidora as she is now, as he's actually one of the few friends Rudra can trust. Furthermore, while it is true that Chidora betrayed the Empire, there was no betrayal of Rudra, as judged by Vielgrind. To Vielgrind, this thing called the Empire meant little, so Chidora's betrayal was still within tolerable bounds. In this respect, Vielgrind thinks a little differently than people do, not something Chidora could have guessed, so Chidora thought that one could only accept Vielgrind's proposal. It's because they can't win that they choose to fight for time, and if it turns into a real fight, it's basically the same as a battle to the death. To put it bluntly, it didn't take a second for Chidora to be done. So Chidora was also a no-brainer. Wahahahaha, you're such a joker. I'm no match for you. The control of the attitude change was important, and Chidora chose to smile and muddle through. This answer, which seems to be negative, neither says yes or no, and leaves the judgment to the other party, so as not to worry about being blamed for fleeing from the Rimuru side, the perfect way to deal with the world. Chidora has subtly gone to the extreme in this regard. While Vielgrind understood this cunning of Chidora, she also just thought he was an interesting man. With a sigh at a Chidora, she let him go. And, luckily for Chidora, the situation has changed. The other body who fought with Veldora was starting to get serious, and it was now necessary to leave this venue. Oh yeah? If you change your mind, tell me about it and I'll be your opponent. But until then, try to survive this war. Hey? I've got things to do now, and I'll leave that to other pawns. You seem to be hated by the military. Work hard to become a saint. What the hell is going on? Ignoring the questioning Chidora, Vielgrind floated into the air. Interrupting the magic would slow down the progress of the ritual considerably, but there was nothing that could be done. Chidora, who had been left there dazed, was looking up at Vielgrind, confused by the change in circumstances and was at a loss as to what to do. On the battlefield, not even for a moment can one slack off, and as if to prove it, before Chidora could figure it out, Vielgrind revealed the meaning of the words, time, space, connection. It's a completely breathless, out-of-touch glimpse of reality. Floating in the air, Vielgrind let out a roar, space twisted dramatically, and then out of that twisted space emerged countless flying airships. Is that the flying ship regiment responsible for transporting the Warcraft Legion? Difficult, could it be, connecting the spaces? No way. I don't see how far it is from there to here. No, it's not that. Chidora was confused. That's because what's happening right in front of him is just so incredible. The flying fleet, which was originally scheduled to launch an attack from the northern part of the Kingdom of Ingratia, had been called here in defiance of time and space. It should have taken more than 3 days according to Rimuru calculations, and Ghidorah would have thought it impossible to summon it. There is a great danger of transferring through magic. One messed up can kill soldiers. It takes a lot of magic to avoid that, and spells can become very complicated. No, Lord Rimuru's words can do it. However, pulling people with other coordinates over will increase the difficulty by several levels. This kind of thing should be impossible to do. It's just so beyond common sense. Ghidorah's insights are correct, but one cannot agree that this is reality. Just as Ghidorah was in chaos, there were others who felt the same way he did. The flying regiment that was marching towards the northern part of the Kingdom of Ingratia was enjoying its air travel with grace. Unlike the dangerous sea route, the air is safe, though not zero, but there are few magical things that can fly over great heights. The person most responsible for commanding the 300 flying airships was Samuel. Samuel's mission was to transport friendly troops to the central continent along with the 30,000 Warcraft Legion led by Grand Admiral Gladim and his partners. It's a comfortable life because they don't have to fight. But this extraordinarily luxurious flagship aboard which Samuel is aboard has a section wrapped in a different atmosphere. Very noble men were inspecting. He heard that was the case, but who exactly was in there, Samuel was not heard. The man inside was a surprise intruder. Maybe even the Kalgoria army chief didn't know. Having said that, Samuel didn't care. Ha ha ha, don't know any better. Minding your own business will only shorten your life. Let go completely and focus on your work. That's why he was able to spend a relaxed period of time, but then came a sudden emergency report. Excuse me. The general officer in charge of the order came in as if he had an urgent matter and did not give it to the soldiers, but came himself, which seemed to be a very important report. Samuel asked with a soft smile. What's wrong? Is it your country? In fact, the report of the Kalgoria army chief suffering a miserable defeat had been received, with the ground battle losing most of its strength, but it had little to do with Samuel, and the battle that had already begun was not going to stop until an abort order was given. With more than a few days to go until the battlefield, it would be useless for Samuel to panic, but it would be better to hope that the abort order would come soon. The soldiers didn't know about it yet, and if it leaked out it would affect morale, which would lead to a decrease in combat success, and it was indisputable that Samuel would want to regroup. Some dismissed this as weakness, but it was something Samuel couldn't decide alone. The friendly general, chief of the Gladim army, was of this type, the type that Samuel was not very good at. So Samuel prayed that the report was an order to abort. But the truth is completely beyond Samuel's imagination. Your Excellency, Marshal, is coming out. What? What? Samuel couldn't help but yelp. Not even realizing that he was sitting on the boat, Samuel was no ordinary surprise. A very noble man is His Excellency the Marshal. How is that possible, this battle, is it that important? Of course, it's important. It's just that, with one of the 3 legions out, there should be no need for the Marshal to make another appearance. No, the first thing to think about than this is how to deal with the Marshal. All hands, on your feet. Go forth and salute. Samuel immediately stood up to give the order. The atmosphere of slack was completely blown away and a sense of tension filled the bridge. The door opened as all stood and saluted. On display was a stunning beauty, Veilgrind. The people on the bridge were stunned beyond words by the beauty of Veilgrind. The Marshal, who had never revealed his true self all this time, now stood before him. Before the head could react to that fact, it was first charmed by the beauty of Veilgrind. Veilgrind, on the other hand, took it for granted. Little fools, stop fidgeting and get back to work. And gently pointed out. However, one can't be careless. Veilgrind was just being more rational, and she was well aware that the flagship could be ruined if it got ugly here. Since Emperor Rudra was also aboard this ship, which was the result of Veelgrind's concerns. These people present should be considered lucky. Get back in position. All hands, back to work. Following Samuel's instructions, the sergeants went back to work. And just like that, the elegant ship trip was over. What happened next was even more of a continuous surprise to Samuel. For the first time, Your Excellency. My name is Samuel. I hope you remember me. Yeah, I'll think about it if you survive. It is a great honor. I'll remember your golden words and make every effort. As much as I'd like to encourage you, there's no time for that, so get to the subject quickly. Veelgrind coped with Samuel's flattery and took her seat in the captain's chair. Towards Samuel, who had stepped aside in a panic, gave the order. It's a pain in the ass to repeat it. Get me the Gladim commander. Yes. Samuel gave a look, and the sergeant who had taken his meaning contacted the ship that Gladim was aboard. Not a moment later, Gladim appeared in the picture. She's more beautiful than I thought. Gladim saw Veelgrind and felt it would be easy to subdue her, so there was some doubt in his mind. Why is it that such a woman is considered stronger than me? Not a bit of extra fat or muscle, and a body that looks slim and soft, no matter how it looks, seems like nothing to do with being strong. There are ideas that it's the magic and fighting chi that are important, but it also takes strong flesh to get those things to circle back properly. Just like me, Gladim boasted of his flesh, and so it was even more so that Veelgrind looked weak. It's really just muscle brain functioning. Veelgrind, on the other hand, doesn't think much of Gladim. The strength is real, she just wants to make full use of him as a pawn who can play. Veelgrind simply returned the words, no need to be polite, and then blandly began to give orders, looking at that attitude, simply not taking Gladim at all. From now on, ongoing combat missions are abandoned. The new mission is to go ahead and suppress the armed state of Dworgen. Anything to ask? Samuel and Gladim thought to themselves, is it finally here? They also estimated that the country should be in a state of unprecedented chaos. Now that the defeat has been suffered, it is necessary to immediately re-establish the battle, since the battle is being fought head-on with the three sides at the same time, so that the judgment now made takes on extra significance. All it takes is one ring to fail, and it will lead to a domain-wide collapse. However, after a few days, the kingdom of Ingratia was so close that it received an order to abort, and it was only natural that the two would froze. Understood. Then return immediately at maximum speed. Since it was His Excellency's order, Gladim must have fought with his life to complete it. But you're too late to judge, and you'll be held responsible for the failure of the operation. Samuel was nervous to take orders, and Gladim was as arrogant as ever. Gladim, aboard a different warship, could not feel the dominance of Veelgrind through the frame. Seeing Gladim like this, Samuel had been nervous. Don't get me involved. The heart prayed. But Veelgrind was completely indifferent. Looks like you've got the wrong idea. Showing a smile spoke to the two. Misunderstanding, huh? What misunderstanding? Are you trying to say you're not wrong? Yes, Veelgrind nodded and then began to explain. First of all, Samuel, from here to your destination I will lead you, and after that I will continue to give you instructions, so be prepared. Huh? Catch, Gladim. We didn't lose the battle, it was all in line with the original plan. What a stupid thing to say. It's too late to think that shirking responsibility will work. What did you say, stupid? Veelgrind narrowed his eyes in displeasure and glared at Gladim. Inwardly, she wondered what to do about it while thinking what a pain in the ass. Then the conclusion was reached that leave it alone. Gladim does come on strong, but it's nothing against Veelgrind. It's easy to break him down, but to do so would be a bit too wasteful. Most importantly, there's no time. It is this that has been extremely fortunate for Gladim. Forget it. If you survive, we'll talk about it later. Talk about what? Listen, from now on, we're going to perform the space-time connection and be ready to move immediately. After that, I'll focus on Veldora, and the kid became more difficult to deal with than one might think, a happy miscalculation, but a bit tricky indeed. Therefore, you are going to suppress the battlefield in my place, and it has been confirmed that there are some people worth waiting for, so as to capture them alive as much as possible. Do you understand? Ignoring Gladim, who still wanted to continue complaining, Veelgrind got straight to the point. Veelgrind, who had finished speaking, turned her back on the duo as they prepared to walk to the outer deck of the ship, hitching his hand on the reinforced door. Your Excellency, Marshal, what are you doing? It's dangerous. Please come back quickly. What? I told you. If we don't go outside, we won't be able to use the space-time connection. Glancing at Samuel like a fool, he pushed open the door without hesitation, and then Veelgrind flew off into the air just like that. Why so capricious? Want to reel us in? Samuel felt the terror. It is an incredibly dangerous act to open the bridge door in high altitude and high-speed flight, or else everyone in the ship will be sucked out because of the air pressure difference. The cold temperatures will rob him of his strength and the lack of oxygen will lead to death. The same goes for the magical envoys in the ministry. Samuel anxiously tried to hurry and close the door. But all his worries were unfounded. Veelgrind's use of space domination has long since prevented its effects on the ship. Before Samuel could be surprised, the greatest surprise came at Samuel, no, at all the generals. Just floating up to the sky is Veelgrind. And then the next moment. Time, space, connection. Ahead of Veelgrind, a huge spatial distortion appeared. How could? Hard, unbelievable. Acknowledgement of spatial vibration. The tremendous, due to the really overpowering shaking of the magical essence, seems to be having an effect on spacetime. No, didn't, that's what Her Excellency the Marshal did. It really is, how? It is, after all, a phenomenon that is unimaginable and beyond human intelligence. There's no way to understand what's going on, there's no way anyone can do something like that. Everyone's running from reality, however, Samuel perceived. The boy? Her Excellency, Marshal, called Veldora the boy? There are few conceivable existences that would call Veldora that. Could it be? Could the Marshal's true face be? Dare not speak out, Imperial Guardian Dragon. Having always thought she was only guarding the Empire on a whim, Samuel found out that the truth was different. As if to affirm Samuel's preconceptions, the floating Veelgrind smiled deeply. All right, go work for me. It was a voice that would not allow disobedience. Not only Samuel, but Gladim as well, as if invited by the sweet sound, reversed the airship and headed for the time rift. The battlefield changed dramatically as a result of Veelgrind's actions. And that's true for the demoness trio that continually fights. In earnest, Veelgrind showed more than her imagination. Completely unbroken, relying on her overwhelmingly powerful strength to play with Testarossa and others, not a single bit of her body was allowed to touch, not a bit careless, not a bit drained. Even a mere blow of magic had an incredibly high power. Veelgrind brought out all her strength to carry out a sustained attack, trying to destroy the demoness trio. Like a mad warrior who has lost her sanity. She just didn't turn into her dragon form, but there was no doubt that Veelgrind was serious. However, Testarossa and the others are still alive. If it was before Rimuru gave them names, they would have lost flesh and been forced to return to the demon world. The bodies made by Rimuru were further strengthened by the magic of the primordial. Thanks to this, they were barely able to withstand the tyranny of Veelgrind. It's amazing. I thought it would end sooner than I thought. It's more resistant than I thought, and I'm used to close combat. These are the sincere words of Veelgrind. I didn't expect to use up so much time even though I was using my full strength. We will not be defeated. If we make such a disgraceful spectacle, we will be ridiculed by Diablo. That is more humiliating than death. I feel the same way, that guy. He's got a dark side. Oi, oi, it feels like Diablo would not want to be told that by you. But I agree about the dark side. They were lying on the ground, scaly and bruised, but the three's eyes were still full of energy. Not only that, but they also showed a fearless smile. It is not defeat as long as one does not concede defeat, and that unyielding attitude is better than eloquence. Oops, that's a lot of trouble. Veilgrind was just as confused, but the battle was irreversible. The tricky demon Lord Raimuru and his subordinates were imprisoned in the fantasy fortress, and they managed to lure Veldora out of the labyrinth. After that it was just a matter of dominating Veldora as planned. Veilgrind, who had taken the demoness trio's wisecracks to heart, had her expression twisted at the words of Testarossa, who stood up. It took a lot of time, but I have a good grasp of your parallel existence. Their goal was not to crush Veilgrind, but to stall Veilgrind here, which was the condition for tactical victory. Only this condition could not be achieved because of Veilgrind's secret parallel existence, so it was that Testarossa was hoping to at least find the means to break this move. Then tell me? Well, you can. Testarossa was still smiling gracefully when she was clearly beaten up and bruised all over her body. This reserved attitude, despite being an enemy, was so admirable to Veilgrind that she was willing to listen to what Testarossa had to say. Testarossa points out that the parallel existence of Veilgrind is by no means invincible and limited. There is a limit to the number of other bodies that can be distributed, and if an other body is knocked down, there is no way to ensure that it will be harmless. To be precise, the physical damage is still zero, but for spiritual beings like us, the consumption of magicules is the real damage. In other words, our attack wasn't useless. Ultima snatched the words from Testarossa and spoke the conclusion. Testarossa nodded with a smile, only her eyes weren't smiling, but instead were fixed on Veilgrind. Veilgrind sighed in her heart, that's why I hated being a rival to White. Testarossa's accusations hit the bullseye, and in just such a short time, the results were analyzed in the midst of being ravaged by despair. It was an astonishing insight into combat that Veilgrind had to admire. As expected of the primordial White, no, it's Testarossa. That's right. It's commendable. I'd love to take them for myself, thought Veilgrind. It would not be worth it to incur their resentment if they were to be resurrected sooner or later, even killed. Unlike some demon lord, there's really nothing more troublesome than being glued to a primordial. Nor did it matter what mood Veilgrind was in right now, Carrera let loose with a fearless smile. Cuckoo, Lord Veilgrind is acting too easy, and if Lord Veldora had, he would never have fought us like this. Carrera's words made Veilgrind feel a little irritated. By the way, what Carrera calls a light fight is something where contempt for an opponent's fight equals contempt for an opponent without giving it your all. Veldora was well aware of the dangers of the demoness trio and would never let his weaknesses be exposed to them in order to preserve his majesty. It turned out to be misunderstood in such a good direction that Carrera's words were not very interesting to Veilgrind. How could that be interesting? But somehow Veilgrind found herself somewhat happy. It turned out that the troubled brother, who needed discipline, was now growing up and she was feeling happy as a sister. This could be a reason that made Veilgrind lose her will to fight. Just in time too. After fighting with Veldora, Veilgrind realized that Veldora's strength was not the same as before, and if she did not use her full strength, Veilgrind would suffer. Judging by the combination, Veilgrind decided at this moment to stop fighting and let go of the demoness trio, who she could take out in an instant if she took out her true skills. That's right. Indeed, as you say, that child has really grown a great deal. It was delightful, but messed with my inability to drain the water. Therefore, we'll leave the victory or defeat between you to another day. Veilgrind unilaterally proclaimed. What to do? In front of the trio of demonesses who had reacted this way, Veilgrind's other body disappeared, and it happened in a flash, as the three of them could only watch. The forest is burning. After the other body that Veilgrind had put everywhere had been cancelled and returned to a body that shone with a dazzling red light, it transformed into a dragon form that was wrapped with a true red supreme aura, and the trees burned up due to the after-effects of the red light. Veldora also took on the stance of a dragon, his domineering aura calling out to the raging winds that ravaged the earth. The flames wavered and flickered brightly, mirroring Veldora and Veilgrind. The battle between the two, from now, is on. Veilgrind turned into her original form and stared at Veldora. As if to boast of his huge amount of mana, Veldora also showed off his huge body. It's really been a long time since the sister and brother met again in such a way. The encounter with Veilgrind and Emperor Rudra was a long, long time ago. While Veldora was making a fuss all over the place, the Veilgrind of the time was already lurking in the Empire. Not even going out for a walk, not leaving Rudra's side at all. It was because of this feeling of inconvenience that the parallel existence was created, and it was after Veldora was sealed that this skill was acquired. The siblings last met another 2,000 years ago, on a continent to the southwest. Remembering that time, it seemed as though Veilgrind was just playfully displaying some power, and Veldora immediately ran away. But that was all, and the impact was enormous, and the volcanic zone was born out of the energetic impact of the conflict between the dragon races. On that continent, volcanoes continue to be active to this day. Phew. I'm sure he hasn't been weakened by the seal, but he feels even stronger than before. A delightful miscalculation indeed. The growth of her younger brother was indeed pleasing, except that him not listening to Veilgrind was difficult, but it only took strength to make him obey. Even if this method doesn't work, one can still rely on the power of Rudra. As long as Rudra's power is at his disposal, even the dragon race is at his disposal, as evidenced by the fact that even what was I thinking? Veilgrind felt as if something important was coming back to her, and suddenly her mind was full of thoughts. Only now it's more important to capture Veldora, so her mood switches over first. While wanting to avoid relying on Rudra as much as possible, if one needs to rely on Rudra, one must also deprive Veldora of resistance before doing so. Even just a little, to reduce Rudra's burden. Rudra is at his limit, so I have to get him relieved quickly. That's what Veilgrind really meant, so hopefully, as much as possible, they don't rely on Rudra to tame Veldora. For no other reason than that it should have been so. Veilgrind had the odds in her mind. The amount of mana in Veldora was huge, but there was a complete lack of mastery in using it, which is why Veldora didn't look very dangerous to her to begin with. The offense and defense was wonderful, but it was only because of the control of the power that he became able to fight against her, and if the full power is liberated, the control cannot be won, but only the brute force attack. No matter how massive the power is, it's meaningless if it can't be used skillfully. When he becomes a companion, I'll have to teach him a little. While keeping the status quo like this is good enough to be an ace, Veilgrind still intends to work out Veldora again if he wants to fight her. But now, there was still the point of taking advantage of the immaturity of Veldora, who relied on brute force, to decide victory or defeat in one breath. So the board will move in one breath. The long-sustained game is nearing its end. The victory of Veilgrind and Emperor Rudra was close at hand, starting with the capture of Veldora. With Veldora's assistance, it would be a good time to win or lose, to attack in a single breath, to end this long-running game, and in that case, Veldora would be free. With these thoughts, Veilgrind flew towards Veldora. The fight was over the top from the start. The first to take action was Veilgrind. Nor does it prevent a backlash, releasing scorching spit. From the dragon's mouth, a slender, super hot wire with that intense power attacked Veldora at tens of times the speed of sound like a nightmare. Veldora avoids the attack. Normally, Veldora could make the fire flame attack ineffective with a heat cancellation, but Veldora panicked and dodged the hotline attack. Oh, I didn't think I'd choose to avoid it. I thought you'd end it with one move like you did before. You've finally seen the essence of your skills. Kwahahaha. Sister's exhalation has given you the effect of accelerated destruction promotion, right? If I get a direct hit, my magic will go into a frenzy, and if I do, my power will be reduced to suppress the frenzy. Veldora replied with a smile. Indeed, Veilgrind's attack had a special attack effect, the ultimate power of accelerated destruction promotion. Through this power to accelerate all phenomena, to increase the destructive effect, and not only that, but also to accelerate the life activity of objects. Even spiritual beings could not resist this power, and even if they were spared from mere destruction, they would definitely be affected by the energy storm. Veldora sensed this intuitively and chose to hold back. And his actions were verified by Veldora's analytical appraisal of the King of Investigation, so that Veldora could confidently answer his sister Veilgrind. Hey, I'm really glad that I've seen so much, I've really grown. Veldora's correct answer gave Veilgrind a sense of crisis. What is in front of her is not the foolish brother who can only fool around, but an opponent who needs a proper evaluation. To be able to see through one's own power correctly means that Veldora has an ultimate skill. The true dragon seed's attacks are usually powerful enough to reach the ultimate skill, but with the management of the ultimate skills, the danger level will rise by many levels. Veilgrind was overjoyed. Congratulations on the growth of her uninjured brother. But at the same time, she was vigilant. Growing up enough to threaten even her, Veldora has the potential to affect Rudra's plans. It was a bit unexpected that she might even be defeated if he kept on like this, not to mention dominating, but growing up to this point. Thinking about it, Veilgrind, who was faltering a bit, had her turn to pull out the trigger this time. Thinking about things on the battlefield, sister? It's called carelessness. While talking, he let out the thundercloud roar, a move formed by repeatedly releasing storm magic, a must-kill technique for Veldora. The attack hit Veilgrind directly, but the power was scattered without doing much damage. I see. It seems that you have really acquired the ultimate skill. I commend you from the bottom of my heart, Veldora. I'm still so scared that I was deliberately hit by an attack to confirm it. Isn't there nothing we can do about it? Because it's necessary to measure how much of a threat your power really is. So, has my ultimate skill, the King of Investigation, passed? It seems to be the ultimate skill of the analysis system. Although it doesn't increase the power of the attack, it can correct the hit rate. Your control of magic has improved thanks to the power of the King of Investigation, right? Quahahaha. That's right, since I have more magicules than my sister, so there's no need to add more power, as long as I can hit it, it's enough. Hearing Veldora's reply, Veilgrind flashed a smile. Then, the response goes. You've become smarter than I thought. You have something I don't have. That's why I want you to join me as an ace. Eh? I always feel an itch on my back when I'm praised by my sister. Veldora, though still playful, also sensed that Veilgrind's aura had changed. In other words, you must be rewarded for your growth. Let me show you what I can do. Well, then you don't have to. I'll use the full power of the ultimate King of Charity to be your opponent. Veldora's words did not reach Veilgrind. It would be ridiculous to lose a battle because you can't make a move. Even after the intense offense and defense, neither took much damage, so Veilgrind decided to go all out on Veldora. Even doing so, Veldora would not die, Veilgrind was sure. Countless magical arrays appeared around Veilgrind, and that was magic that was unleashed simultaneously through a portion of the other body. Eat this. 11 rays of light, nuclear strike magic, thermal beam cannon attack was used on Veldora. After a moment's judgment, Veldora decided to neutralize it with the magic barrier, because the amount of light was a bit too much to avoid, and there was another reason why he didn't pay attention to it, because he thought it was just pure magic, which caused him to be a bit late in responding. The reason why the magic barrier was opened was because Veldora sensed the danger of the thermal beam cannon. Crunch. Veldora felt a violent pain. Neutralizing Veilgrind's magic failed and was shot. Gee, you've gotten wiser, I'm a little impressed that you've only been hurt like this. I didn't think that even magic had given me the power of an ultimate skill. If I'm completely trapped, even I'm not safe. I was going to end it with this, so you can be proud. Kwahahaha, I appreciate your offer, but forgive me if I decline. I'll be proud, and also wait until I have beaten you before being fully proud. As if to strike back, Veldora unleashed the storm magic, mists of darkness and destruction, and the gourd dipper also gave it the ultimate skill, successfully blowing Veelgrind away. Kwahahaha. How about that, sister? When you've had it, you can just shake hands and make peace. Don't be so proud. I see you've pissed me off. Hey? Wait. Already not wanting to say more, Veelgrind was angry. Veldora's attack had inflicted damage on her, and understanding that fact the instant Veldora's reason flew away. In order to reclaim her dignity as a sister, Veelgrind attacked again. Giving birth to 10 heads and spitting out 11 more scorching spits at Veldora, while performing a spatial shift, occupying a position above Veldora, avoiding the plural spitting Veldora, waiting for him to come back to find that he was already in an unfavorable situation, he looked up at Veelgrind from the bottom, forming a confrontation. Veldora couldn't help but feel admiration for the walk and at the same time cheerful for sensing that Veelgrind was serious. Kwahahaha. It's so nice to see that someone who used to be completely incapable of being an opponent is now able to fight like this, thanks to Rimuru cultivation. Veldora still had the pleasure of being unhurried, pleasure is pleasure, and still had the understanding that he was in danger. Veldora pondered how to get out of it. Veelgrind, on the other side, was in a comfortable mood for pushing Veldora to within must-kill distance, and as long as she was within that range, she was certain that Veldora would never be able to escape. Let it end here, Veldora. Sure enough, you can't escape from my hands. After the Veelgrind proclamation, a scorching rain of vomit came down from the sky. The scorching rain descended without a gap, forming a pillar of inflammation that connected the heavens and the earth. Looking from the periphery, it was like a cage made of fire. In the middle, Veldora anxiously danced back and forth. He was by no means playing around, but was all prejudging the direction of the attack and dodging. It was the same old hyper-speed attack, but Veldora didn't feel like he could keep up yet, trusting his instincts and letting his massive frame fly back and forth. As a result, despite being trapped in a flaming cage, he didn't take a single direct hit. Kwahahaha. It's nothing as long as you don't hit me. Veldora shouted excitedly the lines he had seen in the sacred texts, manga. In contrast, Veelgrind smacked her tongue in displeasure. Indeed, not even a single shot missed was a miscalculation on the part of Veelgrind, or one has to say a bit of an underestimation of Veldora. But my attack, it's only now official. The state of absolute dominance remains. Veelgrind is ready to strike with a jab. It is indeed admirable to see through my attacks to such an extent. As a bonus, I'll send a big hug. A scorching embrace. There was a purpose to why Veelgrind had taken the position over Veldora. Below was the earth, for Veldora dodged the scorching spit, and the ground had become a boiling, scorching lava. The flying lava droplets harbored a horrible heat. What would happen if a further attack was attached to this scorching hell? Wait a minute, sis. It was too late to hurry any longer when sensing that intention, and Veldora had been caught up in Veelgrind's spell from the start. Withstanding Veelgrind's excessive attacks caused the ground to boil and even become gas, and the ultra-high temperatures caused the gasified lava to surround Veldora. Those were tiny droplets of Veelgrind's power, the scorching red lava, coming from the bottom up like rain. The true red cage that captured Veldora was completed at this moment. The essence of Veelgrind's ultimate power, the king of charity, is charity, that is, support and enhancement is its true essence, and for Veelgrind, whose essence is acceleration, there is no higher power than the multiplying effect this brings. What if the power of Veelgrind was surrounded by the true red cage like this? The amount of movement of the object is greatly increased, and the heat is also greatly increased, and it is only natural that the scorching red lava will turn into gas when the temperature reaches 2000 degrees or even tens of thousands of degrees. Thus was generated the scorching prison, but its true essence was more than that. Veilgrind's support effect can be increased indefinitely regardless of the upper limit, i.e., if it is only increased appropriately, support enhancement can be obtained, and if it is given an excessive increase, it becomes a burden. The negative effect caused will promote the other party's physical exertion, and the effect can even be increased to the point where the other party is burned out by the heat generated by her body. The ultimate skill, the king of charity, the power to operate all energies freely. As if to embrace Veldora, Red Rain gently made a wrapping, and those trapped by the scorching embrace could only give Veilgrind the right to live or die. Even if the object is a dragon species, the result is the same. There is no place to escape as long as one is captured by a cage. Convinced of her victory, Veilgrind prepared to make a final exhortation to Veldora, but her movements came to an abrupt halt. The scent of Veldora that should have been captured disappeared. What's going on? Veilgrind was in a rare state of anxiety. At this point, she sensed the scent behind her and hurriedly turned around in a panic. Kwa ha 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 ha. Didn't I just say that? It's nothing as long as it doesn't hit. Trumpeting the victory was the human-turned Veldora. His high, loud laughter was extraordinarily piercing to Veilgrind's ears. It was in this moment that Veilgrind really saw Veldora as a threat. On the other hand, Veldora was not so relaxed when he laughed and irritated the other. After calming down and thinking about it, Veldora, who was angry because his clothes were burned, felt that there was still a big difference in strength between him and his sister, and knew that the chances of winning a serious battle were slim, so he kept up his guard from the start. That's the learned Hinata way of fighting. While taking care not to get mortally wounded, launch an attack aimed at your opponent's break, and then, when you find that the attack can work, attack continuously. In fighting Hinata, one's own habits seem to be seen through by the other. He overwhelms Hinata with a gap in strength while fighting on the 100th floor of the underground, but is hit hard when she travels back in time to take on the form of Chronoa the hero. It's no wonder that she was so familiar with my movement habits, even though it was obviously my first fight with her. It was a foul, Veldora thought so, but even if he said it out loud, he would only be called a sore loser by his opponent, and he felt irritated at the look of smugness on Hinata's face, but a defeat is a defeat. Veldora honestly introspects and then begins to learn the art of fighting against an opponent who is stronger than himself. Not only that, but what was learned was cunning in mock battles with demons. When you can't beat an opponent by strength, as long as the opponent is more fatigued than yourself, it is a victory. This is the battle between spiritual beings. Veldora learned this. This is a perspective that has not been attempted before. By observing Rimuru's life, an interest in all sorts of things emerged. The originally inquisitive Veldora's horizons were opened up, and he learned to think in ways that were completely absent in the past, which seemed to have a benign effect on Veldora and played a role in Veldora's growth. The fruits of learning played a role in this battle with Veilgrind, the so-called no-defeat fighting style that Veldora tried to practice. And that's what prompted Veilgrind to launch the scorching embrace. True Red Cage is a must-kill skill at first sight. Having been captured, Veilgrind was certain of victory. Veldora was desperate enough to avoid the scorching spit alone, not seeing that it was a trap, but the danger foreknowledge of the King of Investigation was unleashed. In order not to be careless on any occasion and to be on the alert to keep on going, it was with this blessing that Veldora was saved from the crisis. Never in the past had a warning of maximums made Veldora feel that something was not quite right. To keep running like this would be to lose, to feel a wicked chill, and have him convinced. However, even in the panic of trying to cope with the situation, they do not know what is going to happen. Just then, the scorching red lava erupted, and upon seeing this, Veldora saw through Veilgrind's thoughts. But at this stage, it's still hard to deal with these things, and at first glance, you can't blow them away with the mists of destruction. This area was already under the influence of Veilgrind's space domination, and it was impossible to escape with space transfer. Crap. Just as Veldora was thinking this, the moment of the King of Investigation came to an optimal understanding. As long as the scorching red lava was boarding Veilgrind's mind, it would be dangerous to touch it, and it would not be easy to escape from the foggy attack, but even if the huge body could not, it was possible to use a human stance, despite having to shed defenses. After all, the future was seen escaping through the cracks. Even so, the success rate of escape is only half. If the timing is right, it's a success. If it fails, there will be no next time. While Veldora was dazed, there came the apocalypse that would absolutely succeed. He didn't realize that the King of Investigation's operation probability had been activated. The so-called probabilistic operation is the power to manipulate a phenomenon in a direction that is favorable to oneself, according to one's own situation, against an object that is equal to or weaker than oneself. This point surprised Veldora. In other words, if the success rate is doubled, in this case, half of the success rate can be escaped, then doubling the success rate is a sure thing. Is it such a coincidence? Half believing, Veldora warily transformed into a human stance in an attempt to escape the cage, not expecting to succeed all at once. And just like that, Veldora was out of the crisis. Veilgrind threw away all of her composure so far and stared closely at Veldora, who was laughing loudly. The younger brother in need of discipline, who had always been thought of as inferior to her, that Veldora, had somehow grown to this extent. The idea of letting brute force run amok is a big misunderstanding. Veldora is brilliantly alive with the ability to match Veilgrind's ultimate skills, and surprisingly, escapes from an absolutely impossible situation to reverse. There is also talk of teaching Veldora that there should be a measure of pride and conceit. It has to be admitted. Veldora was now on the same level as herself. Veilgrind endorsed Veldora and confronted him as an enemy above equal. If one calmly analyzed the situation, one could actually see that Veilgrind was at a disadvantage because her Aoyi had just been broken. The little gimmick will be dodged and it will be hard to give him mortal wounds. That being the case, there is only the option of consuming Veldora and then relying on Rudra to unleash his kingship. Thinking about it, Veilgrind changed her tactics and became more deliberate in her actions. Oh, yeah. Looks like I've got your approval. As if sensing Veilgrind's thoughts, Veldora turned into a dragon with a playful gesture. It would have been quite irritating, but somehow Veilgrind was happy. Come to think of it, I don't think I've ever played with this kid. And to think of such things. Veilgrind couldn't help but smile and reply. Well, yeah, I approve of you, you've been able to hold your own. So, Veldora, if it is thoughtful to disobey me, there will be no more forgiveness. Veilgrind acted as if she was going to say it to herself, so declared too. Looking at the sister whose atmosphere had changed, Veldora also sensed a sense of crisis, but couldn't nod his head here. Quahahaha. Then I'll lay down my life. I'm finally getting used to using the ultimate skill that I haven't used much for a long time. Despite being forced into a bitter fight as Veilgrind's opponent, it was enough to make a confrontation as long as that force was present, so Veldora felt it was his turn to strike this time. Although he can't use parallel existence like Veilgrind, Veldora also hides one of the only first sight must-kill skills. This skill was only told to Rimuru, and was called the Harvest Storm Attack, and the skill was created after consulting with him. Even that Rimuru was in admiration, so there was no way it wouldn't work on Sister. Veldora was full of confidence. As far as Veldora knew, there was no one in the world more cunning than Rimuru. I've been thinking to myself that I'm lucky Rimuru is a companion. This skill is certified by the authority of Rimuru. Now, Veldora unceremoniously freed the Harvest Storm Attack. A thundercloud roar was released from Veldora's mouth, its tyranny interfering with space and turning into an unseen light flying haphazardly. Veilgrind, of course, would only respond to extremely dangerous attacks, something like interfering wave had no effect at all and was never put out of sight in the first place. But that's the catch. Meaningless fluctuations can be unimaginably destructive when they are in poor plural, just as acoustic weapons, which alone pose little threat, are too late to detect. Veilgrind was no exception, looking to miss the harvest storm attack. It was only when the whole body was pervaded by pain that one understood that one had fallen into the Veldora's spell. "You. I can't believe I'm feeling pain. Veldora, what did you just do?" "Qua ha 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 ha. It's my self-created harvest storm attack, which I'm very confident in," Veldora said triumphantly. Getting the results as expected and getting overjoyed. Although he knew it hadn't caused any fatal injuries, it had never been possible to get such an advantage over his sister, so Veldora couldn't help but want to show off. "But you're a real dumbass. That's why you're not good enough." Veldora felt a fierce pain that he had never felt before. The one trumpeting the victory was Veilgrind. The moment Veilgrind recognized Veldora, the duel was abandoned, and the winning direction was no longer meaningful, but the full force of the fight was driving the success, so worked hard to keep Veldora unnoticed, quietly approaching the Emperor's flagship flying airship. On board the flagship was Lieutenant Kondo, who was fully prepared. Kondo unleashed the strongest aura towards Veldora, following Veldora's chanting words. Instructions. And then. That one blow, even a god could be destroyed. Kondo can only fire one bullet a day, called the kamikaze bullet, which is the strongest bullet born from the power of the King of Execution, a large Southern-style automatic pistol that has been sublimated to mythical levels. The domination spell bomb was completely incomparable to this bullet, and as far as Kondo knew, there were no people who ate this move and remained unscathed. Even Veilgrind's other body could be buried, and even Veldora could not remain unharmed. All as expected by Veilgrind's plan. The initial speed is extremely close to the speed of light, and it can penetrate all kinds of defense barriers to reach the target. Veldora, who had been careless, had no strength left to resist the god-extinguishing bomb. Being hit by such a projectile, even his own existence was threatened. Veldora was in chaos. "Sister, you actually borrowed a third person's hand." Veldora was a bit forgetful because he felt he could win over his sister, so he got caught in the breach and fell for his sister's plan. However, it's shocking that the self-respecting and arrogant sister should give up the duel. While understanding that it was a condition to prioritize victory, it always felt too unlike sister. As important as this is, the more important issue right now is the state of himself. Oops. A strong alarm sounded inside Veldora's head, and being a spiritual being, Veldora was abnormal enough to be able to feel the pain alone. As the strongest true dragon race is in a life crisis, it's only natural that Veldora would be anxious in the face of this incredible fact. If it had been a head-on strike, it might have been possible to resist even if he couldn't avoid it, but now as he was completely caught off guard, Veldora had no solution. Ouch, that's a headache. This time it's better to admit defeat honestly and wait for the next time we meet to get revenge. Let's get in touch with Rimuru first. All caught up in this state, Veldora still retained some submissiveness. The reason why is because there is a soul corridor between him and Rimuru, which can be revived later. As long as Rimuru was alive, Veldora was indestructible, so there was absolutely no need to panic. It should have been so, but instead things started going in the worst possible direction. The king's power unleashed. It wasn't noticed because it was only watching Kondo, and there was actually a well-dressed man on board the airship. Masayuki? No. MHM? Wait, give me a minute. What's this? Oops, this really sucks. By the time he found out, it was too late. The man, Emperor Rudra, was about to seize the spiritual will of Veldora. With all the bruises and wounds from being hit by the exterminating bullet, it was really over for Veldora, but there was one thing that Veldora couldn't stand either way. It doesn't matter if it's just me, but if it goes on like this, My friend Rimuru will also be affected, and only that will not be allowed. Rudra's domination is far more powerful than imagined, and if it continues to be left unchecked, it will obviously affect Rimuru through the soul corridor. This will never be allowed, Veldora thought to himself. Thus, the soul corridor was cut off on his own accord. This is good. After that it's up to you, Rimuru. With those last words, Veldora's consciousness plunged into darkness. Chapter 2. The Power of Liberation. It's probably the first time I've lost my sanity in anger. When Xion and the others were killed, regret and anger were woven into my heart, and thoughts of self-blame flooded my head. But because of the sight of hope, the storm in the heart regained its calm. Because of this, I actually managed the rather deft act of being angry while remaining calm. This time is different. This pain of having my soul torn apart, and the possibility of losing Veldora, made me completely lose my sanity. The odds? That kind of stuff doesn't matter at all. I want to crush the enemy. That's all. Lord Rimuru, what's next? It looks like we've been isolated into a special space. Can we pry it open by force? Without Benimaru's reminder, I sensed that we were locked up. Since the enemy's objective is to capture Veldora, of course some means will be used to keep us out of the way. It's foolish of us to fall headlong into a trap without even realizing it. Sorry. I'm really sorry. Unbelievably, even the King of Wisdom is in chaos. The feeling is the inability to believe that you are being played by others and has become less calm than usual. It's obviously a skill, but it's become so human it makes one laugh, but I don't have the mental energy to take it in stride these days. Right now, my feelings are only one color of anger. Give thanks and you won't have to be, give me focus on finding a way to escape. As a result, the King of Wisdom replied to me that he had mastered the coordinates perfectly and that the analysis and identification of this space would soon be over. The King of Wisdom is very capable. No problem. We'll get out of here and target the head of the enemy. Listen up, Veldora has fallen into the hands of Rudra. So when you get there with Space Shift, you'll have to fight them immediately, and you'll have to prepare yourselves. I said in a forced rage. I don't want to anger my companions. I want to take it all out on the enemy. After everyone nodded together, I added another order. Without Veldora to provide the magic, Ramirez won't be able to mess around as much as before. So I'm going to put the metropolis that's been tucked away in the labyrinth back on the ground, and I'm going to divide up the war effort to defend the metropolis. It's been a matter of time. The weight of Ramirez's current burden was unimaginable, so it was imperative to get over it quickly. Understood? What about Lord Rimuru? I'll take back Veldora. This takes precedence over anything else. It's basically like saying, I'll leave the rest to you, and I don't have to say that everyone is aware of that. Wait. You guys, are you forgetting the most important thing? How are we going to get out of here after all? I thought Laplace had gotten honest, only for him to suddenly complain again. That kind of thing, it's easy. It's just a straight shoot over. That's too messy. This is the rumored Fortress of Dreams, and it's located in another dimension, so it's impossible to escape so easily. It is said to be a place dedicated to isolating troublesome opponents. So I say. Laplace is kinda erudite, but I'm not interested in that right now. Notice. It is ready to be done. Yes. Well, let's go. Laplace, I'll get you out of here too, and after that it's all you. Huh? So instead of saying. Laplace seemed to have something else to say, but none of it mattered to me now. I'll rescue Veldora as soon as possible and eliminate the enemy. In a state of rage, I launched the Space Shift. We came to the place that was scheduled. This kind of transference without hesitation is so unthinkable that it's impossible to imagine that I would do it instead of doing it normally. But none of that matters now. In front of my eyes were 2 true dragon races and a flying airship behind them. The enemy is at hand. All that's left is to make a fuss. but the King of Wisdom gives annoying warnings of danger. I think it's because I've mastered the enemy's battle strength that I give advice, but now I think it's just in the way. Since we've decided to do it, of course we have to do it to the end, but if we panic now, we can't do it. Do something. Silence the King of Wisdom with commands. Understood. Best action, recommending demon calling. Well, isn't that doing it pretty well? If you don't have enough combat power, just increase your combat power, is that what you mean? By the way, I've pushed back the evolution of the demoness trio, so let's just get it done while it lasts. I'll make the most of it right here. And then beat the enemy to a pulp. Sensing our presence, Veilgrin's eyes widened slightly from surprise. What's that Fortress of Dreams thing? She really seemed to think that relying on that thing sealed my move. That kind of thing, as long as there is the King of Wisdom calculations, it is not even a problem. I was connected to my companions by a soul corridor. Just follow this link and finding the location coordinates is a breeze. Even if I was made to go to another dimension, it was still possible to come back through space transfer. Benimaru and the others have gone on alert to protect me and the capital city of Rimuru, which is far behind. So I can feel comfortable doing what I want to do. Testarossa, Ultima, Carrera. Can you still move? Lord Rimuru. That's natural. It doesn't matter, there's no problem. If my lord asked me that, how could I not answer? The three gave 3 answers, and all of them seemed to be fine with their injuries. It's a relief for the time being. Then I don't need to worry about it. As a move to liberate Veldora, take the King of Wisdom offer and summon a demon. However, someone came in the way. Was it already judged that I was a threat? Kondo immediately took action. Although I was at a distance that a pistol round could not reach, he did not care to fire directly at me with the gun raised. The velocity of the shot reached tens of times the speed of sound. I thoroughly grasped the details of this attack with the assistance of 1,000,000 times faster thinking. My mind silently chanted, "Quickly give me defense." The King of Wisdom gave the response of, "Understood." Without question. Then the absolute defense of the King of Covenant invalidated its success without any problem, which was nothing compared to the blow to Veldora. Notice. Sensing the effect of barrier busting, invalidation successful. Continuing, capturing attacks that can disrupt mental and magical circuits, nullifying success. The result of the analysis and identification of this attack was determined to be the ultimate skill King of Execution. From now on, starting implementation of the relevant countermeasures, I didn't listen to any of these analyses of the King of Wisdom. I glanced at Kondo and Damrada and the rest, judging that these people could be dealt with later. The attack that Kondo had just made against Veldora was a threat, but since he hadn't used it again, there should be some reason. Is it something you don't want to use, or can't use? The speed of that attack was close to the speed of light, and there was no way to dodge it once it got close. However, if you pull away, you'll be able to deal with it as long as you're not careless. The attack didn't work. Kondo didn't leave the ship without meaning to, presumably to guard Rudra, then I wouldn't have a problem even ignoring this guy. Then, I uttered the words. "Come out, demons." The demon from above summoned the gate of creation. A huge magical array appeared in the sky, and a door full of ominous aura emerged from it. This thing can transcend time and space and call the demons who have a connection with me to it. The first to appear in response to my call was the demoness trio. Then, 2 demon mages and 4 superior demon generals also appeared behind them, along with the 600 demons who were their dependents. In other words, the bulk of the Black Legion's battle force was already assembled here. Kufufufu. Lord Rimuru, I have sent my men to protect the city. As expected of Diablo. Even without saying anything, he could understand what I wanted. Except for Venom, who followed Masayuki's side as an escort, all the others who could move freely arrived. Benimaru also took back the command originally given to Moss and began issuing orders to the entire army. Even if I don't say anything, the support posture is all right. That being the case, hurry up and get the ceremony over with before someone comes out of the way. After falling to the ground, the demons knelt before me. At the top of the list were the demoness trio, and I wonder if they didn't feel that they hadn't fulfilled my orders and had suddenly become very honest. I'm so sorry. The demons are all bowing their heads to me in gratitude. No, there's nothing for everyone to apologize for. The purpose of stalling Veilgrind had been sort of accomplished. I'm also responsible for failing to see through the parallel existence trick this time. That kind of stuff can never be predicted if it's not known in advance. If one fears the fantastic power that might exist, then one cannot formulate any combat strategy, and this time there really is nothing one can do. Besides, the Testarossa trio's battle gave me quite a bit of reference, so it was definitely not meaningless. As much as it was tempting to pass on the gratitude, I'll let them know later. I gave stern orders to the demons. Listen well, I will now grant you power. However, you are not allowed to fall asleep because of this. All of you, like Diablo, hold back on the spot and evolve. I also find my request unreasonable. I originally practiced the doctrine of not imposing on others what I could not do myself. It was clear that I had fallen into evolutionary sleep due to the influence of the evolutionary demon lord, but I ordered the demons under my command to endure the situation. In fact, I think it's too much to ask, but this is not the time for such grandstanding. If anyone can't keep up with me, they'll just have to toss it first. Was it sensing these intentions of mine that the trio of demonesses wore fearless smiles as they waited for my next words? Can you do it? That's natural. Of course. As the Lord wishes. There was confidence in the expressions of all three female demons. I gave them my souls without hesitation. I don't even have to think about what to do if it fails. If these three get out of control and storm off as a feint to exploit it, that's fine. My priorities will not waver. It is for this reason that I have gifted my next words to the demons who began their evolution. You can make all the noise you want, no matter what kind of death or destruction you spread, but you will not be allowed to die, nor will you be allowed to run and get in my way. While I liberate Veldora, you will hold the enemy at bay with your own shields. While saying no death, the demons were ordered to lay down their lives. So capricious, that's me. The sister of Lord Veldora, what are you going to do about her? Diablo asked me so. That kind of thing was decided a long time ago. No problem. If you dare to get in her way, you'll be my enemy. You don't have to worry about swallowing her. Hearing this, Diablo smiled as if he were happy. Not only Diablo, but others as well. Fearlessly smiling Benimaru. Sue's shadow of a sneer was revealed. With a smile on her face, Shion began to do preparatory exercises. Everyone is my reliable companion. I'll take care of the cleaning up. I nodded. Yeah. So, go ahead and kill the enemy. As you wish. That's all right. That way, there were no worries and I could concentrate on the Veldora problem. So, I turned my attention to Veldora. While I was making preparations, Veilgrind also seemed ready to meet him, and she received the magicules transferred by Veldora, which appeared to have returned in full. That kind of resilience is the real value of Veldora. Because he boasts a huge amount of mana, the storm dragon can help others recover in a very short time. That one, Veldora, is now showing hostility towards me. There was no doubt that he had become a puppet of Emperor Rudra. Veilgrind also seems to have a point, and it seems that I must be the opponent of two true dragon races at the same time. It's hard, but it's all up to me. It was also said to Diablo a moment ago that if Veilgrind became an enemy, it would be to exclude her. Wait for me, Veldora. I'm going to free you. After muttering so much, I spread my wings and flew into the sky. After Raimaru flew away, the people left behind quickly began to move. Benimaru grasped the situation of the battlefield and gave the appropriate instructions. At the same time, They gave orders to the subordinates who remained in the city through the communication network to quickly enter the emergency situation. Sue sent his own clone around to gather information. During all this, Diablo's excitement was at its peak. Kufafufafu. You see that, guys? Lord Rimuru, it's finally time to show his true strength. To such a Diablo, Shion was speechless in response. Fool. No matter what kind of Lord Rimuru, it is wonderful. To get excited and wait for the excitement to pass, what must be done now is to go and concentrate on crushing the enemy. Although it contains some strange arguments, Shion's words are spot on. It wasn't that they couldn't understand the consternation that would come with seeing Rimuru storm out in anger for the first time, but now was not the time to care about that. Just like Benimaru and the rest, it's the subordinates who clean up the miscellaneous soldiers. Moreover, Rimuru had issued an edict. To the subordinates that was the gospel. For the demons who had been summoned, it was even more of a supreme joy, their expressions filled with joy, their strength soaring because now was the time for them to come to their aid. Just how long the demons had waited with great anticipation for this summoning was evident by the attitude. As if to prove how strong Rimuru's anger was, the terrifying power of destruction was about to be unleashed to its fullest. The order was very simple. Kill them all. The demons who received this order ignited a sense of mission. All things are as our Lord wills. The demons, who no longer had anything to fear, rushed towards the battlefield together in order to be of use. However, wait a minute. That one comment from Diablo brought the whole crew to a halt in action. The demons simultaneously focused their eyes on Diablo. Diablo held up a hand, letting the demons relax first. Kufafufafu. Do you all understand? Not a single one of you is allowed to die, it was Lord Rimuru's holy decree. That is to say, if any of you die, you are committing a great sin that even we, the subordinates, cannot repay by surrendering our heads. Hearing Diablo declare so unmistakably, the demons fell silent. Diablo's smile is more about planting fear in the creature than intimacy. And Diablo's words are still very true without any room for rebuttal. The demons waited quietly for his next words. The opening is the Benimaru. Diablo is right. Maybe you are all immortal, but that kind of sophistry doesn't work. That kind of thing is no excuse for Lord Rimuru. The fact that after a while they can come back to life is no reason to be able to die. With these words, Benimaru corrected the demons' misunderstanding. All the demons realized their mistakes and became honest. Seeing all this, Diablo opened his mouth. For this reason it is necessary to assign the duties of each one beforehand. Sir Benimaru, could you please make the assignment? What are you going to do with yourself? With these words, Benimaru asked Diablo if he would also listen to his own assignments. Please leave me out. I'll take care of the other side if there's a mouse I care about. Hearing that answer, Benimaru just shrugged. It must have turned out that way anyway, he'd felt that way from the start. So it is. Forget it, do what you like. It's better to touch less of anything with Diablo involved, which has become the norm for Benimaru. After all, Diablo was a direct subordinate of Rimuru, and Benimaru had no license to command or order them. This time, it was Diablo who took the initiative to ask for help so that Benimaru could give orders to the demons. Then, Diablo, you are free to act. Moss, as before, gather intelligence from the battlefield and pass it back. We'll share it with the entire battlefield, according to Lord Rimuru's wishes. Diablo nodded. Moss also nodded without question. In fact, he had already scattered the clones, and at this moment was also conveying the information to Rimuru and Benimaru through thought communication. I won't let you leave me alone. Shion made such a statement in a condescending manner. Shion could actually use spatial shift, but she could only shift within the visual range after all, because she was very bad at calculating coordinates. Benimaru revealed a dark smile that took her for nothing, while nodding his head hard. Of course, you have to use your war power as well. The huge aura on the airship, 8 in addition to Emperor Rudra, was estimated to be bad to deal with, but at least not as outrageous as Lord Raimuru's chosen opponent. Even if Diablo isn't here, we should be able to figure something out. The battlefield side is also troublesome. More than 30,000 enemy reinforcements have gone to war in succession. The advice was from Sue. Of course, Benimaru had gotten a handle on this side as well. I know. Because of this, it was a race against time. I have ordered Gable to stall as long as he can, and we must bring the Emperor under our control before there are sacrifices. Hearing Benimaru boldly and fearlessly say so, Sue and Xion also nodded in response. Since Raimuru was so hopeful, Benimaru didn't object. He would go to great lengths to develop what he considered the best course of action in order to fulfill Raimuru's wishes, thoroughly execute stalling tactics on the battlefield, and then take out the most troublesome airships. In this way, it would in turn prevent the city from being attacked, or so Benimaru judged. By the way, Benimaru was referring to the true nature of the 8 huge auras, the other bodies that Veilgrind had left behind as insurance, and the single digits that had gathered on the airship. The latter included Lieutenant Kondo and Damrata, the 4 horsemen who guarded the Emperor, and the last one was Malcolm. Because no one was still hiding their aura now, Benimaru's unique skill Generalissimo was able to detect them. Just then, a piece of good news reached Benimaru. Response from Geld. Just now, it seems he has completed his evolutionary awakening. Geld, the Barrier Lord, has awakened, and with it, his men are beginning to awaken. Soon, they'll be joining in on the urban defense operation. That's great. Since Lord Geld is also involved in the defense, then it feels like it will be possible to remove the demon knights in the upper echelon from the urban defense operation. Are those guys coming under my command too? They can't move systematically if Venom doesn't move. Let them decide what to do, depending on the situation. Got it. Thus, after a brief consultation, the subordinates decided on their respective duties. All that was left was to start acting with the conviction of certain victory, but there was one more thing Benimaru needed to confirm. So, you guys can still fight, right? Benimaru asked so to Testarossa and the girls. There was nothing polite about the tone. Can you be expected to function as warriors? Benimaru asked with a clear meaning. Kufufafu. There's no need to ask. There's no need for any of my men to answer no at a time like this. Diablo turned his gaze to the demoness trio. With no pressure from Diablo, the 3 also stood up. Stupid question. Diablo can do it, so how could I not?
It's a little difficult, but we're okay with it.
Because we love to fight. Even if it is in response to my lord's expectations, I must not lose my temper again. Now is not the time to rest. To come in handy for Lord Raimuru, their wills are completely united. The same is true of their dependents in this case. The demons quickly completed their evolution. While feeling the greatest joy, waited for the long-awaited order. It was at this point that Testarossa, Ultima, and Carrera evolved into the true demon lords, as did Diablo. Becoming a corner of the strongest lineup in the world, a demon lord that is unquestionable even in the eyes of the demon public. In this way, all the members of the original 7 primordials were freed from all restrictions and became one being who had reached the same realm. Venom, who was a subordinate of Diablo, also became a demon lord, and those of Testarossa's men were also blessed with the name Evolution. Although Moss and Veyron were still demon nobles, their amount of magic element had increased to the point that they could rival an awakened demon lord. The other 4 demons, Ajira, Esprit, Zonda, and Sion, have also evolved into demon nobles who are above the demon lord race. Among all sorts of demons, they have literally evolved into supreme beings. However, even at the same level, there is still a clear gap of strength between individuals, with differences in knighthoods defining their class gap. Moss became an archduke who could match the king. Veyron is duke rank. Ajira is a marquis. Esprit is earl class. Cian and Zonda are viscounts. On a digression, Venom was also recognized for the Baron rank. Among the remaining demons, there were born several superior demons who could become commanders, and these demons, whose rank was equivalent to a knighthood, would then work for a long time to achieve the purpose of being officially knighted. The other demons, which were close to 600 in number, had all turned into superior demon knights whose strength could rival that of the superior demons. All to be useful for Rimuru, to become stronger. The demons complete the evolution. The entire demon crew showed a will to go to war. Benimaru nodded with satisfaction. All right. I look forward to your performance. Just like that, the trio of demonesses and their inner circle joined the battle against the flying airship with such urgency that Benimaru actually intended to do so initially, so there was no hesitation in giving the instructions. So, Miss Testarossa.
I'd like to give you the job of sweeping up the trash, is that okay?
Well, no problem. It's very simple. Wait, we want to do this too. It's easy for us to do, too. Benimaru gave the order to Testarossa, but Ultima stepped in cross-leggedly. However, Benimaru wasn't angry about it. It doesn't really matter who does it, but the spaceship has to stay. It will be a battlefield for us and Emperor Rudra. Kufufufu. Ultima, it was I who asked Lord Benimaru to assign the duties. If you disagree with this, you are disobeying me. You think this through before you speak. Lucky for Ultima, Diablo is in the best mood right now. Normally, Ultima would have been sanctioned just for making the statement she just made. It was only because Diablo was in a good mood that he merely scolded her. Che, that's a shame. But it's true, this job is not for us. Let's obey Mr. Benimaru's instructions. Ultima also found herself behaving badly as soon as she opened her mouth. It made Ultima feel a little relieved to be able to carry the topic through like this and pretend to agree that she was no longer stubborn. Sometimes Ultima can fail by being too naive, but the unexpected also knows how to act by watching the atmosphere. It's on. With this announcement, Benimaru communicated the content of their duties to the remaining members. First, Benimaru gave the job of eliminating the knights on the Emperor's flagship to Testarossa. He then went on to list the names of the members who participated in the raid. 4 have been identified: Shion, Sue, Ultima, and Carrera. Of course, Benimaru himself was scheduled to participate in the raid. Emperor Rudra, for the most part, will not make a move. Even if he did take action, it would simply be a matter of crushing it, so the real enemy we need to defeat is Lord Veilgrin's other body on the airship, and the remaining 7 single digits. That being the case, this side doesn't have the battle strength to deal with 1 person each. I'll take care of the 2 enemies. Otherwise, it wouldn't hurt for me to deal with 3 enemies alone. Benimaru stopped Shion from continuing with these grand words. Wait, Shion. And while you're right, it's not good to take away these guys' jobs. What Benimaru's eyes were pointing to were Veyron and the others who were waiting with anticipation for instructions. Listen, you must not be careless. Leaving only the necessary numbers, we're going to attack with maximum combat power. And of course, Her Excellency Testarossa, who cleaned up the trash, must join in. I can't ask for more. Hearing Benimaru's words, Testarossa showed a voluptuous smile. It would be an unbearable humiliation in Testarossa's opinion if there was nothing to do after sweeping away the stray fish, although, unlike Ultima, she wouldn't voice her displeasure. If Benimaru really ordered Testarossa to stay, she would always feel displeased no matter what. In order to keep anyone from escaping from that flying ship, let's leave 100 watchmen behind. The remaining 500 upper demon knights, I want them to support the Gable line, but who's going to be in command? In that case, Cian is more appropriate. He's been my old man for as long as Moss has, and is good at chores. Cian, who was mentioned by name, raised his head, wondering if he was happy to be remembered by Testarossa, his eyes a little moist. All right. Then Cian, you go over there now. Yes, I know. Cian immediately sprang into action, leaving his own 100 dependents behind, and flew off with all the other Black Legionnaires on the spot. With these reinforcements, Gable should be able to avoid being wiped out. And so the course was set. That is, first a preemptive attack by Testarossa, then a select group of elites burst into the airship. Finally, the Emperor's flagship siege was blocked off by 100 upper-ranking demon knights. To break into the enemy's line, the subordinates of Benimaru, Xion, and Diablo, plus the 3 demon lords and 4 demon princes, will also be heading to the battlefield. Veyron, Ajira, Esprit, Zonda, be grateful for being chosen. Carrera said so, but she must have been happier than anyone in person. Kufufufu. So, everyone, good luck in your battles. After the topic was over, Diablo smiled and said greetings to everyone. The first to respond to him was Testarossa. Woo hoo 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 hoo, then hear ye well, and if any man shall live from my blessing, settle him well. Even an enemy can't let them get away with it. Understand? To her own dependents, Testarossa gave orders to go and be a hound. To the demons, it was actually not necessary to say any more than that it was their mission, but no one put that out there. Until then, can anyone really withstand the attacks of the current Testarossa? Instead, it's a matter of thinking about it. After giving the order to the subordinates, Testarossa immediately set off in the direction of the prey. Next, Benimaru they also flew into the sky. The others were not to be outdone. The other demons also immediately scattered, and in the blink of an eye, the encirclement of the Emperor's flagship was completed. The showdown in the sky was about to begin. Originally everyone thought so. Ultima and Carrera were about to start acting as well, when the former suddenly thought of something and cocked her head. So, what are you responsible for, Diablo? When she heard Ultima's question, Carrera, who was so concerned, turned her head back. Diablo had a look of something exposed. However, he didn't panic, just smiled and answered the 2 female demons. So, I have other important work to do. Seeing his smile made Ultima and Carrera feel even more suspicious. You said there was a mouse, who exactly? Carrera began to pursue it that way. That's not what you need to know.
Okay, wait a minute.
Diablo, I don't think it's a good idea to keep something from everyone. Exactly. Isn't it important to share information, too, of Rimuru-sama? After being spat at like that, Diablo had to answer too. And I, with the courage of Lord Rimuru, have this noble mission. This is very important work and I can't entrust it to you. So he had the audacity to say such stupid things. It's a good thing Benimaru isn't here anymore. However, even if he were still here, it would probably just be complete silence. However, Ultima and Carrera could not accept this. What's that? We'd like to see Lord Rimuru come alive too. You wait a minute, it'll have to be detailed. Do you want to have the sweet spot all to yourself? Even if you're our boss, it's a bit unreasonable. This was a really natural reaction from Ultima and Carrera. Ultima thought. Why didn't Benimaru himself question Diablo so much when he was still around? Carrera sensed the unfavorable situation. Things would be different if Testarossa was still in the situation, and Ultima and herself alone could not do anything about Diablo. Oh yeah, you guys seem a little upset, huh? Of course we do. We will obey, but we cannot accept. Diablo also thought about it. I can't help it. So, I'll tell you the truth. In fact, there's a man amongst the enemy who can manipulate foreign space. I think it's probably Lord Veilgrind, and if imprisoned by that, I'm afraid the connection to the present world will be cut off. I see, if that's the case, who really is better off staying? Diablo nodded with a good-natured face. That's how it is. As much as I want to fight, it's a shame. In this way he could justify himself, Diablo snickered inwardly. Diablo's mind is so high and his ability to make excuses is second to none, which is why he's the black partner that Rimuru relies on when he's troubled. However, Ultima's ability to cut to the heart's content was also sharp. So, who's the little mouse? Diablo smacked his tongue in his chest. It was good to watch Rimuru and Veilgrind fight, but the delay of the obstructors in leaving still made him impatient. What a pity, Ultima. I thought if it was you, even if I don't know, you'd be able to detect it. With a somewhat obnoxious expression, Diablo answered Ultima. There was no need to hide it anyway, so he answered honestly. That's Yuki Kagurazuka. I just scouted out the scent of the flying airship, but there was no match for Yuki. If he's just lurking somewhere inside the ship, it's not a problem, but if he comes out and interferes with Lord Rimuru, he can't be left alone, can he? Indeed, it will be against Lord Rimuru's decree.
Well, it's never okay for someone to run out and interfere with Lord Rimuru.
That's how it is. Since we don't know the purpose of the little mouse yet, we must have at least one person left behind to keep an eye on Rimuru-sama. Diablo's heartfelt reasons for wanting to watch Rimuru fight were half of the reasons, and the other half were premised on the completion of his duties. However, the truthful side is a bit higher. All in all, Ultima and Carrera were finally approving, and while they were ultimately disgruntled, they also acknowledged that Diablo was right. Let's just forget it. Let's just take it out on the people over there. Well, let it go. No one will complain if I make a scene, right? That's for sure. Otherwise, it wouldn't hurt for you to get rid of Rudra. Well, that does seem like fun too. Well, you can have your seat here. Right. Let's go make a scene and let off some steam. Yes, Diablo nodded his head with one force. That level of flattery would have been too cheap to get the two pillars to accept in the first place. If they went late, the benefits would be taken away from them all, and Carrera and Ultima hurried away with such talk. Please do your best. Diablo watched the two leave with a smile on his face. Next, Diablo also flew into the sky in order to follow Rimuru. After everyone has left. Laplace thought this. No one is looking at his family. Being left behind by the crowds made Laplace feel a little lonely. In that case, let's go save Lady Kagali. After greeting the clearing where no one was, Laplace also left the place, and then, without anyone's knowledge, things have changed. Demons that evolved in response to Rimuru's rage. They rebuilt their flesh at an alarming rate, gaining new abilities, all through a food chang, returning the accumulated power for a period of time unknown to Rimuru. As of just a moment ago, there was the awakening of Geld. Again, the demons do not reason with evolution. Others who have not yet awakened will join them soon. All of this does not simply stop at the awakening evolutionary stage. All were managed efficiently, making it an important factor in the increase of Rimuru's power. More effective and better suited for real-world combat. Even the upper limit, which no one yet knows, is to be exceeded, and Rimuru's power is waiting for the moment to be liberated. There were several men in the bow of the Emperor's flagship. With Rudra at the head, Kondo and Damrada were standing behind him, while the surrounding four corners were guarded by a sequence of 3 to 6 4 knights. Malcolm also stood behind Kondo, and all the remaining digits had been gathered in this place. To Rudra's right, it was Veilgrind's fixed position, and in order to protect Rudra in case of any eventuality, she had left the last of her other bodies here. However, in order to focus her energies on the battle with Rimuru, the present Veilgrind let the body sit in the settled chair, then drew consciousness from it to make it snuggle up against Rudra. Rudra tenderly stroked Veilgrind's blue hair in this state and looked out at the outgoing demon Lord Rimuru with a hateful mutter. That's an exception. It was a lapse in judgment on my part. The first thing that should be taken care of is the slime. This is tantamount to declaring that the battle is not over. Until just now, this place was in the midst of a victory celebration for the capture of Veldora. Now, however, there isn't even a hint of that vibe left. They all have recognized Rimuru as an enemy. Led by the manifested demon Lord Rimuru, even the subordinate level monsters had returned, but at this time, Rudra and others were still more subdued. Humph, to have escaped from the dream fortress, we seem to be underestimating them. Is it because the owner, who is the source of the power, was taken away from him that he came back alive? Rudra snorted. However, after witnessing Kondo's attack being nullified by Rimuru, he also had to look at the whole situation cautiously. More to the point, it's the demons that Rimuru summons that are the problem. Flesh-bearing ascendant demons were troublesome enough, but Rimuru had strengthened the demons again in front of the crowd. Because it was not clear what he had done, he was certainly wary of it. Tensura, you have no mercy, do you? Of course. The boundary breaker and the spell breaker, both of which are ineffective against them, seem to be opponents that I can't defeat without using my true skills. Kondo made a reply, looking at Demon Lord Rimuru and also generating thoughts of his own lapse in judgment. Like Rudra said, he also considered Rimuru to be an extremely dangerous opponent. Before the priority was to capture Veldora, it seems that was wrong. Instead of going after just one of them, they should go after both Veldora and Rimuru. Even though this is now perceived, the situation has changed. Kondo knew that Demon Lord Rimuru was an enemy with whom one could not be careless. That's why he uses tactics to trap his opponent in a trap and dispose of it separately when he's ready. At first, it was thought that by taking away Veldora, Rimuru's patron, Rimuru would naturally succumb. Yet now, Kondo's judgment was a muddle. In the same way that Rimuru is a counter-scaled being to Veldora, Veldora is a counter-scaled being to Rimuru. It was because Kondo was the first to realize that he had touched his opponent's reverse scales that he was quicker than everyone else to take care of Rimuru. The attack used is the Boundary Breaker and Spell Breaker, which are Kondo's strongest attacks at this time when the kamikaze shot is not available. However, it turned out to be a trick that didn't hurt Rimuru at all and couldn't even stop him from moving. If you take away Veldora, the source of your power, you will become a powerless demon lord. That's not true at all. It was a raging, tyrannical will because allies were taken from them. It should be thought of this way. Don't be lenient. If you don't use ultimate skills to challenge, you'll lose. Kondo made such a judgment. Since he said so, the four horsemen can't win either. Let him try the power of the newly arrived Veldora first. Without Kondo needing to ask, Rudra understood how threatening Rimuru was. Still, he made a point of illustrating it so that it would be a point of consensus for all present. Single digits are the strongest that Rudra has worked so hard to assemble. It is for this reason that the enemy's level of threat must now be allowed to become their consensus, and they must be reminded to avoid errors of judgment at critical moments. Rimuru is indeed a threat, but not an unscrupulous opponent as long as he's not careless, but it is also now necessary to avoid the loss of battle power that is not easily gathered. Rudra remained cautious at all times until the final grand showdown began. He is hoping to challenge Guy with the lineup intact. From the status quo, it's close to victory. The capture of Veldora brought great advantage to the Empire. In Rudra's opinion, it was just one step away from drawing the finishing characters for his and Guy's long-running wins. A lapse at such a time is never allowed. So, to be sure, Rudra chose to let Veldora take on Rimuru, and with Veilgrin's support, he was sure that nothing would happen to him. In the meantime, it was up to Kondo and the others to deal with Rimuru's minions, so that there should be no more problems. If possible, Rudra wanted to take Rimuru under his command as well, but since things had turned out that way, he had to rule it out. The real target, Veldora, was already in control, and the plan could not be allowed to spiral out of control because of the local demon lord. Originally, something like the demon lord was a very fragile existence compared to the true dragon race. It is for this reason that Rudra acknowledges Rimuru as a threat on the one hand, and determines that the battle is unlikely to fail on the other. The true dragon race is the most powerful in the world. Since he had two true dragons in his hands, Rimuru's defeat was inevitable, and it was only natural that Rudra would think so. But it wasn't as if nothing could make him care. At that time, why did Veldora stop resisting my domination? It's that little doubt. Given enough time, Rudra's domination would surely succeed in the end no matter what. Having realized this, Veldora gave up, which makes sense. However, Rudra always felt that there was more to the reason than that. The mere fact that Rudra was able to feel Veldora's anger intact through the king's power shows that the storm dragon is not the kind of character to give up easily. Could it be that Veldora was guarding something more important than himself? Such doubts lingered in Rudra's mind. If that's the case, the important thing. No, I don't think so. Rudra shook his head in denial. Veilgrind shifted back into human form and came to Veldora's side, then tenderly approached her brother's head and stroked his dragon scales. Good boy. The next time you wake up, we'll be companions. And then, I'll cherish you. Veilgrind already has a hunch that the long game is coming to an end. However, things will not be so simple. Suddenly, Rimuru appeared. The ill-advised obstructionist made Veilgrind's mood a lot worse. But at the same time, she also developed a bit of a sense of crisis. How the other party escaped from the dream fortress made her wonder. Then, in the presence of Veilgrind, who was pondering what to do next, things went in an unexpected direction. Rimuru summoned up a large number of demons and then granted them power as if deliberately done to the onlookers. This is provocation. It was too daring to show your card in front of Veilgrind and stop it if you could. That's not all. Testarossa and the other primordials, among the demons summoned by Rimuru, had evolved into the true demon lords, a higher being, somehow. Veilgrind, who had produced the above sentiment, had become completely wary of Rimuru. On top of that, there are other unusual parts. Rimuru's anger generated fluctuations that were actually on the same level as her brother Veldora. A mere slime who has become a demon lord, but with the same level of dominance as her own true dragon race, is a reality that makes Veilgrind unbelieving. That alone makes it clear that there must be something unusual going on. If only to hear such a report from someone else, Veilgrind would have thought it impossible and laughed it off, and since she had seen it with her own eyes, she could not believe it. In front of her eyes, this maiden-like demon lord continued to unleash unbridled waves of fury. This fluctuation couldn't be more clear about his danger. A human without patience would die instantly just from exposure to this fluctuation. No, it's not just humans. Any higher being that is not a superior being that can be called strong, a being defined by humanity as A-ranked, will die because it cannot resist. It's an overwhelming demon lord that can rival the true dragon race.
Okay, what to do now?
That slime is a being that even the primordials can take in. I thought the kid had been fooled by him, but it looks like I was seriously mistaken. If it's just Veldora, then it's possible that he's been tricked by him. However, it is impossible for that method to be effective against the cunning and sophisticated primordials. Understanding that, the plan must be amended. This demon lord's aura could show that there was something about demon lord Rimuru himself, and it would not be wrong to think of it that way. When you think about it, Veldora's growth has also been quite amazing. If it had been 300 years ago, Veldora would never have get Veilgrind hurt. However, he had become exceptionally good at fighting in only a short time from when the seal was lifted until now. The reason for Veldora's growth, which was far beyond her own expectations, was also due to the slime in front of her. I was going to go back to my home country one more time and make plans when my fatigue is gone. But there's no way around it. It feels like he'll be the bane of Rudra's existence if this slime isn't addressed here. Veilgrind made her decision. She took it upon herself to completely and utterly crush Rimuru. If we don't fix it now, the future is bound to be dangerous. That's Veilgrind's judgment. Although a lot of mana had been used up in the battle just now, she had recovered to a state of perfection after receiving the mana from Veldora. And for Veldora, even after that intense battle, the consumption was not much. In other words, Veilgrind wouldn't have any problems even if he fought at full strength next. Veilgrind leisurely shifts back into a fighting stance again. She discarded the idea that everything is just as it was supposed to be and thought she had won. It can be said that it was that kind of carelessness that led to the current situation. At that time, if Rimuru had been eliminated in the Dream Fortress, Rimuru would not have been able to summon the demons. In that case, the only question left is the final win against Guy. Thinking about it this way, the situation isn't great, but it's not the worst. The Empire still has a good chance of winning, and as long as there are no more mistakes, solving the enemy in front of us without problems should be possible. What happened next, however, was a bit of a bummer. Contrary to what Veilgrind had expected, there came only Rimuru alone over there. That's a win? If they all come at me, even I'll have to work on it. No matter how much Rimuru was worth guarding, it was impossible to lose as long as both herself and Veldora struck at the same time, or so Veilgrind thought. However, the battle has to be won and lost in one fell swoop. If the Demon Lord's men get in the way, there is a danger that the battle will be prolonged. That's why Veilgrind chose to go head-to-head a short time before something like that happened. She's the type who would follow her instinctive actions. Rudra. To Veldora, give the order to attack the Demon Lord Rimuru. Do you also feel the danger of that person as I do? That being the case, there's no need to hesitate. Veldora. In response to Veilgrind's request, Rudra unleashed the Kingship Unleashed. Rudra saw Rimuru as much of a danger as herself, which was a relief to Veilgrind. Since the Emperor was not careless, his own side would be sure to win. With two of the strongest true dragon seeds fighting against each other at the same time, it is unthinkable to lose. The terrible battle that is now about to begin. Rimuru darted towards the yo-yo-posed Veilgrind. And in front of Rimuru, Veldora snarled at the sky. The atmosphere shook with the roaring impact, and Veldora flew out. Veilgrind also followed him. Was he sure that he would be victorious? And after a roar, the opponent so directly began to attack for the elimination of Rimuru. As soon as Veldora came up, she gave her full strength, and the storm attack that even Veilgrind had suffered through, the roar of destruction, came at Rimuru. Notice. In anticipation of the storm's attack, we will unleash the absolute defense of the Covenant King with its ultimate power, neutralizing the wavelengths and rendering them ineffective. Contrary to the King of Wisdom who was ready to make an automatic defensive move, Rimuru suddenly issued a mandatory order. Idiot. Get out of the way. Although the King of Wisdom immediately obeyed this order, a part of the arithmetic realm was unable to understand Rimuru's intentions. The absolute defense that is proposed and then counterattack is the most appropriate answer among the various modes of action. However, Master Rimuru denied this, which made the King of Wisdom somewhat shaken. Although only a very small part of the field of arithmetic had a reaction, the King of Wisdom did produce chaos. Rimuru had also ignored the King of Wisdom many times before, but this time it was completely different. It was also because the King of Wisdom had fought with Rimuru for a long time, which led to such feelings. In the final analysis, as a skill or part of the laws of the world, it is unusual in itself to be able to feel like this, but the people involved are not aware of this fact. The roar of destruction swept past Rimuru, who had forced an evasive move. Immediately afterwards, the absolute defense that had normally been protecting Rimuru was penetrated, and a large explosion occurred at the place where Rimuru was just now, and the destructive power of the roar of destruction raged there. If the evasive action was one step slower, Rimuru's damage would have been inevitable. Witnessing this, the King of Wisdom's level of confusion rose again. Failure of calculation? No surprises? It cannot be understood that. Why did Rimuru get it? The calculations turned out to be perfect, without any mistakes. That being the case, the King of Wisdom began to retrieve information with the thought that he had missed a certain condition. However, even if one can easily outperform the speed of quantum computers, the reason is still unknown. Gone with the wind. It should be 100% defensible according to projections. The King of Wisdom couldn't help but say what he didn't have to say. It's hard to believe that the King of Wisdom is trying to justify it. A distinct skill's actually defending itself, something that would have been an impossibility, without anyone noticing it. It's still a battle and not an occasion for leisurely validation. The King of Wisdom in chaos was rebuked by Rimuru. Now is not the time to be dumb. Veldora has the King of Investigation. As I recall, there's something called probability manipulation or something like that, right? Hearing Rimuru say that, the King of Wisdom came to its senses. Yes, that's right. Why, it forgot something so important. It was strange, just then, the King of Wisdom felt something unusual. It can only be assumed that it has been interfered with by someone, but the exact reason remains unknown. It was not right to pass this on to Rimuru. The King of Wisdom hesitated. It can't find the reason, and out of pride, the King of Wisdom really didn't want to admit it. But if the status quo continues, the likelihood of damage to Rimuru is high. He should be told that the calculations turned out like this. But, to be branded as useless by Rimuru is to lose the meaning of existence as the Wisdom King Raphael. The mere consideration of these issues alone constitutes a betrayal of the master. The skill is surprisingly hesitant, a situation that is absolutely not allowed to exist. Just as the King of Wisdom was plunged into violent confusion, the words of Rimuru came. Veldora has always been so exaggerated, even if it overrides your perfect calculations, it's not incredible. More than that, don't falter at the slightest defeat. Predictions don't work for Veldora, but you don't need to worry about that. Don't think too much and believe in yourself. I'll be Veldora's opponent, you take on Veilgrind. It was enough to know that, said Rimuru. For Raphael, the King of Wisdom, who is just a skill, it's really like he's treating it as his own partner. Please. Opposite of us is two people, but so are you and I. It's up to you to choke Veilgrind, and I'll find a chance to free Veldora. So, you're going to hang in there anyway. Please, partner. These words soothed the confused and panicked thoughts of the King of Wisdom. Being relied upon? Even if you just made a mistake? Raphael, the King of Wisdom, had just done wrong, but Rimuru still trusted it. The master, who still needs what should be nothing more than an actor's self. The unease is gone. The King of Wisdom, who had found its usual confidence, responded. Understood. I see. From now on, we'll move on to the individual named Veilgrind. Yes, that's it. Rimuru, he is the beloved master of Raphael, the King of Wisdom, and is never a small being that can be imprisoned by the uncertainty of probability, so just take heart and trust him to follow his actions. At this point, Rimuru threw out a sentence as if it were nothing. And by the way, I haven't officially named you. I used to call you Master Raphael, the King of Wisdom, partner, or whatever. It's a little bit weird at a time like this, but I'll just officially give you a name. The King of Wisdom found it incomprehensible. The King of Wisdom felt full of wonder. That is, confused. That is, rejoice. That is, the expression of feelings. These unaccountable uncertainties that emerge make it impossible for the King of Wisdom to hide its own overwhelming. What was the master saying? The King of Wisdom was in a state of confusion. But at the same time, also comprehended Rimuru's intentions. With Veldora taken away, Rimuru should have grieved more than anyone else, but even in these circumstances, he was still looking out for others. Rimuru, that's who it is. Let's see. How about Seal? You've always taught me so much, so let's just call you Seal. How is it? It may not be satisfying, but just bear with it. If you have an opinion, go take it out on that red dragon. Note, the Japanese word or oshieru means to teach. Shortening this to 3 syllables is shairu, which can be read quickly as Seal. This is from the web novel version of the translation, which is relatively high in recognition. As if to hide his shyness, Rimuru said so. Wisdom King Raphael, no, Seal experienced a fullness of emotion that a skill would not have otherwise felt. I am now, in eternal bliss. Yes, indeed thinking. Meanwhile, the time of evolution has come. This is the moment when Manas, Seal was born from the ultimate power, the king of wisdom. I am Manas, Seal. I am the theosophy nucleus, the unifier of abilities. With the soul of Lord Rimuru, the secondary executor of the Master. I'll be looking out for you forever, Lord Rimuru. Seal thought so. There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. In a situation that should be considered a crisis, it does not feel dangerous. Oh. I'm the one? How do you like that? Just hearing that from Rimuru alone, Seal was overcome with happiness. Then show your strength. To be ordered by Rimuru was the highest reward for Seal. As you wish, Lord Rimuru. Wisdom King Raphael awakens and becomes Seal. Then in order to fulfill Rimuru's wish, its power began to blossom even further. At Rimuru's command, the King of Wisdom, no, it was Seal now, launched a meet and greet operation against Veilgrind. Veilgrind's searing spit was approaching, easily defended by the absolute defense of the Covenant King Uriel. Veilgrind, who had witnessed the scene, was dumbfounded by the exaggeration of the situation. Rightfully so, Veilgrind had no mercy on Rimuru. The scorching breath had already been strengthened by the King of Charity, and it was impossible to defend against it with a mere barrier. As a matter of fact, as long as it wasn't possible to perfectly see through Veilgrind's attack and the level was higher than her existence, then the blow was bound to cost the enemy something, but there wasn't even a sign of fatigue on Rimuru. Even the Testarossa trio, the Primordials, could not have done such a thing as receiving a Veilgrind blow in dragon form without injury. Since it was possible to do such a thing with a blank face, it meant that an attack that wasn't thorough enough wouldn't work against the demon lord named Rimuru. Even though she was very unhappy about it, Veilgrind was still thinking calmly. In terms of the amount of mana, Veilgrind prevails, so it's possible that the loss is in the nature of the ability. Or rather, Demon Lord Rimuru possesses complete resistance for heat attacks. More than annoyed, Veilgrind chose to keep trying. It's like dealing with Veldora, creating incomplete bodies and then shooting out 11 rays of light. Nuclear strike magic, the thermal beam cannon. On top of this, 11 heads also emitted scorching spit at the same time. These 22 heat rays make up a multi-segmented attack that contains heat that even asteroids can easily vaporize. If one eats this move and is still unscathed, it is tantamount to proving that the heat attack is indeed ineffective against Rimuru. As a result, even Veilgrind had to admit it. The heat rays, which intersected as if the escape route were all blocked, were finally collected on Rimuru. Then, all were bounced off by the unfurled shield of light from Rimuru. Geez, what a bummer. It's almost like it's all calculated, perfectly defended with minimal movement. Very unpleasant, Veilgrind indignantly said. Even if the heat attack was ineffective against Rimuru, the attack just now was almost meaningless and inexcusable. Even if it was more or less somewhat depleted, as long as there was an absolute difference in the amount of mana, Veilgrind's victory would remain unassailable. The status quo, however, was that Rimuru's energy consumption rate was close to zero. In that case, the delay would end with Veilgrind falling into exhaustion first. Figuring that out, Veilgrind decided to make the most of it, and now there was another fact that made her unhappy. Rimuru just glanced at Veilgrind at first, then stopped looking this way. He concentrated on Veldora and treated Veilgrind as if he didn't give a damn. Instead of using a shield during the battle with Veldora, Rimuru chose to dodge all attacks. Only when there is nothing else to do, an attack of the same nature will be used to counteract Veldora's moves, but when faced with Veilgrind's attacks, that shield of light will just be used. Even though magic sense is able to perceive all around itself, this attitude is obvious. In a sense, this amounts to declaring that Veilgrind is not a threat at all. Such an approach offended Veilgrind's scales. I'll make you regret underestimating me. The tall and arrogant Veilgrind, decided to make the most powerful attack on her hands. Veilgrind condensed a large magic power while looking at Rimuru, who was ignoring her, with a hateful look. She then applied this magic to her body. The support of the King of Charity and the speeding up power as a symbol of her heat start the two side by side for their own words. This allows for a forced increase in calories, i.e., exercise capacity. In this way, it became possible for Veilgrind to move at thousands of times the speed of sound, that is, at speeds close to the fastest in the physical world. So what if the creature of power's action is someone other than Veilgrind? Although Veilgrind, who was both a spiritual being and possessed of physical endurance, could increase her motion energy without any problem, could the others withstand such acceleration? The answer is no. Forced continuous acceleration would be too much for any living body's flesh to bear. Even spiritual lifeforms were the same, and even intelligence was converted to energy, which sooner or later would lead to a thermal collapse. And that's exactly what Veilgrind's. Die. Not a shred of meat left for you to crumble away. The scorched dragon accelerated up. The strongest attack that even the scorching embrace can't surpass. In the scorched dragon accelerated reed, Veilgrind poured out her full power. It was created in response to the day of the showdown that would come one day, and it was a hidden stunt to use against Velzado. It would have been too much of a waste to use this move on the local demon lord, but the furious Veilgrind couldn't care about that anymore. With the roar of the true scorched dragon, the wave of destruction was liberated towards Rimuru. The ultimate blow unleashed by the scorched dragon is just as powerful as the highest speed Veilgrind's restraint, capable of instantly collapsing any substance. The enemy would be buried by a speed that no one could evade. If it was Rimuru, who was concentrating on Veldora, it would be too late by the time he realized it. No, Rimuru should have been wiped out of the world without even having time to understand what was going on. I'd like to make him regret insulting me, but I don't have time for that, so that's the only thing I regret. With that kind of absolute confidence, Veilgrind began to confirm the outcome of the attack. Upon seeing Rimuru standing there unharmed, Veilgrind was completely stunned. How? It couldn't be. Veilgrind even suspected something was wrong with her eyes. An absolute hit that can't be evaded, one that can take it down without injury, should not exist. Even the demon lord, Guy Crimson, or her sister, the white ice dragon, Velzado, this blow was secretly powerful enough to bring them down. Veilgrind originally thought so. Unharmed? That's not possible. This is capable of affecting any of the barriers or defense system abilities. My scorched dragon accelerated reed. What did you do? Veilgrind agitated. It's fine if it's counteracted by some means, but it's absolutely impossible to invalidate it with something like the barrier. This fact, which Veilgrind couldn't understand, made her lose her cool. Rimuru opened his mouth and answered. That move is indeed dangerous, but a straightforward attack like that would be easy to eat? In fact, the response to Veilgrind was all seal, and by reaching the perfect realm of reckoning, seal induced the opponent's attack pattern. For seal, Rimuru's business came first before anything else. In order to keep Veilgrind out of Rimuru's way, seal completely blocked her as ordered. The nature of power is analyzed, and effective response strategies are selected and implemented. The shield of light that has special effects on Veilgrind's powers is one of them. The present seal, aptly known as the unifier of abilities, had placed all of Rimuru's ultimate skills at his disposal. What seal had just done was to unleash the king of gluttony for predation. After instantly understanding the nature of Veilgrind's scorched dragon accelerated excitation, in order to isolate the effects caused by this move, seal had isolated it into the stomach pouch, which had now evolved into infinite space. The attack just now was indeed enough to eliminate Rimuru. It is impossible to defend against it by ordinary means, and even with the King of Wisdom's calculating power, it would be impossible to cope with it. Seal, however, was different. The difference between an evolved seal and the King of Wisdom was not in one dimension. No matter what kind of enemy attack it is no longer a problem as long as it sees through its essence correctly. As if to prove it, Seal used the King of Gluttony perfectly. First, isolate it like this, and then slowly absorb the energy from the infinite space. In this way, the void space of the King of Gluttony became a means of defense beyond even the absolute defense of the King of Covenant. It's no wonder Veilgrind was so surprised. Even Rimuru himself, the defense was complete before he had a chance to think about how dangerous that move was. It was only in order to keep Veilgrind from sensing this that he responded to the other in that provocative-like tone. Seal's strategy didn't end there, starting to match Rimuru with a smooth rhythm that hadn't existed before, ready to turn the conversation into a weapon and push Veilgrind even further into extinction. What does Veilgrind think? You gotta be kidding me. You said you ate it? My strongest move, the Scorched Dragon acceleration? Just like that, because she couldn't understand Rimuru's words, she was still fighting but she was at a loss. Although it was only for a moment, it was also a fatal lapse. The arrogant attack was dumbfounded, and I'm sorry when you were hit hard. But you're not going to forget that we're still in a fight, are you? It was too late when asked such a question by Rimuru. There was no hesitation for Seal to act, and Rimuru endorsed its full action. The measurement of the amount of Veilgrind's mana has been completed, and after considering its nature and power characteristics, it is judged that it is possible to seal it for a period of several hundred seconds with Heat Break Prison. Now start. Without Veilgrind noticing, the cascading spell formation was complete. It was a combination of the infinite prison of the Covenant King Uriel and the hot space, a synthetic ability that Seal had just devised to deal with Veilgrind. Veilgrind was imprisoned. All the elements of this combat airspace had been grasped by Seal's arithmetic perception. The temperature, the humidity, the gravity, the flow of the wind, the sunlight, the heartbeat of life, all of these phenomena are nothing more than a dance in the hands of the Seal. Therefore, no matter what Veilgrind does again, it is no longer possible to disengage from this airspace. Seeing the glow of the Heat Break Prison that had been unleashed after Seal's declaration made Veilgrind feel a wave of dizziness. I can't believe it, it's that simple. The humiliation of being posed by Rimuru made the true Red Dragon's body tremble. However, no matter how much Veilgrind struggled, the Heat Break Prison remained unmoved. Just be honest for a while. When Veldora is liberated, I'll play with you. These words proclaimed the defeat of Veilgrind. I admit I lost this time. But I still have the parallel existence, and I can't stop it as long as I have the Soul Corridor, the Heat Break Prison. There was still one more move available to Veilgrind. She just had to give up her current body, but she could transfer most of her own energy back to the other body that had remained with Rudra as insurance. So it wasn't over yet, and Veilgrind, while enduring the full humiliation, began to move cautiously. It must not be noticed by Rimuru, it must be done slowly. Through the Soul Corridor, Veilgrind transfers a little bit of hair magic away. Totally unaware that this was exactly what Seal wanted as a result. It was once the King of Wisdom. Alas, it is Seal now. Since I didn't seem to be in good shape, I tried to come up with a name on a whim, and it seemed happier than I expected. After all, Seal's response was no longer the mechanical one it had been hitherto, but rather a smooth response, and the tone became very human-like. I also feel that Seal has become strong to the point of terror. Just now it was as if it had never existed, and now Seal was in excellent shape. It had also gone into automatic combat several times before, but the use of skills back then was completely incomparable to the current Seal. Even Veilgrind, who I felt possessed an overwhelming threat, was no match for Seal at all. First inducing Veilgrind to launch a must-kill move, then aiming for the moment when the amount of mana decreases after her big move, the battle Seal has designed is simply perfect. It's easy to put words in my mouth by combining the abilities I possess to form an effect that can deal with Veilgrind's traits, but the exact degree of arithmetic required to make such a thing possible is completely beyond me. Most importantly, I lost to Veilgrind in the amount of mana. In other words, In order to block the enemies above me at this level of strength, Seal efficiently used her advantageous attributes to build a targeted heat break prison. In other words, she flexes her skills according to her opponent's situation, and this kind of random strain can be called something like an algorithm-bound prison. It was because of being able to achieve such a thing that Seal was able to achieve complete victory against Veelgrind. The key to this battle lies in being able to withstand the attacks of Veelgrind. As much as I believe in Seal's calculations, if I take one wrong step, I'll be the one who's finished. Why do I trust Seal so much? It's simple, because I've already said I'm here to be Veldora's opponent, and Veelgrind is to be left to Seal to settle, and I think Seal can definitely do it. And then, Seal also responded to my expectations perfectly, no, above and beyond. Using a variety of abilities more deftly than myself, the task was accomplished brilliantly. As my partner, I'm more impressed with Manus, Seal than I used to be. The unexpected miscalculation made Seal reliable, but I didn't forget my original purpose. I have to free Veldora as soon as possible before Veelgrind can act again. Speaking of which, how many seconds does that thing seal Veelgrind's moves? Even if Veelgrind struggles any longer, there are still 200 seconds left in the duration of the heat break prison. Therefore, that worry is unwarranted. So, what did you say? While the mere gain of 200 seconds was enough to be appreciated, Veelgrind was still a threat. So I can't just ignore her. No. As expected, Veelgrind turned to evasive action. Now that she understands that she can transfer her energy through the soul corridor, I think she'll try to transfer it instead of sticking to this other body. Hey. Since any other body could be called the main body, there was no need to forcefully destroy the heat break prison. No, that's not it. Seal saw through that, and deliberately prepared a retreat for Veelgrind. That's right, Veelgrind's trump card shows too much. Veelgrind has not only shown us parallel existence as if it were a show of bragging rights, but has also fought with the Demoness Trio and Veldora. All of these situations. Under Seal's watch, the analysis material is also very complete. The fact that Veelgrind has the power of parallel existence does not mean that she can endlessly create other bodies. That's why the Seal went to measure the amount of magic element in Veelgrind, and managed to remit the total value. In this way, one can understand how many other bodies one needs to knock down afterwards. But Seal took advantage of that in turn. She had seen through Veelgrind's insurance technique and had induced the other to use that method to escape. After all, with the power of convenience, I would use it as a means of insurance. However, my separate body can't reproduce the ultimate skill, so it's really not the same as other body. Although I was a little upset, I had to admit that I was not as skilled as others. In the end, the seemingly omnipotent parallel existence can only be used as a bait or against an opponent that is inferior to itself. Well, it's still super useful as insurance, and depending on the opponent's situation, it can also be a big battle force. Several methods can be thought of for effective use, but none feel very effective against opponents who are on the same level as or above themselves. Seal has exposed this weakness. That said, the algorithm is already a bit intimidating. All makes one wonder if future predictions were made, all exactly as Seal had expected. To this extent I can only be stunned, but Seal is my partner. Better to stop worrying about the excess and get the point across. For Seal, even the strongest dragon race like Veelgrind can be played with. Well, I can't lose then, I know. But just to be on the safe side, in order to get things done for the next 200 seconds, let's go all out on Veldora from now on. Come help me, Seal. As you wish. No, Seal and I looked directly at the original target, Veldora. Seal bought valuable time. Though short, it is the equivalent of infinity for us. If we can't use this time effectively, then it's a shame on us. It's not about being able to do it, it's about doing it. With this realization, I began to approach Veldora again. It is no longer for such negative reasons as Guy's commissioning that Veldora be liberated and Rudra defeated as soon as possible, but for my own desire to do so. Being surprised by Seal's birth made me change back to my usual self, who had long since regained my composure. But that doesn't mean my anger is gone. This anger was saved for the Emperor Rudra. I have other priorities to achieve. That being said, speaking of Veldora's progress, all I wanted to do was keep yelling at Veldora. To dominate Veldora is a simple matter, but it would take an equal amount of labor to get an energy as great as the true dragon race to do its bidding. In the final analysis, even if it is possible to make spiritual beings obey, it is extremely difficult to take away their free will. There are several ways I can think of to dominate. Let yourself be submissive, charmed by the domination of the heart, the taking away of free will to force the other party to submit, to force domination. Complete domination without even realizing it in person. And so on. According to my analysis, for Yuki it is complete domination, for Kigali it should be forced domination, and then for Veldora, also forced domination. Coercive domination is phased. The stage where free will is left, the stage where it will resist but obey reluctantly, the stage where free will is completely erased and becomes like a robot that won't disobey any orders, etc. Kigali looked like she no longer had free will, but what about Veldora? The spiritual lifeforms are like collections of strong wills, so I don't think the free will of such an existence can be simply erased. Then it should make sense for me to constantly shout at each other. That said, Veldora resisted too fiercely too, didn't he? Although he was ordered to rule out the enemy, me, he really had no qualms about throwing all kinds of vicious attacks at them. Even if Veilgrind had been handed over to the seal, dealing with Veldora alone would have been hard enough for me. I also have the storm system powers on hand, so trying to counteract Veldora's attacks is possible. However, just counteracting that kind of attack with unusual power. I'll have to do my best, I can't keep up with the shouting anymore. For these reasons, I now leave the defense in the hands of the seal. Although the probability operation is still very difficult, I'm sure the current seal will be able to handle it. From now on it's showtime, I take this thought with me and try to approach Veldora. The storm crossed and flew towards me. However, where I am is as calm as the eye of a typhoon. What can I say? It gives me a strong sense of peace of mind. Completely devoid of the feeling of needing to fight to the death when I went in alone, Veldora's attacks were easily offset. There was also little to no consumption of the magicules. And, right now I'm in amazingly good shape. This is, of course, the food chain of the Master's demons which have been delivered through the soul corridor. Is that right? Is that right? Although just now I could feel the power flowing out from the source, it seems that with the blessings of my companions, I was able to fight even Veldora. That being the case, it's even less likely to fail. I finally arrived in front of Veldora. I'll say hello to him first. Kept you waiting, Veldora. Do you recognize me? No answer. He growled and flew over. Because I felt the fire, I couldn't help but punch him in the face. Yet to say the obvious, and rightfully so, this punch is completely useless against Veldora's massive body. It might have been a different story if it wasn't just strength, but even magic was poured into the fist, but even that wouldn't have caused much damage. However, this will do. Since the goal is to get Veldora to come to his senses, I'll stop hesitating to let the beat down. I went all out and kept beating Veldora in the face. Get close to that, and most of Veldora's attacks become out of range. Or so close that if he attacked, he would suffer along with it. However, because of being manipulated, one might not care enough to knock the magic over, but then Seal would step in to deal with it, right? Beatings, and the occasional kick. However, Veldora still just growled. How about sealing Veldora into the infinite space through predation? Seal makes such a terrible suggestion. To ask to do it or not to do it, of course the answer is yes, but can that kind of thing really be done? No problem. The king of gluttony has been placed under my command and will be executed as soon as you give the order. Such an answer should be, well, that's pretty reliable. After the slime's inherent skill, predation, has evolved infinitely, he will become the king of gluttony. This was supposed to be the power with which I had the most affinity and the most manipulation. So after being most adapted by the seal, it worked for Veldora, too. In addition, this king of gluttony can be unleashed from anywhere in my magic sticky spirit body. How about not even having to come into contact with a predatory creature? As long as it can be confirmed visually, it is possible to exert influence on the space where the target is located. Since the closer you get, the more powerful it is, you should expect great results now that I'm already in close proximity to Veldora. Anyway, it's decided. It's so disturbing, Veldora. Don't let me worry. With a loud yell, I unleashed the king of gluttony without hesitation to try and devour Veldora completely. Right now. Kwahahaha. A slight failure. Forgive me. I heard voices that would otherwise have been impossible to hear. Veldora, is that you? That's me. Your friend, the storm dragon, Veldora, yes. It shouldn't be a trap, after all, it's a dumbfounding response. The owner of this rootless voice couldn't belong to anything else but Veldora. Hey, are you still conscious? In fact, I hastily separated my heart core at that time. So after that it was impossible to have a conversation, but it did preserve the ego. I see. Though unable to make a sound, consciousness remained. Now it's probably because my king of gluttony started devouring Veldora's body that it's possible to chant with the core. Anyway, present Veldora is better than nothing. But in that way, it's a firestorm in another sense. What? If that's the case, you'd better take your body back. It's so worrying, and you're still chatting so leisurely. I don't want to think about the panic I felt because of Veldora, just thinking about it makes me want to complain about him. If I could have done it, I would have done it. And by the way, Rimuru, shouldn't you be acting more calmly and carefully? You have no right to say that, not to mention. You idiot. I couldn't have succeeded it if I kept my cool and acted so exaggeratedly recklessly as the opponent of two dragon species at the same time. This kind of thing doesn't even have to be pointed out specifically. After I calmed down, even I felt really bad that I was still safe after all this messing around. But it would have been impossible for me to act prudently at that time. Moreover, from the moment I dared to use the true dragon seed as a rival, the word prudence was no longer relevant to me. Just as I was pondering these things, Veldora, full of advice, came in. Oh, look out. I'm gonna let out the black lightning. Don't say things like that in a chatty tone. Moreover, the last thing he released was not black lightning, but the wind of death.
Although it's okay to evade it no matter which seal is able to offset it, but this is still a setup for me no matter how it looks, right?
You. What lightning? Isn't this the wind of death that kills souls? I grumbled furiously, but Veldora just smiled and defended himself. Kwahaha. Sorry, kwahaha. It seems that I am still far from being able to grasp my body's movements. I'm aware of the timing of the skill, but I'm sure it's only a 50-50 chance. In other words, it's impossible to use it for reference. And since the enemy has a probability operation, it's better to ignore Veldora's predictions. Got it. That's enough, you just shut up. If I fail because I believe what you say at such an important time, isn't it true that you can't laugh? Hearing me say things like I'm disappointed in you, Veldora went to the point of starting to panic. Wait, Rimuru. I'll try. I'll help you out somehow. Despite Veldora's desperate assurances, this statement has no basis whatsoever. It is not time to get emotional, but to prioritize reason. Besides, I've been assisted by Veldora. Just being able to hear his voice calmed my mood. You're safe, that's enough. After I asked again if he was all right, Veldora burst out laughing as usual. Kwahahaha.
Of course I'm okay.
I am the strongest dragon. It's a relief to hear that. Just as I was thinking this. It was not Rudra who cut off the soul corridor, but me. So, I didn't actually lose to them. What? This guy, what was just said? What's going on? It's nothing, it's simple. It was Kondo, right? Rudra took advantage of the brokenness revealed when my consciousness turned to the man's attack to dominate me. The fact that 3 people, including my sister, actually joined forces is just as nasty. I'm outraged. But at least the worst of it was avoided, that is, I did it after a bitter decision. As the strongest dragon, aren't you being a little careless? What more is there to talk about on the battlefield, dirty and clean? What are you trying to do? Really, what the hell are you guys up to? Don't be careless, isn't that what I always tell you? Kwahahaha. I didn't expect to be lectured in such a situation. It seemed like a happy Veldora all the way through, and I really had to be completely dumbfounded. I always feel like a complete idiot. Let's advance the topic first. So, the so-called decision to cut off the soul corridor. Well, that's exactly what happened. Because Rudra's domination isn't just mine. It's probably yours through the soul corridor. And that's why Veldora was in a hurry to cut off the soul corridor, that is, to protect me. After hearing that, I couldn't get mad at Veldora anymore. Well, then, I'll take care of the rest. I don't worry about anything, because I believe in you. Well, it's kinda nice to be relied on. Ah, yes. I'll set you free right now, and you'll be waiting. Kwahahaha. Truly reliable. My friend, I believe you can do it. The situation of Veldora is clear. Although the dominion of the body was taken away, the nucleus of his heart was safe and sound. The current Veldora doesn't seem to be able to take back the reins, so it's up to me to figure it out. No problem. Since the nucleus of the heart is fine, then there should always be a way. Yes, for example. Seal, with the core of Veldora, you can bring him back to life with the ultimate skill, the King of the Storm, right? No problem. The information of the power remains, and the recovery of the Storm King will be possible as long as there is a connection between the soul corridor and the core of Veldora. The problem was easily solved. To put it simply, I'll just devour the Veldora in front of me and then recycle his core. The rest is just going to be implemented. It's really simple. So, now to beat the opponent. Take down the strongest opponent, the Storm Dragon Veldora. I found a way to solve the problem. In that case, let's get this over with quickly. There are 2 problems. Time constraints on where the nucleus of the heart is. There's plenty of time left. The session just now was also all conducted during the thinking acceleration delay, which actually lasted less than a few seconds, and despite being devoured, they were actually still attacking each other, but there was still more than 3 minutes left. The problem is the location of the nucleus of the heart. It should be in the body, so it is possible to do chanting through magical elements. However, locking down the exact location where the nucleus of the heart is located can be difficult. If the core is broken, it will be all over. The battle will be lost, and Veldora would have to be reborn. In fact, it's usually the other way around. The nucleus of the heart belongs to the part that's hard to hurt. This is because the nucleus of the heart that will be targeted is usually the most heavily defended thing. However, right now, Veldora's nucleus is in a state of isolation from the body, equivalent to being defenseless. If you think you can't hit it even if you want to, but you have a fluke, if you accidentally hit it straight, you'll break the nucleus of the heart, and then you won't be able to laugh. Even if he is freed from Rudra's domination, Veldora's current personality will be gone and the soul corridor between him and me will not come back to life. Only this situation must be absolutely avoided in any case. If I could devour Veldora all in one gulp, there would be no need to worry about such things. However, unfortunately, even my imaginary space could not swallow him whole without the consent of the Storm Dragon. Veldora had to be weakened first, to reduce his mana to a certain level, or to pray little by little. Also, at the same time, I must be careful not to hurt his core. Think of it this way, first of all to rule out practices that would hurt Veldora. Let's just say, I feel a bit scared now that I think about the beating I gave out just now. Originally, it would have been difficult to inflict damage on Veldora, let alone knockout. It's hard to imagine him being so vulnerable. In the past, 1 or 2 of his spells wouldn't even leave a scratch, and punches and kicks would mean nothing to him. He can only be dealt decent damage if various attacks have the effect of the ultimate skill attached to them. Even the strongest divine magic, Ancestor Collapse, could only do a small amount of damage to Veldora's huge body. The dragon species is known as the strongest and its defensive power is really high. That's why I thought that even with a little bit of aggression, Veldora would be fine, but it turns out that everything is a given. Especially now, Veldora is in a state of march of no will of his own. So there's no telling what he'll do, and that's the sad thing about being dominated. As long as I don't know where Veldora's core nucleus is, I'd rather not attack him actively. That being the case, there's only one way. The effort to prey on him a little bit, while trying to find out where the nucleus of the heart is. It's a race against time, but it can only be done. With only 3 minutes to go, optimism is 3 minutes to go. I tried not to care about the rest of the time, and unleashed the full force of Gluttony King Beelzebub to devour Veldora. My body changed from human form to slime form. The description of infinitesimal is more descriptive of the nature of the viscous body than of the flow form. Following my intent to carry out predation aggressively, Seal changed my form to the most suitable shape. This is probably the way you can reach a larger area and hunt more efficiently. The ever-changing body of mine, like a tangle, eroded the surface of Veldora's body. This time, however, the target was too big. My body, no matter how it stretched, seemed a mere blip to Veldora. It's a really discouraging assignment, but not one to give up. I ignored those things and further accelerated the offensive erosion. At the same time, the ability was launched to search for the core of Veldora heart. This is also something that cannot be done without Seal's assistance, and it occurred to me from the moment I saw the abnormally powerful Seal that nothing might be able to compete with it in terms of calculating power. The case of evolving just by getting a name doesn't seem to be limited to magical creatures. Well, things are going well, but not without hindrance. Now I am in severe pain. Veldora's being began to resist the hostile presence that was eroding it. The Storm Dragon's dragon spirit aura is causing my body to collapse little by little. As opposed to me, who wanted to devour myself, the Storm Dragon also wanted to destroy me, and so began the fierce attack and defense. It hurts, it's hot, it's unbearable. I should have felt no pain, but the pain went through my body. The heat was supposed to mean nothing to me, but now I felt like I was about to melt in the unbearable heat. And then there is the bitterness that you first feel when you come into this world. The sense of danger, as if my existence itself was going to disappear, stimulated my survival instincts. However, I still haven't slowed the erosion. I want to win. To break this misery, to save Veldora. Besides, I'm not alone right now. With Seal as a reliable partner, I'm going to devour the Storm Dragon and find Veldora's core from it. This level of suffering is nothing at all as long as it is accomplished.
Seal, is that okay?
Leave it to me. No problem. After getting a solid answer, I expanded the erosion further. What's holding me back is the energy that's swallowed up. Normally this energy would be restored to my power, but it's not the same when the opponent is a true dragon, let alone my power, and this energy even begins to destroy my body. The dragon's factor is so powerful that it's presumably not bound to anyone. But the fact that the result was actually domination by the Emperor is a headache, but now is not the time to complain. Whenever a part of one's body is annihilated, infinite regeneration creates a new body again. That is, by this practice, the energy that is eaten is forcibly absorbed away. Granted, it's simpler to just throw that energy away, but that's not going to work. If you don't analyze it properly with the analytical identification, there is a risk of harming the core of Veldora's heart. It doesn't get any more troublesome than that, but it's still the best thing to do. This was the conclusion reached in consultation with Seal, and all that remained was to repeat the whole operation. I gave up thinking to continue with my homework. Time is running out and the object is too big. An uneasiness arose in the mind as to whether it would be possible to make it in time, but I trusted Seal. It must be possible to make it in time. I have a few other parsing assignments I've been doing as I'm busy. Do you want to hear them? I mean, what the hell is it with you? What are you doing while I endure the pain? What is being done is an analytic identification of the power of Vielgrind. I studied the scorched dragon's accelerated excitation, which was isolated in the infinite space, and mastered the laws of it. No, that's not what I'm asking. What I'm asking, to master it. Although the reproduction of power has failed, it is possible to develop similar skills. That's too much of a stretch, Seal. It seems better to think of it as her being able to read the content of my superficial mental activity at any time. In the future, it's better to focus your consciousness on the psychological defense walls before thinking about issues in the deep psychological realm. Having said that, it's not a bad thing to be able to imitate Vielgrind's must-kill technique. It's impossible to reproduce the ultimate skill just by looking at it. No, wait. What else has been analyzed? I became a little afraid to ask, but I asked straight out. What else has been analyzed? Seal started to answer as if she had waited a long time for me to ask this. Yes. The parsing of the Roar of Destruction is also over. After that, it's possible to use some of the leftover King of the Storm to create this skill. Wait. Isn't this the big report that will blow away all the pain I'm feeling right now? The kind of analysis that felt super difficult just to listen to, and was actually done in the blink of an eye, that's just too incredible. No, it's true. And then it doesn't really matter, it's just a matter of starting now. The involuntary superficial psychological feeling is immediately reciprocated, but, never mind. There's no point in hiding it anyway. Think about it for a moment and you'll be relieved. The research power of the Storm King does remain with me. If you use this skill, it's not incredible to recreate the Roar of Destruction. It's an awesome thing to be able to use a power skill, and I'm honestly kinda happy about it. Though taken aback, since it was Seal who felt nothing was incredible anymore. Thinking about it that way, the one thing that even Seal thought was important, it was very concerning. What's the point? The analysis of the Storm Dragon through Predator has been successfully completed. From now on, it has become possible to transform Lord Raimuru's body into the same as the true dragon race. Should it be implemented? What? Just now, did you throw out such a dangerous statement as an understatement? To transform my body composition into the same species as Veldora? Should it be implemented? It's over. I've lost all understanding. If my own understanding is correct, doesn't that mean I can become a true dragon race? This perception is right. Huh? And say correctly, I said you. Really, it can be done? Of course. So, evolve into a true dragon race? Yes/no ha ha ha, ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. I couldn't help but come in for 3 laughs. At a time like this, I have to ask yes, no, and so on. I give orders while thinking about such boring things. Yes. In an instant, all the pain I felt was gone. Pain, heat, bitterness. The Storm Dragon's dragon spirit aura is no longer effective against my new body. If you ask why, it's because I can also use the dragon spirit fighting chi. That said, the current me just needs to keep eating energy to increase. The amount of my mana became more and more massive, increasing at such a rate that one was even concerned that if it continued, it would swell to the point of being uncontrollable enough to storm out. No problem. I will manage it perfectly. Also, with Seal around, there's no need to worry about that at all. After becoming a true dragon species, My amount of mana was finally comparable to that of Veldora. Then, the limit was pushed. Here I am, reborn as a new true dragon species. From the time this state of affairs was put on hold, there was a fatal delay in the response of the storm dragon body, allowing me to evolve into a dragon species. The storm dragon's delay in responding to this state of affairs was fatal. Success, Rimuru. It's surprising that you've become a true dragon race, but I was right about you all along, Kwahahahaha. Veldora boasted of victory, sounding as if he wasn't too surprised by the tone. You were bred by me. In spite of his tone, it goes without saying that the answer to the question of what Veldora had sent on this occasion was none. Also, it's too early to celebrate the victory. The exact location of the most critical core nucleus of Veldora's heart is unknown. That's why I started the last step. Come on, let's get this over with. It's unforgivable that you would call yourself my favorite storm dragon. Devour it all, the king of gluttony. In obedience to my command, the king of gluttony devoured the storm dragon. With a cheerful feeling. And, still, at an alarming rate. A completely different, completely one-way progression than it had been so far, the devourer and the devoured. It is almost like the factual reproduction of the law of the weak and the strong. The curtain came down quietly on the heroic battle. With the evolution of a creature and the birth of a being, a higher realm is reached. The dazzling glow of the energy residue that leaked out filled the surroundings. That is the light of blessing. Celebrating the birth of a new true dragon seed. My old body, which failed to transform into the dragon seed, emits light when it is transformed into pure energy. Even this residue, turned into grain, was absorbed by me and disappeared. And just like that, I accomplished my purpose in flawless form. After the light faded, only an unidentified lifeform remained there. Veldora disappeared. Eaten by the slime, the demon lord Rimuru, Veilgrind realizes this. According to the investigation, Rimuru was said to have been born from the magical deposits leaked from Veldora, but Rimuru devoured all of the storm dragon like his parents and transformed himself into the fifth true dragon race, ultimate slime, viscous dragonic demonic star god body. The slime, immediately after, began to take on a human form. A knife was held in his hand and he was not wearing any clothing. The age looks to be about 15 to 16 years old. A height of only 160 centimeters or so is not too much to describe as petite. However, the amount of mana contained within it rivals and even exceeds that of Veldora. The golden pupils seemed to see through everything, slender and beautiful. The silvery hair was laced with a hint of fresh water, giving off a moon-white glow. Without gender, the looks are better described as cute than beautiful. However, the divine atmosphere that wrapped around its body still elevated that appearance to the realm of beauty. The dazzling white skin was enveloped in a demonic aura mixed with black and gold. Rimuru seemed to mutter something in displeasure, and the demonic aura that covered his body changed into a pitch-black full-body suit that could give off a divine aura. It seems that the demon race is using the material creation that they are good at, to make the appearance of clothes for their physicalization. Even if it was just using the mana that leaked out of itself, the black clothes that were created were equipment whose strength was deep and bottomless. Rimuru took the next step to suppress his excess energy perfectly, then revealed a smile as if finally satisfied. Veilgrind witnessed it all while in captivity. From halfway through, the energy transfer stops. Unable to believe what was happening before her eyes, she sank into a daze. The battle between her brother, the Storm Dragon, and the Demon Lord should have been overwhelmingly in Veldora's favor, but it was absolutely impossible to be overwhelmed in return. If that were to happen, it would mean that both parties were in fact on the same level from the very beginning. By chance? Could it be that slime was really just born there by chance in Veldora? Veilgrind, plunged into the sea of thought, finally arrived at this startled answer. However, she could not easily admit such things. And that's par for the course. The magical creature that was born by chance to the true dragon seed happens to hold a soul that can adapt to the dragon factor. If the other party is really the fifth true dragon race, it can be called the existence of a brother. However, Rimuru had evolved into the dragon race by eating Veldora, and to call such a being a true dragon race was something Veilgrind could never agree with. If she may say so, it's something else very similar to the dragon race. Veilgrind would never identify with such an unpleasant existence, nor would she want to. He had to be wiped out while he was at it. Veilgrind's instincts were speaking thus. Also, one must avenge one's brother. Veldora, to Veilgrind, was a sweet little brother. Although Veldora was an arrogant and brash presence, very much a distracting one, his freedom was also envied. Though Veilgrind intends to use him as a pawn, that is an insignificant amount of years compared to the dragon's long lifespan. Veilgrind dispelled this thought even less so, thinking only of liberating her brother once it was over. It's supposed to be like this. Understanding, Veldora was swallowed up before her own eyes in a moment when Veilgrind's sanity was blown away with rage. How dare you, take my lovely brother! Veilgrind let out an angry snarl. 200 seconds had passed and the heat-break prison shattered and dissipated. The scorched dragon, which has put aside her reasoning to protect herself, has shown hostility towards Rimuru. After eating Veldora, I seem to have been reborn into a new race. The name seems to be Ultimate Slime, Viscous Dragonic Demonic Star God Body, or something, so I'm joining the true dragon race. Although a subspecies, it's completely unrelated to a slime now, I guess, although there's that idea but it's a secret. Nowadays, you lose if you care. I confirm my new body. I can make a human body without consuming magicules, and it's gotten a lot bigger. Has it grown, so to speak? Nowadays I'm about the same height as a high schooler. Although it is girly. Since the age of appearance can change at will, it really doesn't make any sense, but it's fun to grow up with that feeling. The focus is on being able to move with ease. The volume of the slime form has also increased, with the diameter seemingly increasing from 70 to 80 centimeters. It's a little too big to be held in one's arms this way, but there should be a way to maintain the original smaller size. I'll check it out afterwards. There's a problem. Right now, I'm not wearing anything. In other words, I'm naked. That's a no-go. Although the strange demonic aura that leaked could hide my body, it still didn't look good in my ethical view. Because of this, the garments were tried on. I tried to use what Diablo taught me about the creation of matter, and it was unexpectedly simple and successful. Depending on the ability of the maker, what is made will perform differently. Plus this outfit is not only super comfortable to wear, but the pitch black look is cool too. As for the grade that makes people care, it's the mythical grade. Mythical? Mythical? So that's it, To be completely stunned is exactly how I feel right now. I feel like I've really evolved, I see. Mostly, my current strength is probably more than I could ever imagine. With some careful thought, several reasons can come to mind. One of the main reasons why was that when Benimaru and the others evolved into the awakened Demon Lord, their power would be returned to me in the form of a food chang feedback, right? Eating Veldora, absorbing his power was also a reason. The energy that had hitherto been stored in the stomach pouch that could not be used was now analyzed and could be used. There must be a reason for that. Because of these various reasons, my abilities have blossomed this time, which is roughly how I feel. It's the result of everything working smoothly. Simply put, it's all thanks to the seal. Oh, it's rude to call people by their first names now. As a tribute to your partner in the future, let's call you Seal Sensei. Please don't do this. It was like hearing something like that, but I didn't care at all. Really, my teacher is just brilliant. Please take care of us from now on. Leave it up to me. And so I got dressed, but the main purpose must not be forgotten. Veldora, are you all right? Kwahahaha. Of course, Don't make me repeat it so many times. More important than that, you're the one who managed to defeat my body.
It's okay.
Now that I think about it, I've just become a bit forgetful. But, great. I mean it. Veldora and I were happy for each other's peace. Being able to have a conversation like this, Veldora's core seems to be fine. In that case, all that was left was to reconnect the soul corridor and restore the ultimate power of the King of Storms. It's a success without a problem. As expected of Seal Sensei. Even when I don't ask, I often get things done ahead of time. The job was also done perfectly this time. Good. My purpose was served. Now that Veldora has been recaptured, there's no Imperial army left. But yes, my anger was still there and I was going to take it out hard on Emperor Rudra. Moreover, ending the war in such a tiger's head manner will leave a bane in its wake. Now that things have come to this, there is only so much we can do to crush our opponent completely. It is also the duty of being a king to take the threat out.
Now that my anger has subsided, then it's okay for someone other than Rudra to just throw it away, right?
It's starting to come to mind, but don't let up on getting the job done to the end. Besides, even if I were willing to give in, the enemy would not retreat in silence. The evidence is that Veilgrind in the front is still alive and is staring at me from the prison with a hostile look in her eyes. I had succeeded in liberating Veldora, but Veilgrind was furious for some reason. There was no point in beating her, and being her opponent was troublesome. But the threat must be removed. Veilgrind can no longer pose a threat. Although the analysis of all her powers is not yet complete, the countermeasures are ready. Seal Sensei is so confident, or rather, arrogant. No, it's 100% true. It would be ridiculous to lose the fight, but it really doesn't take that kind of worry. Even the fight just now, we had completely defended against Veilgrind's attack. The current seal had even estimated a not too hard fight. Anyway, I don't intend to change my policy of taking this opportunity to completely destroy the Empire, and to spill blood without shedding it. The Black Legion is also making a ruckus right now, with several particularly chaotic spots in the battlefield, but there's nothing left in the enemy lineup that requires my particular attention. I'm definitely going to clash with Veilgrind, who is targeting Rudra anyway, so weakening her here isn't a mistake in tactics either. There were Lieutenant Kondo and Damrada on the Imperial side. The 4 horsemen who guarded Rudra also seemed to be quite a tricky opponent. Yuki was also dominated by Rudra, so we had to deal with him as an enemy as well. In addition to these enemies, the single digits should be left to one person. I don't know what kind of guy he is, but since it's a saint-level opponent, one must also be on guard. In other words, even not counting Rudra and Veilgrind, there were still 8 strong enemies on the Imperial side. After exploring the center of the battlefield, it seems that there are several other strongmen who can be considered threatening, so let's solve the problem with one breath now. In fact, I don't feel threatened at this point, even though I say I'm strong. Since evolving into the true dragon seed, my amount of mana has increased nearly tenfold. With this, the quality and quantity of my strength has been greatly strengthened, and I have a real feeling that my strength is not comparable to that of my previous self. Because I've yet to call out Veldora, my energy is also full frame. I'm in such good shape right now that I think I might be able to compete with Milim or Guy. No, that's a big deal. If one gets too carried away, it will surely lead to failure afterwards. It's better to act cautiously and deliberately for now. That said, after scouting the battlefield's breadth, I found that the strongmen mentioned earlier seemed to have already fought with Benimaru and the others. Although that was my order in the beginning, it was still admirable that they moved so quickly, but at the same time, the fear of casualties arose. Will they obey my no-death order properly? I hope they don't force themselves to mess around just to keep me out of the way. Forget about it, I'll worry about it after all this. Now, I have another Veilgrind in front of me who is flying over. I'll take care of her first, then see if I have to go back them up. In less than a second, I made that judgment. That being the case, the next question was how to fight her. First of all, how about unleashing the dragon liberation from the King of Storms with the ultimate skill? Calling Veldora out, it became a 2-on-1 matchup between the two of us against Veelgrind, and in doing so, it was a sure win. Come to think of it, normally my mana amount is always in a disagreeable state. Mostly, this is because I let Veldora move freely.
Veldora and I are similarly one-minded and can be resurrected without problems as long as the other is okay.
Although it was different from Veelgrind's parallel existence, it was also a cheat-level invincibility trait. If the mana level not being full is the price of this trait, it feels about as good as no problem at all. Also, the excess mana from Veldora flows into me, so there's actually no inconvenience there. How about because of this loopback effect, my body has even been activated? Anyway, that's how it is. Storm Dragon Liberation to me is the ability to do far more good than harm. It used to consume about 90% of my magicules, but now it's enough with 3 achievements. As I thought this, I prepared to unleash Storm Dragon Liberation. How dare you, take my lovely brother! Veelgrind yelled so loudly. If you ask me, that statement of hers feels like a backbite. You were the first to strike, weren't you? After all, isn't it because of you guys that I was going to fight Veldora? Shut up. Veldora was eaten by your kind, and it will not happen. Although I thought he was a bit shrewd, I didn't expect him to lose to the monster demon lord. I will never admit it. I won't spare you. A furious Veelgrind began to shoot the hot line indiscriminately. Unfortunately, however, that didn't work for me. However, through the conversation I just had, I also figured something out. Veelgrind was so angry because of me devouring Veldora, so she probably misunderstood that Veldora was killed by me or wiped out completely. That being the case, that's a good thing. This is the time to unleash the dragon liberation and clear up the misunderstanding. But wait, Rimuru. The person in charge, Veldora, however, stopped me. What's wrong? Out of fear of asking so. Listen up, Rimuru. Sister right now is into a rage thinking I've been wiped out, right? Well, that's right. That's why I'm putting you out to explain, so maybe it'll avoid a pointless fight. Stupid. Don't be so hard on yourself. If my sister sees that I'm safe and sound, she can't laugh and pretend that nothing happened. I'm going to have all that anger pushed on me. What an idiotic answer. It feels like it's a big loss just to listen carefully. I was so scared, I thought I'd stopped breathing. Looking at such a noisy Veldora, I completely understood that this guy was completely unreliable. That being said, this man really is not useful at every critical moment. Feeling too dumbfounded to listen carefully, I was about to complain to him when Seal came out and stopped me. Wait a minute, please. In that case, why don't you take this opportunity to make the most of Veldora's powers, which I've already given my permission for. So please wait until the power reform is complete before implementing Storm Dragon Liberation. Same old, polite and attentive tone. According to the Seal, it was the revolution of Veldora's ultimate skill, the King of Investigation, that evolved into the ultimate skill, the King of Chaos. Since it's said to be evolution, presumably it's been reinforced. What concerns me is the phrase, which I've given my permission for. In fact, Seal's existence was actually known to Veldora. When did it start? When Lord Rimuru had just evolved into a demon lord, he sensed my presence. Seal replied thus. Although I've noticed it, I'm just now convinced. In the end, it's just a skill that has developed a sense of self, something that has never been heard of in ancient times. However, the power of the Great Sin system has something like the ego, which is why I began to doubt it. According to Veldora, it seemed like he had been suspicious since the time when the Seal was still the Great Sage. After observing my stomach pouch, I noticed all kinds of strange phenomena from time to time. As I evolved into the Demon Lord and the Great Sage became the King of Wisdom, He seemed to be sure that his guesses were most likely correct. So far they seem to have had quite a few conversations with each other, but Veldora has always assumed that the person speaking was me. It didn't cause much trouble, but it still makes one wonder what these two talked about. Those aside, Veldora actually knew Seal, the most important thing about it. That is, you two actually know each other. And then, you agree with Seal's proposal, right? Well, that's exactly what happened. Although I also wanted to be my sister's opponent, I couldn't do it because of this reason. I'm sorry, Rimuru, but I'll leave it all to you. Hey, you're too kind, aren't you? That's not the same as what I just said. I was going to spit it out like that, but I always thought it would make me look sad, so I just let it go. Seal also seems to want to play around with the Veldora ability. I was thinking that there's no need to do it now, but after liberation it might be more troublesome to do it again. Plus, I'd actually love to try my hand at the power. There was still Rudra to deal with afterwards, so one had to know how strong one had become. That's what I thought. I should be able to fight her with ease, so let's check how much I've grown in various aspects. It's a rare opportunity. While I keep an eye on my companions, it's better to let them try their hand at it before they get into a crisis. It's better that way. Seal seemed very happy. After some thought I had an idea for a fight, but again Seal spoke a proposal as if in passing tone. According to the results of various analyses, it is possible to combine the ultimate power of Storm King Veldora and Covenant King Uriel to create a new ultimate skill, King of Stellar Wind. Should it be implemented? Seal-sensei, you have no intention at all to weigh yourself down. Next up is a fight with Veilgrind. How easy is that? Veilgrind was out of sight. Seal was practically saying it. Modifying skills seem to be of interest to Seal, but please, that kind of thing, please wait until the usual. Let's dismiss it for now. Maybe there's a better way to improve this? So be cautious and think about it later. True to its owner. I see. Then I'll aim to get better and keep growing. Aha. It looks like acceptance, which is better than anything. I don't know if there's any me in there, but it's a good way to focus on the fight. The King of Covenant is valid for Veilgrind, and I could not throw away that advantage, even if I were to have the advantage. Of course, the King of Gluttony alone might win, but this is not a game after all, and carelessness is not an option. Never allow for what-ifs. I understand that Seal is very high on me, but feel free to take half of it as flattery in the future. That said, Seal's transformation fetish is a real head-scratcher. Veldora is now used as fodder, but since I was so hopeful, it's all right. However, the problem is after this fight is over. There was always a hunch that a great overhaul of abilities awaited those of my companions who had awakened into demon lords. If it was Seal-sensei, even the reinforcement of those guys would have been easy to catch. I even think that the teacher was actually waiting for this opportunity all along. Maybe, it could have been. Just as I was pondering these things, the time had come to go head-to-head with Veilgrind. Me and the true red flying dragon were staring at each other in the sky. After Veilgrind momentarily changed into human form, the battle began tangibly. She fired nuclear strike magic at me in succession, the heat harvest cannon, while swinging the green dragon blade at me. What is the difference between anthropomorphism and dragon form? This question, if illustrated in one sentence, would yield the answer of a defensive gap. The offense is exactly the same. In terms of energy utilization efficiency, the human form is overwhelmingly dominant, and the corresponding human form's ability to fight continuously will increase. In other words, if there is to be a long-term battle, the human form is more appropriate. However, the dragon form also has the advantage of being irreversible. That's the huge body. The body becomes huge and the scale of the attack increases accordingly. Although equally powerful, the attack range becomes wide, making the dragon form suitable for use in battles with multiple opponents simultaneously. In addition, even if there was only one enemy, it was very difficult to evade the attacks unleashed by the giant enemy in succession. Then there is the defensive aspect. This was the true value of the dragon form. In order to take out such a huge body, one had to make a massive attack to match it. Trying to take down the dragon form with a sword was extremely difficult, and most of the magic attacks were rendered meaningless because of the size of the attack. Even if we ignore the fact that there is very little magic that works on the dragon race, there is no point in using human magic on the dragon race. There was little if any damage that could be done if not wide-range magic. So, the hard way is that the dragon form side is stronger. However, Veilgrind chose to fight in human form. Her thoughts were mostly, presumably, in order to be able to settle the master with certainty, defense was abandoned. That's roughly how it feels. In that case, I'll fight her on that premise as well. The murderous look on her face, however, set off Veilgrind's beauty even brighter. She boarded that killing chi on the blade and swung down the green dragon's sword with an aura that was going to split me in two. Naturally, I wasn't going to let her cut me. The magical counterpart was handed over to Seal, and I drew my own blade, the straight blade of the divine glory Vajra, to face Veilgrind. The green dragon sword in Veilgrind's hand is a broad-edged machete. She hadn't hidden the knife before, but had just made it out of material creation. This was a divine soldier whose rank rivaled that of a mythical weapon. In contrast, my sword also rose to the mythical level when I became a true dragon. As threatening as Veilgrind's green dragon blade is, my weapon should not lose to her. More than that. Snap. With this crisp sound, Veilgrind's green dragon blade snapped and shattered. As surprised as I was, Veilgrind must have been even more taken aback. "What have you done?" She first distanced herself from me, then asked so. I didn't actually do anything but simply take the opponent's attack. So I didn't know how to answer when you asked me what I did. The weapon's performance gap. The Master's straight sword is a famous sword created by Kurobi with all of his soul, while Veilgrind's green dragon sword is nothing more than the product of fixing magicules. Although the density of mana is amazing and has the equivalent of mythical performance, it is just a dull knife by its very nature. Is that what's going on? Although I already knew that weapons would vary in strength even of the same level, I didn't expect that there would be such a big difference between weapons of the same mythical level. Sure enough, what one can rely on is one's own used equipment. It's good to understand that, after all, my clothes are made from material creation. They're also mythical grade, but it's better not to expect too much from it. It's clear from the demonstration just now that even with the same class, there is a difference in performance. The weapons you have created will not defeat my sword. Although I don't think Veilgrind will give up on this, I still say so to her. Veilgrind was by no means a fool. She seemed to have seen that my words weren't a lie, but she still couldn't seem to accept it, and then made the green dragon blade come at me several times. Those green dragon blades were all broken. Finally, Veilgrind came to terms with reality. She stared at me defiantly while making her next attack. Since the weapons created were useless, all that could be relied upon was one's own flesh. Veilgrind lets her paws lengthen and sets up a Chinese jab-style stance. Seeing her like this, I also put away my knife. What do I mean by that? To experiment, of course. I also wanted to make sure I had grown to the point where I didn't rely on the knife anymore. If you use a weapon, you'll become a bully, so I'll be your opponent with my bare hands. A fight is supposed to provoke the other person. If Veilgrind can be made to lose her cool on this, it is not too much to say that it is a win or lose from this point on. Don't underestimate people. It's a hit. It's so easy to be funny that Veilgrind fell into my trap. What followed was nothing more than playing chess like a general and pushing her into desperation one step at a time. Veilgrind clawed away at a very fast pace. Therefore, trying to keep up with her movements by sight was impossible. However, now my perception speed is equally extraordinary. The speed of thinking acceleration has been increasing since I gave the name Seal to the King of Wisdom. What was originally 1,000,000 times faster, is now hundreds of millions of times more so. Shockingly, This is the level at which even the speed of light can be perceived. Of course, even if I can see it, it doesn't mean that I can correspond at the same speed, and such a misunderstanding is not to be avoided. But that's not to say there aren't recusal methods. It is not necessary to say that the unleashing of magic is naturally faster. Even the unleashing of space shift has become nearly 1,000 times faster. In other words, as long as I can keep a certain distance, I can escape even with light speed attacks by shifting. A second feels like it's been stretched into a decade, and so produces a world that seems to stand still. Since one's self would also become as if unable to act, the ordinary human self would collapse due to not being able to bear the feeling, but Seal only unleashed the thinking acceleration when it mattered and smoothly solved the problem. So no matter how much Veilgrind's speed there is, it's not a problem for me. At this point, I no longer need to think about physical arts, swordsmanship, or other techniques, and I can suppress her with brute force alone. Veilgrind overdrive attacks closing in. Her speed had reached hundreds of times the speed of sound, and if it had been me before, it would no doubt have been in a bitter fight. However, it is not a problem at all for the person I am now. Too slow. I deflected behind her while stirring up Veilgrind like that. However, Veilgrind was no slouch either. Was she already anticipating my actions, and she immediately reacted. Honestly, I think she's really tough to deal with. Sure enough, you can't be too careful with the strongest race. That's right. It's hard to imagine that your speed is faster than mine, so you did it by using space movement? Your spatial movement is remarkable, so natural and without even the slightest distortion of space, but you can figure out how to deal with it by figuring out the principle. I thought Veilgrind had gone into a rage at my instigation, but she was more calm than I thought. Trying to say that it was really worthy of being Veldora's sister, but it was also the same as what Seal had expected. So the next course of action that Veilgrind will take is: as long as you interfere with space and fix the entire space, it will not be possible to transfer in the realm of my domination. It's a shame. Surely, that was all she could do. Veilgrind of course also space domination, she could even interfere with a wide range of spaces centered on herself. In that case, we cannot rely on the space control for the transfer. It's not entirely impossible to force it, but it would be pointless to expose the diversionary outlet. While it could be used to escape, where I would run to would be exposed at first, and the result would be meaningless in the end. With the ability to transfer the system block like this, the next thing you can do is to physically split the victory and defeat, and for Veilgrind, you can say that you are ready for a must-win situation. And because of that, the next thing she's going to do is: I have to use a real hidden trick on someone like you. You think you can win just by sealing the transfer? In that case, let me teach you that it's not going to work. You're really arrogant. I probably wouldn't hate you if I didn't have to avenge that kid, but that's the end of it. Veilgrind posed. A shot at the atmosphere, turning itself into a supersonic projectile. However, the rate increases even further. The Scorched Dragon acceleration. The voice comes from the other side of the future. Veilgrind transformed herself into a crimson meteor, coming at me at a speed near the physical limit of sublight speed. Also, this meteoric bullet of hers can change orbits. Veilgrind transformed her own flesh into meteoric bombs and was free to change her flight path. No, in fact, this is the form of the Scorched Dragon fighter's accelerated speed. Not just a straight-line attack, but a free-changing trailing attack. In addition, since the energy fluctuations emitted included not only the quality kinetic energy, this move turned into an extreme damage attack. The essence of this move had been perfectly grasped through the analysis of the Scorched Dragon fighter's accelerated excitation. Veilgrind, though scary, was not as scary as Seal. As a result, on a whim, I allowed the birth of the theosophical nucleus named Seal to become the cause of Veilgrind's defeat. The King of Gluttony has already unfolded in the Master's full range, just as it was intended. No matter what angle the other party comes from, they can prey on Veilgrind without any problem. That's a good point. In the usual way of predation, A willful being will resist greatly, not to mention the fact that the being is a true dragon species. No matter how hard Seal tried, it was still impossible to prey on Veilgrind with the king of gluttony. However, with a will of her own, Veilgrind turned her body into a meteor bomb. Because the energy was all distributed on top of the attack, it caused her resistance to drop dramatically. The result is what it is. Veilgrind was isolated into my infinite imaginary space. How is this possible? Why is this happening? What's going on? The moment she thought she'd finished me off, she suddenly flew into nothing but space, and it must have been difficult for Veilgrind to grasp the status quo. It would undoubtedly take her a long time to appreciate her defeat, so it's up to me to tell her directly. It's me who wins. You just stay where you are. Me, I lost? Yes. You won't be able to escape from my imaginary space, and you probably won't be able to transfer your energy to your parallel existence. Veilgrind's mana that I devoured was only a little over 50% of the other party's total according to Seal's sensei. Of the remaining 50%, 2 were allocated to the other body beside Rudra, while the other 30% had been consumed earlier and was currently recovering. It seemed that she could only recover 10% a day, so it would take another 3 days for her to recover to less than 50% of her mana. However, since the other body was withheld by me, this part cannot be recovered. Although the situation was somewhat complicated as both other bodies possessed egos, she was undoubtedly weakened now. Ask Veldora for the details. Ask Veldora? What the hell are you talking about? Veilgrind had a puzzled look on her face, but it was quicker to tell her the truth in person than for me to illustrate. Kwa ha 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 ha. Sister, it's me. All is well, it doesn't look like that. Veldora. You didn't disappear? Next, let the siblings talk on their own, hoping she'll calm down when it's time to do so. Just like that, I took complete victory from Veilgrind and managed to capture most of her mana into the void space. With 2 dragon races as opponents, this reckless challenge, with the birth of a reliable partner, Seal, came to an end in a form that could not have been more perfect. Chapter 3. The Intensified Battlefield. The 30,000 soldiers of the Warcraft Legion led by Grand Admiral Gladim were heading towards the sky in a flying airship. Witnessing the gallantry of Veilgrind, morale was high. The enemy beneath the soldier makes an excellent target for their violent impulses. Listen up. With His Majesty the Emperor and Lord Veilgrind on board, we must perform well. There'll be no fighting, people. Come on. The soldiers responded to Gladim's roar with a shocking chant. Gladim was content with that. Inwardly snickered, this was the perfect opportunity. Kukaku. Even if we don't fight for the world, there's no doubt that my time has come. Kalgurio loses, and that Yuki boy is discredited, leaving me as the only great general. As long as I make a military mark here, I'll get what I want. In Gladim's eyes, the Western countries were not enough to mention, and Hinata Sakaguchi seemed to have some ability to do so, but in the end, a draw with a new demon lord was half a bucket of water at best. Gladim is both a confident man and a downright martial artist. The second strongest man in the empire, the Beast Lord Gladim. His origin was, as the rumor has it, Eurasania of the Beast Kingdom. Gladim is actually the half-brother of the Lion King Carrion. The beast that resides in Gladim is the lone white tiger. In the past, it was considered unworthy to be the king of a country because it was too arbitrary. Bunch of bullshit. Not even one of my men is worthy to be in Carrion's service and plot a rebellion. I will definitely make a clean slate for the hate I feel in my heart. For a long time, Gladim had held a grudge. However, he was totally taking good intentions for bad. Eurasania's predecessor was not a great force, but he was able to see which of the 2 brothers was better suited to lead the people, and made a judgment. Hearing the king's decision, Gladim was so impassioned that he succeeded in killing his predecessor by committing a crime and was later banished from the country by Carrion and the 3 beastketeers of the time. The rebellion was nothing more than Gladim's own imagination, the truth was actually the complete opposite. That such a brutal Gladim has survived to this day is also a testament to his own strength. As a heretic of the beast race, as long as one had a decent character, it was estimated that he had long since become a magnificent man that even carrion could conquer. But this is a past tense assumption. Gladim continued to run and wander. In his wanderings he met 3 loyal minions, now known as the 3 generals, Najim the vermilion sparrow. She is a winged mutant that Gladim encountered while wandering in the harpy kingdom of Fulbrosia. She was growing 3 pairs of grey wings with purple patches on them, and a loss of reproductive capacity, relative to having outstanding fighting ability. Gladim took her beauty as a companion and began to fall in love. Barago the Blue Dragon. After defeating the equivalent of the Upper Dragon clan's Waterstrike Dragon, Gladim handed it over to Barago to be tamed. He was a martial artist in his prime, and his strength was comparable to the middle rank of a near-guard knight. Gosseline the Black Tortoise. She belonged to a rare magical creature race, a maiden who served as an envoy to the rock goblins, and was also a witch of a foreign race, specializing in a variety of magical spells. After Gladim beat down the rock goblin, Gosseline began to follow him. The 3 generals have their own stories, but one thing they all have in common is that they are all strong men. Najim is a demon lord level, and it's not surprising for her to awaken at any time. The magical creatures led by Barago and Gosseline were both of the Calamity class, and were also prominent among the Warcraft Legion. Gladim's defection to the Empire 300 years ago was already after the sealing of Veldora. He survived the Celestial Demon Wars and led violent groups in a rampage through Imperial territory. He was defeated by a crusading army sent by the Empire, and later agreed to obey the Emperor Rudra to be pardoned. Gladim's ambition was to overthrow the Marshal and become a hand of the Empire, then wait for the opportunity to kill Rudra and take the position of Emperor himself. Gladim had no such lofty thoughts as gratitude for him, only condescending because his opponent was strong, ready to betray at any moment. To conquer the world through the power of empire. One day, he will become an emperor. It is the ignorance of the identity of the Marshal that gave rise to such scheming illusions. Rudra had long since seen through Gladim's nature and had temporarily reused him because of his strength, letting him live one more day as long as he remained on command, that was all. It is because of the coincidence of their intentions that a delicate balance of mutual exploitation has been achieved. And now, the balance has collapsed. I'm surprised the Marshal is Veilgrind the Scorched Dragon. That kind of power is impossible to defeat. The power to symbolize fear is beyond my reach. As the saying goes, a different subdivision. It was a lucky fluke to understand this before planning to kill the Emperor. The atheistic Gladim thanked the gods. Gladim reformulated his intentions. Although it was calculated that one day Veilgrind would have to be defeated, and that would require careful preparation. Having understood this, his whole mind is now on achieving success. And it's just the way I want it. Through wild instinct, Gladim realized that he was not far from awakening, still one step closer to gaining great power, convinced by intuition. Also, Najim, with whom he often fought together with, was the same. Although the conditions of the awakening are not clear, the time is coming. This is one of the reasons why Gladim is eager for the battlefield. Now, a swarm of baiting food had gathered in front of Gladim's eyes. Ecstatic and dumbfounded at the situation at hand, Gladim couldn't help but lick his tongue. Touring the battlefield, there are quite a few enemies that give the impression of being powerful. The more these strong men were defeated, the more powerful Gladim and the others' battle would become. Kukuku, the merry banquet has begun. As Gladim expected, no, the battlefield was tragically beyond his expectations. The 3 generals under Gladim, obeying their master's purpose, began to act. They scanned the battlefield, searching for the strong. Hey, that's King Garzel. And my reputation will go up when I take that guy down. What, are you trying to sneak away? It would upset him not to leave the main course to Lord Gladim? King Garzel's bravery was well known, and if he were to be defeated, others would have to be defeated. As a martial artist, it was difficult for Barago to suppress his excitement. And Najim dissuaded him. Knowing that King Garzel was Gladim's target, Najim gave advice to Barago and persuaded him to make concessions. And as soon as Garzel is defeated, Lord Gladim's power will no doubt grow. This excellent condition, how could one miss it? That's Najim's heart. And Barago also believes that Master Gladim takes precedence over himself. Besides, Garzel was already wounded, and as a martial artist who took advantage of people's danger, one could not rule out the possibility that someone would say something about it. In this way, it is more appropriate to defeat the appropriate enemy. I know. I would also like to dedicate this main course, King Garzel, to Lord Gladim to make his master stronger. For her part, Gosseline smiled and hitched up to Barago. Kahaye.
Don't worry, there are a lot of other powerful people, although they lack a bit of flavor, but it's okay to have a full stomach.
As she said, there were countless strong men on the battlefield. Indeed, with a nonchalant nod, Barago nodded. Najim agreed with a smile. Woo-hoo-hoo. As Lord Gladim says, the time for awakening is near. The first one to become a demon lord will be me, Najim the Sparrow. Najim-san, I think you're the one who's trying to run away. All right, all right, all right, all right, all right. King Garzel will give Lord Gladim, and his concubines will indulge themselves as they please. A single word from Najim spoke the mind of all. Then I'll go and take the weak lizard. That annoying dragon race is still alive and well on the battlefield, and that lizard seems to be the leader, so to thwart the enemy's war effort, the lizard should be crushed first. Then I'll use that arrogant woman as a match. I have to show her how much she's worth by stepping into my airspace without my consent. Kahir-hai. Then my servant will destroy that magic doll and taste the power of the rock goblin. In order to avoid snatching prey, each person states his or her goal, but what they think is just naive. As envisioned by the three generals, Gladim's target was Garzel. As a matter of course, it was common sense to judge whether or not to start with the strong one first based on the situation, but it was also common sense to deal with the weak and strong one first. Garzel lost the fight to Kondo, unable to move, and now is the perfect time to do so. You must be King Garzel. My name is Gladim, and I am the leader of the Empire's strongest legion of warcraft, General Gladim. Your head is mine. Whatever his vile or not, it's purely and nakedly vile nature. However, it was justified behavior for Gladim. One can do whatever it takes to get to the end, that's Gladim's creed. So Gladim swooped down on King Garzel, but someone stood in his way. Gable, of the dragon people, who glowed with purple electric light and possessed red-purple scales, was regarded as the immortal dragon king. Ho ho ho. My resurrection. Don't try to be rude to King Garzel. Geez, you want to get in my way, hateful lizard. Watching his prey in sight but getting in the way, Gladim's mood changed for the worse. However, he soon couldn't care less about his mood and fell into a panic. Just as he cast his gaze around, wanting to complain about what the three generals were really up to, a startling scene came into view. Barago, the blue dragon, who was originally Gable's opponent, was struck down by the resurrected Gable. Gosseline, who was happily heading towards the Floor Guardian Colossus statue, was crying because her rock goblin had been defeated. The only one left is Vermilion Sparrow Najim, who is fighting an evenly matched battle with her perceived enemy Soka. Even when the soldiers went up to challenge Gable in order to protect Gladim, the gap in strength was glaringly obvious. There was no way around it, so Gladim had to take it on himself. Just as he was about to do so, Samuel would more or less send an urgent contact via magic talk. No, 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 no. Reporting back on our side, Demon Lord Raimoru made an amazing move. For His Majesty's protection, we ask for urgent support. Although Gladim wanted to scold him for not caring so much, he managed to swallow the words with patience. Then ask what's going on across the room. The sky depicts a great, unbelievably large, demon-summoning door. So what? So to speak, hundreds of upper-level demons above the greater demon level have been summoned. And we've already suffered. The monoliths are fighting above A level and are organized. It was also enough to perceive how serious the matter was from Samuel's exuberant voice, but Gladim was not at ease with this debriefing. It seems that Rimuru the Demon Lord has done something wrong, but there is Vielgrind on the Imperial side. How could one lose to a monster Demon Lord? It was hard to believe the threat was that serious. For a threat, Gladim would rather focus his war effort on the guy in front of him. This side is busy, too. Let's ask them to take care of their own business. Gladim vented his displeasure in one breath, then tried to hang up the communication. However, Samuel called out to him in an anxious voice. But now there is a demon legion that is stronger than the Imperial Army soldiers, and this is a disaster of a great scale. What are you talking about? There's not only Lord Vielgrind, but the guards are also on standby. Although there was only one commander's airship, it was carrying the Empire's highest battle force. Gladim thought to himself, there's no need to look for me when it's too late, they can handle anything by themselves. It's also normal to think that at this point, no one can blame Gladim. But this time, the opponent was too strong. Indeed, there were Lieutenant Kondo and all of the near guards on this side. However, the subordinates of the Demon Lord's army alone have no time for others. You mean subordinates? Shouldn't it? A thought flashed through Gladim's mind. The identity of the immediate opponent is that of a subordinate named Gable, which is a rough guess. Although his strength was stronger than imagined, a momentary panic struck him, but he calmly turned back to think about it and wrote the names of other subordinates on the report: Benimaru, Shion, Diablo, Gogta. Among the men under Demon Lord Rimuru, who were known as the Four Heavenly Kings, there was no such name as Gable. If that was the case, the Four Heavenly Kings' strength was still above Gable's. Not only that. Unbelievable as it is, Demon Lord Rimuru has committed a taboo beyond our wildest dreams. It's hard to understand what tactics were used to make him evolve the demons. You hear me? Hundreds of demons have been strengthened to the strength of a superior demon general. It is, indeed, a very unrealistic thing to do. Despite Gladim's reluctance to believe it, Samuel was not the kind of man to joke around with. It's better to be a decent, well-behaved person. Then what he said was the truth, and could only be understood to mean that a few hundred calamity-level monsters were liberated. So it seems. Samuel, I understand your concern. Then I'll leave the reinforcements to you. Like a sigh of relief, Samuel hung up the call. Gladim fell into thought. Despite the quantitative advantage, quality over that would be meaningless. That was the rule of the battlefield, and that's why Gladim worked up his men. If it's just the demons, there might be something to be done. But now that 2 of the 3 generals are down, it's dangerous to remain optimistic. At the very least, Gladim's men had to sit on their hands. Nonsense. Thinking that you are just a demon lord and underestimating the other party, you misjudged the situation. I and the higher echelons of the Empire will probably survive, but the soldiers at the bottom will probably be killed. In that case, simply. By now, it was too late to regret. Next, just do what's within his power. Gladim, on the other hand, retains the taboo killer. The Warcraft Legion is composed of elite personnel that Gladim has carefully selected and honed. This legion was clearly talking about an active heroic bloodline handed down from ancient times, a group of innately strong men, but that was not the case. The actual is a group of heroes artificially created by combining magic and otherworldly knowledge. Also, the magical beasts they tamed had secrets on them. Not only do they screen out the A grade and above, but they are also given the ability to specialize in combat by rewriting the intelligence of polymeric biomass. The artificial life form that was created by cultivating and increasing the number of magic beasts and combining various characteristics is a weapon called an artificial synthetic beast. And it was Gladim, who was also a beastman, who was in charge of the study. By analyzing the principle of self-mutation, it is used to strengthen the subordinates. In this world, there is no research that is prohibited for ethical, religious, etc. reasons. It is because of this that results have been achieved at an alarming rate. Gladim uses slaves for human experimentation, creating the strongest legion he could ever hope for. A-ranked heroes and their partners, synthetic beasts, gain unparalleled power when fused with adult demon beast. However, the true value of the man-made synthetic beast had yet to be realized. The unity of opposites, that's the extreme that Gladim seeks. The special caste and ability demon-beast fusion has been developed for this purpose. A special medication as a secret among secrets is also the most important item among military secrets, and only 3 generals, besides Grand Admiral Gladim, are aware of it. The effect is also naturally a fusion of mastery, warcraft and soldiers. The demon-beast fusion is based on the bestialization of the beastman race, not from their own bodies, but from the synthetic beasts of their partners. By realizing the true meaning of human-monster unity, you can gain huge power and create a super warrior that can't be compared to the one who uses magic beasts. However, the forbidden potion is the granting of magical beast power to humans, and is accompanied by great danger. Once the drug is injected, it not only forces the ability to start, but also cannot be discharged on its own, and must be removed from the body at a hospital affiliated with the institute, and there's a serious side effect that can't be ignored. Instead, this side effect is the problem. The safety of this drug is not guaranteed. According to current research, the mortality rate is as high as 40%. If the match fails, there's also a 20% chance that you won't be able to go back from being a demon beast to a human, and once you do, you won't be able to go on as a human for the rest of your life. And even more brutal than that is the berserk demon beasts. There will be people who are fully demonized and berserk, and there will be people who remain in human form and lose consciousness and no longer obey orders. Once it becomes that way, there is no more resuscitation, only punishment. The probability of going berserk is 30%. More cruel than death, this is a drug that cannot be easily tried. The above is an example of complete failure. So that adds up to a 90% chance of failure. Taking the medicine was tantamount to ordering the ministry to die, and even the self-serving Gladim would hesitate to let his own men try it. Gladim wanted to improve the quality of the medicine and increase the success rate before giving it to the ministry. But the current situation no longer compelled him to think so. Emperor Rudra is a more aloof man than Gladim. In the emperor's view, the existence value of the weak is nothing more than bait for the strong. Then, it is only compassionate to let the ministry take the medicine now. Also, the berserk demon beasts can be used as bait, and even if they don't turn back into humans, they still have some value as battle strength. The only thing that really matters is the 40% of the soldiers who died on the spot. It's not yet possible to conclude, but there's no doubt that the battle will be even stronger than it is now. Then, the drop is right. There are many unknowns as to the efficacy of the medicine, and perhaps there will be some physical abnormalities, but 10% of the soldiers do get stronger. On the battlefield, quality is more important than quantity. In the eyes of those who know this common sense, to be able to strengthen 10% of the soldiers is really a charming allure. Indeed, the odds of complete success are unclear. The number of attempts is too small and side effects may occur due to body condition. Although it was impossible to completely discard the possibility, survivors who had successfully absorbed the magic beast's power would also appear among them. As a result, less than 1% of the 10% success rate is complete success, less than 1% of those who are fully adapted. These people were hailed as the Chimera Knights. These success stories are exactly that. Hey, you guys, listen up. I was just contacted by Samuel and it looks like it's not time to play. Get up and kill them. Gladim exclaimed extremely earnestly. Puzzlement rose to Gable's expression as he realized the words were not addressed to himself. However, he immediately tensed his nerves and hurriedly dodged from the spot. A moment later, a silver light penetrated where it had just been. Humph, can you avoid this light? I thought it was already a perfect sneak attack, but it was really an opponent that couldn't be taken lightly. You say not to be taken lightly? That is my line. Why are you safe when you've got a big hole in your chest? Confronting Gable, who had dodged some distance, was Barago, the blue dragon, who should have died. The large hole in his chest was still open, not to mention the hyper-regeneration, not even the self-regeneration. Originally a fatal injury that regular people had long since died, this was a world full of monsters, and no matter what happened, there was nothing strange about it. Gable understood this as well, and it was Barago who walked away only after knocking the opponent out, confirming that his life response was gone, abnormally. Kukaku. I am safe and sound because of the tremendous power granted to me by Lord Gladim. I'll show you my true form. As if in response to Barago's call, the water-battering dragon flew. No. That just looks like a water-battering ram. It was actually an artificial synthetic beast that mimicked the water-strike dragon. Barago was precisely one of the Chimera Knights who had awakened true power.
The main body and partner, as long as one of them is okay, cannot be killed.
It was also one of the hidden powers of the Chimera Knight. And now, by unleashing the special cast and power of demon-beast fusion, the fatal injury suffered was recovered in an instant. In addition, Barago and the water-strike dragon fused together to form a single body. Barago's appearance was the same as the original, but with dragon scales growing out of his body. The nature of the demon chi was different from before, and no doubt the strength had increased drastically. Gable glanced at Gladim with heart, once again seeing Barago as a rival. Then, intending to focus on the matchup with Barago, but Gladim wasn't naive enough to let the two go at it alone either. This lizard is stronger than I thought, and together we can kill him. Yes, sir. Then I'll be the front man and ask Lord Gladim to play gorilla. All right. I'm here to help you. Don't be careless. Neither honor nor chivalry mattered to Gladim. It is precisely because of this recognition of Gable's strength that the opponent is to be eliminated without any hesitation. Look, this is ridiculous. Even if they go together, they can't beat me. Gable made a bold statement and cheered himself on. What followed was an unfavorable fight. The other one of the three generals is also an opponent not to be cared for. Just as Barago was safe, the Rock Goblin, the originally defeated ambassador, was equally fine. The Ghidorah side was in sync with the Floor Guardian Colossus statue while monitoring the battlefield. Thus, hearing what Gladim had said felt out of place. Say yes, get up? This is, and to whom it is said. As Ghidorah thought so, he sensed the resurrection of Barago. Panicking, he intended to alert Gable, but felt a vicious chill first and turned back. Standing there was a maiden who had changed her appearance. No, nor is it known whether it should be called a maiden. Despite the girlish gesture, her skin is a stark metallic black. Her body was not flesh but rock, more precisely, turned into a block of magic steel. Like a polished mirror, it was obvious at a glance that the look was not human. Are you assimilated with a rock goblin? Ki hi, yes, His Excellency the Wise Ghidorah. You seem to be familiar with otherworldly knowledge as well, but my research is unique. Indeed. That's interesting. Right. I'll tell you all about the results, be sure to let me hear your high opinion. The young girl Black Tortoise Gosseline stirred up Ghidorah and a wicked smile appeared on her face. Then took a step forward. Ghidorah would prefer not to toss his old bones again. Originally, he thought he had defeated the Rock Goblin with brute force, but that seemed to be just acting. Ghidorah figured it out and re-estimated Gosseline's strength. That's really enough. It's called genetic engineering? The nature of the original magical creatures alone had numerous mysteries, and one would think that there wasn't much meaning in this magical world, quite the opposite. It's great to be able to produce such results with the goal of assimilating magical creatures, The old, cunning Ghidorah also felt admiration for her. There are a lot of different kinds of magic, and there are some varieties of them that have no genes. There is simply not enough time to explain so many examples, and it is always thought that it is very difficult to produce results. Because of this, research in genetic engineering has been carried out only in the medical field in the Empire. However, it seemed that there was secret research going on within the Warcraft Legion. Presumably, the research is being conducted on inhumane things that cannot be disclosed to the public. Ghidorah was no great benefactor and could understand the sentiment of prioritizing intellectual curiosity over everything. He did not want to complain about such studies, but regretted that he had not been able to take part in them, and therefore did not know how far they had been reinforced. Judging from the appearance, Goseline's strength was higher than that of Demon Lord Clayman, and seemed to be weaker than Sage Saray, but it contained an amount of mana very close to Saray's. Judging from the 10 Lords of the Labyrinth, it was even higher than the pre-awakened Zijin, and although the amount of mana was not equal to the strength, she was undoubtedly a dangerous opponent. The Dragon Kings are far behind you, too. Looks like I'm going to have to show some real talent. It's an honor to be complimented by Ghidorah-sensei. Let's have a taste of this power. Goseline started to move. The forward thrust of this surge is heavier than a 10-ton truck hitting at 300 km per hour. The Floor Guardian Colossus statue, which was more than 3 meters in height and weighed more than 30 tons in total, would also be easily knocked away. Ghidorah called out as she unhurriedly adjusted her stance. Purple Light Thunder. Technique, as its name implies, let loose a purple thunderbolt. It was a soldier's suit mounted on the Floor Guardian Colossus statue, capable of emitting over 1,000,000 volts of electricity. Incidentally, it's not that the higher the voltage, the more powerful the weapon, it's just that it's cool. There's no point in scaring people except for their appearance, but it's appropriate for scaring adventurers. Surprisingly, Goseline was also stunned. What? What? Isn't it magic? Can you manipulate a lightning strike without unleashing your magic? Compared to its prowess, Goseline froze even more out of surprise. Well, it's a secret weapon, after all. It was Lord Rimuru who trusted me and entrusted me with this. Therefore, defeat must not be allowed. Ghidorah also matched up in a flourish. By passing Goseline's forward stroke, it was understood that she had replaced her body structure with a magic steel component. Although it was only speculation, it should be the special ability of the rock goblin. Clearly a substance heavier than steel, Goseline's movements were smooth. Moreover, with the power of a rival saint in her body, he could only admit that this transformation was a foul. However, Ghidorah possessed the Floor Guardian Colossus statue. Take this, the demon's destruction cannon, the ultimate magic weapon. At this point, the strongest armor is unleashed, and the firearm's control device is directly connected to Ghidorah's consciousness, allowing the armor to be unleashed without time difference, and the demon's destruction cannon was the strongest of the weapons. The name of the move is also very much in the style of Ghidorah, a tribute to the demon race. And judging by its performance, it can be said that it is a magic essence harvest cannon. This weapon not only uses the mana filled in the statue of the Floor Guardian, but also harnesses the mana in the atmosphere and releases it together, which is a perfect way to describe this weapon. The Floor Guardian Colossus opened its chest, and through that transparent membrane, Ghidorah's figure could be seen. From the center of the two palms, a ray of light was released, and with this ray of light as the center, a ray of destruction that coalesced the demon element was generated. Geez. You're the leader of the original Magic Legion, Goseline said. It seemed that he did not choose to dodge, but rather to be on the defensive, and his expression was not able to remain calm. Flush it out. Magic Steel Ultra Fine Vibration Wave. A tiny vibration was emitted from Goseline's body surface, a vibration that was unique to Magic Steel. The frequency of the magic steel is unique in its ability to create fluctuations that pop off the magic element. Being able to render magic ineffective was also this principle, and by assimilating with the rock goblins, Gosselin was able to manipulate this trait freely. The contraction of magicules and the diffusion of magicules. The opposite properties collide with each other. The winner is Gosselin. What? Kahirhai. Survived. It's a victory for my servant. Gosselin cheered loudly. Ghidorah is a wizard, naturally, and his means of attack are also dependent on magic. Relatively speaking, Gosselin's body was magic steel and had an absolute advantage in the face of magic. Both sides are familiar with this. That's why Ghidorah had used the most powerful weapon. If that didn't work either, it could be argued that Ghidorah no longer had the means to be able to defeat Gosselin. I've got a headache. I didn't expect to be able to defend against this. Ghidorah is also considered a strong man. When facing an opponent with a larger amount of mana than yourself, you can also subdue them with your own strength. Even with a saint like Saray as his opponent, he overwhelmed his opponent by virtue of the skill gap. However, there is always nothing one can do about an enemy who is not as good as oneself. That is, facing an enemy whose attacks don't work. If you can't beat the enemy, you can't win even without losing. Ghidorah understood that the fight was against him. He was thinking about what to do. Now is the critical time. This old man is no decent person, nor can it be said that Lord Rimuru has fully trusted me. If I do not demonstrate my own awareness here, he will not take me as one of his true companions no matter what the time comes. Ghidorah was impressed by the sheer size of Rimuru's apparatus. Although Rimuru spoke suspiciously of Ghidorah, who had defected from the Empire, he had accepted him and recognized his ability to take on great responsibilities. And, the land of the monsters is beautifully landscaped. Research facilities superior to those of the Empire were also prepared. His best friend Adalman is also here. Adalman, who is now of the 10 Lords of the Labyrinth, is also the pride of Ghidorah. Moreover, the study of magic could be said to be this old man's interest. As long as those few high men were present, it should lead me to pry into the abyss. Even in response to that lord's expectations, it will come in handy here. Ghidorah, wishful thinking of the monsters as masters of his own magic, recalled the masters and made good on his awareness. However, his memories are overly embellished. A demon had rejected Ghidorah without putting his eyes on him. A demon had tricked Ghidorah into almost using him as a test subject, and a demon had somehow drunkenly invited Ghidorah to practice swordplay instead of magic, but these were all aptly misunderstood by Ghidorah. However, there was another demon that liked Ghidorah over the praise of Rimuru's magic, and that demon had praised him for it, so it wasn't as if Ghidorah's memory was wrong. The demon, Diablo, and Ghidorah made a pact. If Ghidorah can find a way to gain Diablo's approval, he'll take Ghidorah in as his own dependent. So Ghidorah cannot die here. Rimuru had also ordered that there be no messing around. But, a thought flashed through Ghidorah. I haven't lost yet. The battle's just begun, little girl. Ki hi 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 hi. Yeah, that's good. Let your flesh remember the power of your servant. Ghidorah yelled, and Gosselin responded. The two then went head to head again. Gosselin, who was clearly less than half the height of the Floor Guardian Colossus statue, did not fall behind in her efforts. This is not normal. The weight-dominant Floor Guardian statue was suppressed. Moreover, it was not unusual for Gosselin to have countless tentacles growing swiftly on her back. The tip of the tentacle was sharply polished and smooth, plunging into the Floor Guardian statue. Look. Aha. More. Blood, give me more blood. Gosselin felt like she was burning out. These tentacles are constructed of magic steel, and they sharpen iron by creating high-frequency fluctuations through subtle vibrations. This move can also be applied to cut through matter and can be called a high-frequency thousand-handed chunk, or a high-frequency thousand-handed chop. The hands of the Floor Guardian Colossus statue were instantly chopped away by the high-frequency thousand-hand chop. You. The important body that Lord Rimuru has entrusted to me. In front of my servant, it's a piece of shit. You're too old to rely on such toys. I'm sick of this. Ghidorah shouted defiantly, but also only hard of mouth. In actuality, Ghidorah's body was penetrated by tentacles that opened several holes. Covered in blood, it was fortunate to be in the body and not be seen in this state by Gosselin, allowing him to maintain a tough attitude. That's tough. You don't need to be ashamed of the fact that the situation is irreversible. Even the legendary wizard could not overcome the tide of the times. I haven't lost yet. What an ugly struggle. Gosselin reached out 2 tentacles that turned into sharp blades, then cut off the feet of the Floor Guardian statue. In this way, the Floor Guardian Colossus statue lost its limbs. Take an oath to obey your servant. You'll be spared, won't you? It would be a pity if Ghidorah's knowledge were lost. With that in mind, Gosselin offered an invitation. But Ghidorah wouldn't nod yes to that either. Well, I'm basically putting myself first. Therefore, only if you don't betray your love of magic, will the ghosts follow you who despise it. Ghidorah's soul explodes. When loved ones are despised, human anger pours out of the heart. Ghidorah's stamina and perseverance are now on fire. And that anger made him determined to unleash forbidden magic. Use one's own life force as fuel for fierce-burning self-exploding magic, elemental magic, life sublimation. After all, I have a mystical means, reincarnation. I'm going to say goodbye to this world for now, and definitely peek into the abyss of magic next time. This is a man named Ghidorah who would rather be victorious than defeated. Resist? Then you're useless. Go to hell. You're going to be buried with me. Gosselin's tentacles penetrated the chest of the body where Ghidorah was, and at that moment, a dazzling light burst from the Floor Guardian Colossus statue. The light that burns everything to the ground is the elemental magic that Ghidorah unleashed, the flame of life sublimation. What the? That's what you're looking for? Before Gosselin could say a word, she was engulfed by the flames of life and disappeared. After that, a flower-like flame bloomed on the ground. Gable got caught up in a bit of an unfavorable fight. Gladim was strong, but even more tricky was Barago, who had awakened the power of a Chimera Knight. This power was similar to that of the 2 just now, and it could not be underestimated to the current Gable. Looking at the amount of mana alone, Gable was higher. Even counting spear skills, it was Gable who had the upper hand. It's just that the gap isn't that big when you look at the combined strengths. Gable could have beaten his opponent as long as he didn't fall short, but the opponent was too. Gladim, who fought guerrilla warfare, harassed on the sidelines, and Gable had difficulty in breaking Barago. And Gable had another concern. That Sokka who fought with Gladim's men. One of the 3 generals, Najin the Vermilion Sparrow, seems to be a strong woman who can match a demon lord, and is of the same race as the demon lord Frey, and Gable speculates that her strength is similar to Frey's. Therefore, he felt that Sokka couldn't win. Although Sokka's strength had grown tremendously with Gable's evolution, and he was now also a powerful person who could be called a superior monster, he was still only at the rank of an adjutant of a demon lord. His strength wasn't enough to fight the demon lord directly, and victory could be said to be desperate. Sokka is still alive because the sadistic Najim is simply enjoying playing with Sokka. Gable noticed this too, anxious to get over to the rescue. However, Gladim and Barago are also strong enemies. Sorry about that, sister. Just hold on, Gable prayed while he did so, then focused on his enemy. And then, bad news came again. A flash of light came from the ground, and Ghidorah-sensei was in the center of that flash. Sir Ghidorah. Gable's thought communication is not working. This means that. Even more troubling was the sight of a small figure standing up. Although his body was scaly and wounded, Gosselin, one of the 3 generals, did not die. Unable to conceal the shake, Gable shot Barago as he bided his time. Hey, 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 hey. Ho 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 ho. Of course, you're no match for me. Gable talks tough, but doesn't really have the strength. The situation was unfavorable, and the words retreat came to Gable's mind. But at this point, Gable also rushed to the scene with reinforcements he hadn't expected. Well, that looks bad. I'm here to help you. It was unexpected, but it came from a figure familiar to Gable. That's, Frank. I can't help it. I pestered Milim to help me move her here. One more person. The beautiful queen, the dominator of the sky. Sir Carrion, Lady Frey, why are you here? Gable asked in surprise, and Carrion replied cheerfully. We'll talk about this later. Let's get these guys out of here. Frey agreed with Carrion's words and nodded softly. Now that an alliance has been formed, it's only natural to send reinforcements. We will also fight, under the command of Lord Benimaru. The Beast King warrior regiment of Carrion, though less than 100 in number, rode at once. The same is true of the Frey's close guard, the heavenly soaring people. Although there are not many warrior-type winged people, their strength is guaranteed. There was no more reliable reinforcements, if not more numerous, than they were. Then please. Gable stopped worrying and understood the situation. So he wanted to consult Benimaru, sent a communication, and Benimaru immediately replied, the situation on your side has been observed through the Argos. Don't be careless, Gladim is pondering something, watch out for the soldiers at the bottom. Benimaru's instructions were straightforward and didn't specify who to fight who, only conveyed the main points. Instead, however, Gable was happy to feel trusted and relied upon. Then I'll let Sir Carrion deal with the enemy's general. Hey, you're a good man. That guy was a disgrace to the Beastman race, and I originally thought that he had stormed the wilderness long ago, not expecting him to be alive. Let me finish him off myself. That's what Carrion was going to do at first. The Gable accepted the instructions with gusto. So, my opponent is the Harpy, right? If you want to say so, Frey is also a Harpy, although Gable thought so in his heart. He wasn't so stupid that he wasn't sure what the consequences would be if he said it. He was also worried about his sister Soka, and Frey's proposal was exactly what he wanted. Can you please? Gable asked solemnly. Yes. So, I'm over it. Frey glanced at the two wings. It's all yours after that. Good luck, Lady Frey. Frey nodded and flew over. Naturally, Frey's target is Najim the Vermilion Sparrow. Najim, who was playing with Soka, also sensed that someone had suddenly broken in. Frey. The real queen, is me. Today, let me forget all the regrets I have accumulated for years. Unbeknownst to Frey herself, Najim was her own twin sister. Najim is a mutated species born with great power, but unfortunately had no reproductive capacity. For the feminine race with wings, it is impossible to identify with a queen who cannot bear children. Najim herself, through no fault of her own, could not qualify to become queen. Because of this, the then queen judged that she was likely to be the bane of the future and ordered Najim's exile. Gladim picks up Najim, who is wandering aimlessly, and unknowingly, Najim has built up anger and hatred for her fellow people in her heart, and now Frey, the symbol of her fellow people, is at hand. Joy and loathing surged through her heart, and with this incredible emotion, Najim rushed forward to meet Frey's unfurled wings. Carrion looked over at the two of them, full of concern. Well, let's start here too. Gladim, on the other hand, was gritting his teeth with hate. Don't underestimate people, you son of a bitch. It seems that Frey is also related to her rival. That's karma. If we didn't come as reinforcements, we wouldn't have had such an opportunity. Opportunity? Yeah. I'll kill you to prove that I am the strongest of the beastmen. Bullshit, that's my line. Carrion and Gladim, both of whom have similar personalities and intonations. He has a fierce temperament and cannot afford two tigers in one mountain. As Carrion says, it's a battle of karma. Take it. Come on. I'll show you what a gap is. Carrion unleashed his unique skill 100 beasts and transformed into a true lion king. Fully armed at the outset, make the most of it. Relative Gladim also made use of the White Tiger power that hadn't been used in the battle with Gable. The lone White Tiger, dressed in military uniform, fought against the King of the 100 Beasts. On the battlefield, two fronts were formed. Powerful forces clash with each other, creating a force field. Gable, on the other hand, watched the battle. Those who came as reinforcements to help acted on Benimaru's instructions. It's nothing. Similarly, the Kurenai and the Flying Dragons are under the command of Dorf, commander of the Order of the Sky. Benimaru gave appropriate instructions to each of the key locations, but the specific instructions were left to the people on the ground to execute. Gable also agreed with Benimaru's approach. As he himself could imagine, Benimaru was also fighting the enemy's subordinate. Benimaru is doing it right. Despite the high combat power of the Imperial Warcraft Legion alone, it was not praiseworthy in terms of group actions. Thus, the numerically disadvantaged Union Army maintained the line through clever cooperation. Still, there is no denying the disadvantage. The reinforcements came at just the right time, and the Union Army was ready to raise the wolf smoke of the counterattack. Well, that seems to be going well. Sokka has recovered well. I have to work harder. It's easy to look around when my opponent is looking around. As Gable cast his eyes to the battlefield, sharp gunfire met him head-on. The opponent is Barago. Gladim and Carrion were far away, but the battle between this side and Barago continued. Ho 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 ho. I'm the commander-in-chief, I can't just focus on you. I'm really underestimated. You're the ones who despise people, aren't you? If that man named Gladim had shown his true talent in the first place, I might not have been able to survive. Ha! How could a great beast lord get real with a little man like you? Hearing this, Gable shook his head helplessly. It's called taking things lightly. As the saying goes, when a lion beats a rabbit, he also uses all his strength. In this world of the weak and the strong, no matter what kind of opponent you face, it's only etiquette to do your best. Gable replied dutifully. In fact, Gable couldn't help but think of his companion as he said this. So much for people who don't do their best in the face of the enemy, accidentally, remembering this. One of the most even is Diablo. Gable occasionally provokes mock battles, but it feels like Diablo has knocked himself out with a rather underrated approach. That demon is an exception. In the end, if I had shown my true ability, the battle would have been over in an instant, so I can't complain. Although we are on the same page, there is a world of difference in strength between Diablo and me. It hurts, but that's the reality. With Raimaru's approval, he was awarded the highest honor, as one of the 12 patrons. Gable is proud of this, but at the same time more aware of his own standards. He became stronger through awakening and perceived how powerful Diablo is. Even the trio of demonesses who didn't evolve at the celebration feast were far superior to Gable. In this way, Diablo, who was even better than them and had successfully evolved, had become a monster beyond Gable's imagination. You can't win a fight. One can only admit that this is not an option, but if one gives up on it, it's all over. It doesn't matter if you can't win now as long as you don't give up and stick to chasing Diablo's footsteps. Gable thought this way, often with an upward spirit. It was because of this that Gable knew what was truly powerful. Though it was a concept imagined out of thin air, the strong were by no means the unassuming characters of Gladim and Barago, and Gable understood this through instinct. Therefore, I will never lose. You're full of shit. Anyway, your defeat is a foregone conclusion. You should be glad that you can die before you see the future hell, so thank me for my mercy. Barago's attacks are getting sharper by the second. Gable, on the other hand, unloads the strike cautiously. Is this talking about the change in you soldiers? Can you tell me what you've done? As Gable pointed this out, Barago's movement slowed. Then, with a flicker, stared at Gable. Hey, did you notice? That's for sure. After all, we have a very good commander. Even so, it's too late. The order has been given. All you can do is wait to die in despair. Barago pointed to the evidence. It was Gosseline who had fully recovered. Humph, it is indeed a very good restorative power. As a strong man, it is just that this level of ability is not taken for granted.
Gable found out that Gosseline was okay.
But it's not worth the surprise. However, Barago smiled fearlessly. Nope. It's not Gosseline, it's her surroundings. At this moment, a fierce cold ran up Gable's back. There were corpses of Imperial soldiers all over the place. To point out the death of a companion to the enemy in a heroic manner is to be unable to guess the intentions of Barago. However, before that. Speaking of which, when did this group die? The number of enemies was too large to be noticed, but the number of deaths was also too abnormal. On closer inspection, more and more of the enemy broke away from the air battle lines and landed. While observing their whereabouts, some of them were found to have vomited blood and died on the spot. What? Did you find it? I don't think it's because I died. That's right, Lord Gladim makes a decision. We are facing a great trial now. After saying that, Barago roared with laughter. With a maniacal laughter that spread throughout the battlefield, the people who heard it were scared to death. Gable looked at him like this and felt horror as well. It was an epiphany. Something terrible is about to happen. The Beast King Gladim gave a command. That's the most important classified order. All hands on deck. As reported by Samuel, our Emperor is in crisis. Moreover, the enemy has vilely summoned the evil demons. The battle power of the demons is still unknown, and presumably, that battle power is beyond your means. If this goes on, there will be serious damage, so this lord is going to use the last resort to counter it. Give your courage and loyalty, and unleash the killer weapon that I have given you, so that you may gain the power to defeat even the demons. After conveying the orders to the three generals, the orders were also given to the soldiers. As a fortified killer, the tablets were distributed to individual soldiers. However, the pill could not be taken without the order of Army Chief Gladim. And that restriction was lifted by Gladim's secret summons. With success comes great power. And if it goes well, there will be some side effects at best. If you're going to hate me, you might as well hate yourself for not being able to adapt. Now that's it, Gladim really means it. Downright self-centered, this is the man named Gladim. Gladim calmly ordered the soldiers of his own army to go to hell. As cold and ruthless as his judgment was, it was also true that just going on like this, there was a good chance that he would be ravaged by the demons. It can also be said that it is reasonable to judge a person as a person who has died in exchange for power. The soldiers quickly carried out their orders. It is precisely because one knows nothing about the content that one can execute orders without hesitation. In other words, the soldiers voluntarily unleashed the forbidden special caste and ability, Demon-Beast Fusion. The effects of the abilities slowly eroded the Warcraft Legion soldiers' bodies. Because both were in the middle of a battle, the change in the soldiers was ignored at first. However, the results of the changes also became apparent over time. The ground was strewn with bodies. The bodies Gable saw were them. There were also many who stormed into the enemy lines. The Kuranai and the Flying Dragons and the Heavenly Flying Congregation of the Beast King's Order were in a bitter battle. In the battlefield, there are also those who wonder about their changes. These men are the true warriors that Gladim pursues. There were 10,000 dead. 5,500 fully demonized people. 5,000 people who went berserk after the demonization. 5,000 who kept human form, partially bestialized, and went berserk away. 4,000 beast demon warriors who had housed the beast power. And 400 who awakened to become Chimera Knights. The odds of success or failure are fixed, and the results are more or less a fluke than expected. Because the experimental parameters were so few, it's no surprise that the results were even more disastrous. Judging from the results, the number of Demon Beast Legion, which originally had 30,000 people, had been drastically reduced. However, the Legion has grown in strength by leaps and bounds. The mob will be crushed on the spot. Although there is still value in using it as bait, it cannot be restored if it becomes that way. So Gladim also did not spare, and did well to shed their consciousness. Of the 20,000 remaining, roughly half still maintain a rational fight. This information was a little more than Gladim had expected. Half of them were unable to recover as adults, but the moment is also an important battleground. Gladim should also be happy with the result. What's more, 400 Chimera Knights were born. That way, neither opponent will lose. Thinking so, Gladim nodded in satisfaction. However, it's not time to let out a sigh of relief. It took some time to achieve this result, and the next step was the integration of these battle forces. Despite Gladim's desire to command the formation himself, it was a pity that there was now Carrion in the way. In that case, only 3 generals could be relied upon. Barago the Blue Dragon, fighting Gable. Vermilion Sparrow, Najim, is also fighting with Frey. That leaves Black Tortoise Gosseline. Gosseline, get the troops together. Kahir. The results are better than we thought. It's a joy to behold. Then please. The instructions were given through a simple chanting. The current need is to regroup before the 10,000 marching soldiers run out.
Thankfully, Gosseline was okay, and Gladim was relieved for the moment.
Even the self-centered Gladim relies on the people with whom he identifies. Well, I'm a good match for you, aren't I? Of course. I'm a military leader, not like a beast somewhere. Sacrificing your own men and calling yourself a military commander? No more jokes. Stupid, this is war. It's precisely because you can't even judge this that you can't. It's pathetic enough to hear that you've been kicked off the throne by a newly installed demon king, following the minions of the incompetent. Shut up. Carrion slashed at Gladim in exasperation, his anxiety evident in the attack. Incredibly, Gladim became stronger than expected. Oi, the attack is so weak, it's as slow as it stopped. Without forgetting to sneer, Gladim came around behind Carrion, who was equipped with a huge claw on his right hand. The tiger claws that glittered with silvery glory, the white tiger claws. The white tiger claw was also the alias of the 3 Beastketeer Sufia, and this claw, which possessed the name White Tiger, was exactly the mythical grade armament given by the Emperor, which Gladim had transformed into his own exclusive weapon, mythical equipment that can be decapitated no matter what the opponent is. It can also slaughter spiritual beings, and with Gladim's godlike pace, the effect is remarkable. With hammered pace, Gladim plays with Carrion. Even though Carrion was dressed in legendary-level equipment, he was like scrap metal in front of White Tiger Claw. What's wrong? What's wrong? I thought you were going to kill me, but it was just talk. Annoying. Geez, I thought I'd be able to take you out more easily, the math went wrong. Carrion had also become stronger through Milim's cultivation so that he was not fatally wounded and was able to continue fighting. Even more surprised about this was Gladim. The battle power gap was directly tied to weapon performance, and Gladim had originally thought he could end the battle more quickly. It is also evident from this that both men are kindred spirits. The strength is similar, the potential is higher for Carrion, and the weapon is favorable for Gladim. Overall, it's still Gladim who has the advantage. Gladim is also aware of this, keeping his guard up and charging at Carrion. It was at this point that something unexpected happened to Gladim. What? The power is coming? This is the precursor to evolution, the beginning of evolution into a demon lord. But, awakening at this time is like stepping into death's door for Gladim. What, this sleepiness is? Gladim wobbled on his feet, and Carrion could not have misplaced this break, out of the crisis repositioning posture. What's the matter, tired of chopping? Carrion observes while stirring up Gladim. What happened? This play, is it foul, or auspicious? Whoever it was could tell that Gladim's power was beginning to swell. The magicules gathered, overflowing with a huge magical aura. Gladim himself, however, was a lycanthropic figure who couldn't even stand up, staggering. What's going on? Is this supposed to be, like, an awakening? What he had heard recently came to mind in Carrion's mind. The ritual of evolution was performed at a celebration held at Rimuru. According to reports, some subordinates fell into an irresistible slumber and withdrew at that time. Does it take sleep to become a true demon lord? If so, then is this guy in the midst of an awakening moment? Carrion is no fool, but neither is he observant. But Carrion, facing a life crisis, thinks calmly and plays with excellent insight. According to Frey's speculation, evolution requires souls. Yes, the conditions are met. All it takes to evolve into a true demon lord is abhorrent souls. Of course, not all evolution requires this, and enduring the hateful feelings of those who have been killed by oneself is one of the necessary trials of awakening. Gladim became defenseless in a situation as critical as in battle. This, too, is karma. Those minions who had relied on Gladim must have felt betrayed. These souls are filled with abomination and reach out to the source of that abomination, Gladim. Nor was Carrion right to see through everything, only to judge that now was both the greatest crisis and the best opportunity. God help me, too. Wait. Give me a minute. You've lived as long as you want, haven't you? Now it's time for you to pay back. Calm down and think about it. Only the one who had defeated the state of perfection, me, could be called the strongest. You don't want a showdown in such an unkind way either. Gladim beat his heart out. The time is right for us to be killed, but this is the time when we can't help but sleep. As things were completely beyond expectation, no countermeasures could be expected for a moment. Sweeping a circle of the minions that depended on it, Barago and Najim were in the middle of a heated battle. Gosseline was busy integrating the Chimera Knights, and couldn't spare a hand to cover Gladim now due to the onslaught of Rimuru's army. At least, now, this moment, no one can come back to save Gladim. Gladim's knees momentarily braced against the ground. How can that be, damn it? It's been so hard to get this far, one step away from getting the most power. It is true that he feels the power that is overflowing within him, but the more powerful it is, the more powerful the incoming sleepiness will be unable to resist. As soon as the awakening was achieved, even Veilgrind was not in question. Gladim was so convinced, but the reality was harsh. There was no reason why Gladim could endure the trials that even Rimuru could not resist. Gladim's face, with the distorted by unwilling tears, one could not see the original face. You're kidding? You gotta be kidding me, motherfucker. Gladim tore into a slumber after a final shout. Those who cannot cross the trial, there is only death. Wouldn't it be nice to die in your sleep? So, goodbye. Beast particles roar. Carrion is not a man who would pity his enemies at a time like this. Carrion, who was the most confident when he was the demon lord, is now the general in charge of an army. Being in the position of reinforcements, it stands to reason that victory is a higher priority than one's own honor. The man, true to his ambition and one step away from achieving greater heights, was beaten down by Carrion. Not anticipating the defeat of the army chief, the three remaining generals panicked. The three will be companions who are intoxicated with Gladim, chasing the same dream. Their roars and laments were quite intense and even affected the battle. The initial action was Barago. No longer tangled with Gable, he turned back and rushed to Gladim's side. Lord Gladim. All of Gladim's head below was blasted away by the demon beast particle roar. Only the head with a remorseful expression was left, and in that state it was no longer possible to come back from the dead. Ah, what a cruel thing to do. Our long-cherished wish was still a little bit away from being fulfilled. Chasing the lamenting Barago, Gable also rushed over. Without a care in the world, he stabbed the Lizardman clan's secret treasure, the Water Vortex Spear, at Barago. Gable, his eyes still focused on Barago, said, "Sir Carrion, a wonderful victory. I admire the majesty of the Lion King. To Carrion, who had crushed the enemy general, Gable's words of praise were genuine. The power of Gladim, who holds mythical equipment, surpasses that of Gable even though he is a demon lord. Despite the coincidence and good fortune, praise for the Carrion who knocked him out is also par for the course. However, the complimented Carrion's face did not look good. Oi oi oi, it can't be, it can't be. Seemingly flawless to answer, Gable was thinking about something. What's wrong? Isn't it physically uncomfortable? Faced with Gable's questioning, Carrion reluctantly threw his gaze over. Then the appalling truth was told. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Are you hurt? No, it's the awakening. It seems that the souls, which were originally owned by Gladim, are coming towards me. To fall defenseless at a time like this, I can't laugh at Gladim anymore. What? Carrion couldn't help but laugh at himself. Sensing the situation, Gable produced a shake. I'm sorry, I'm going to sleep here. Protect me if you have the strength left. Of course. Rest in peace. To reassure Carrion, Gable laughed. Carrion returned a smile, then collapsed back onto his back, and with a final word of hopefully waking up well, fell asleep. The seemingly daring and fearless Carrion couldn't resist the sleepiness of evolution either. Barago was annoyed by this. If the situation changed slightly, it would be time to switch sides with Gable. Relatively speaking, it should also be Gladim, not Carrion, who falls into the sleep of evolution. I'll never forgive you. I'll never agree with you if you've done nothing to make a profit. Barago excitedly shot his abhorrent gaze at Gable and Carrion. In his hands he held the relics of the radiant Gladim. The white tiger claw is a mythical weapon that, when the owner is identified, becomes a realistic weapon with the owner's consciousness. White tiger claw, lend me your strength. Let me avenge Lord Gladim's death. As if echoing Barago's voice, the white tiger claws radiated an even more intense glow. The light retracted and turned into a spear. Ooh, identify with me as your master. Barago said happily. In his hand was the blue dragon spear, which had transformed from the white tiger claw. You're called Gable, right? I'm going to kill you and kill the thief who slept there. Bullshit. I have made a pact between men that I will never let you interfere with the sleeping Sir Carrion. Gable yelled back. Then, the two males fought again. While fighting at high speed in the airborne battle, Frey also grasped the situation in every corner of the ground through her unique skill Sky Sphere Eye. Everything within the specific range coordinates of this double clairvoyant lock can be seen at a glance. So that's what evolution is all about. Frey had a clear mind and was able to understand what was going on the ground. Fighting Najim on the one hand, Frey simultaneously unraveled the correct answer. How? Lord Gladim was. Luck is also part of strength, it's true. You bastard. How dare you fool Lord Gladim when you can't do anything about me? You say that, I'm just stating the facts, not trying to fool him. Besides, I'm not helpless, I just haven't struck yet. I hope you're not mistaken. Even though Frey seldom did it herself, her strength as an old demon lord was not a pose. Although Najim the Vermilion Sparrow has a much higher amount of mana than herself, she is also able to move around with speed and skill. He's a fugitive. He's a liar. You're not making a big deal out of it. We'll decide after the fight. Quarrels don't lose out to Najim. There are people in the world who are good at making others feel bad about themselves. Frey was exactly this type of person, and even the demon Lord Milim couldn't lift her head in front of Frey. And Frey wasn't just running away. Observe your opponent while looking for their weaknesses. Can't win on strength. The speed on Frey had the advantage, but the opponent's staying power was even better. This will only lead to a gradual decline, but there are always opportunities to win in unexpected places, aren't you, anxious? Huh? What are you? I can finally see the souls, too. Thanks to these eyes, it's convenient to be able to see. Frey snickered. Because she sensed that the performance of the unique skill celestial sphere I had increased, the battle had become a situation in her favor. And she was sure that the information now obtained would be the key to victory. What did you say you could see? Najim said in disgust, and then the claws finally caught Frey's wrists. A cold laugh followed. The winged clan's claws have the effect of magic blocking, which can seal the ability of an opponent who is caught. Ah ha 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 ha. What a fool you are. Just talking and accidentally getting caught by me, right? Najim seemed convinced of her victory, and his tone became clearer, and this change of attitude was a good indication that Najim was indeed in a hurry just now. Despite the crisis in which Frey was in, she remained calm. The observation continued, blandly acknowledging those instances. Take it. Magic electric shockwave. What followed seemed to be a one-sided ravage as Najim began the onslaught. Frey's clothes were cracking from the shockwave, but her expression was not the slightest bitter, and she was still watching Najim as if she was indifferent. Najim didn't feel right about the way Frey looked, but she thought it was just a bluff. Despite the reluctance to agree, the identical twin, Frey, was more intelligent. Comparing combat power alone is that Najim is stronger, but opponents who can play tricks are tough. This is meant to trick me into taking the opportunity to get away from the claws, right? Nope, the woman must have been waiting for a split second to break and attempt a reversal. Deciding that it was only right to continue the attack, Najim tortured Frey even more intensely. However, Frey remained unchanged. Not even close, huh? Frey just muttered, and Najim couldn't ignore the words. So one can't help but ask rhetorically, what's so close? You're starting to wake up, aren't you? Compared to when the battle first started, the amount of mana was gradually increasing. It seems like you'll sleep just like Gladim did. I'll just have to wait for the opportunity. Frey spoke up, revealing a devilish smile. Najim was blue in the face. She herself was more or less self-conscious that symptoms of awakening did appear in her body. And that's exactly why Najim was anxious. Since the time Frey saw through that, Najim had basically been played for mercy by Frey. So what? I'll just kill you right now and hide somewhere safe. While what Frey said was merely validating the truth, Najim fell even more wolfishly. Before the sleep of evolution arrives, Frey must be killed off. Najim so concluded, coming out even more fiercely to increase the power of the attack with full force. And that's what Frey is all about. Najim has no way of finding out. Magic shockwave. It was already unknown how many times it was the first attack. The intense electric shock scorched Frey. However, Frey didn't even have any burns on her body. At most she was just leaning back from the shockwave and was actually unharmed. Too weird. Why is this guy, who can do nothing, like this? When it is too late to perceive this. It's incredible. However, from your reaction, I am also convinced that as a mother of a former queen, I want you to be happy away from racial strife. What did you say? If the queen's secret is known, she will only be killed. So without telling you anything, I banished you. You've got to be kidding me. Can a fledgling live when it's abandoned at birth? That was a clear attempt to kill me. Najim shouted impassionedly. However, Frey calmly contradicted her. But you survived. This fact proves that someone was quietly taking care of you. Mother is also naive. What the? This is the point that Frey points out, and the one that Najim has long held in question. It's amazing how one can survive the early childhood years before one's self is born. So she gave herself the excuse that because she was a mutant, she probably survived by instinct. However, hearing what Frey had said, the doubts that had come to mind in the first place came to mind, but Najim, overcome with hatred, can't change her mind now. A bluff. Yeah, I see. You're trying to trick me, so wait for a reversal. It would have been nice to beg for mercy, but as an original demon lord, you can't allow yourself to end up like that, right? Najim was convinced that it was the desperate Frey playing up the strategy. That makes all the sense. Najim, who forcefully justified herself, further increased the power of the electric shock in order to firm herself up inside and not fall for the deception. Go to hell. Maximum magic electric shockwave. The full force of the purple lightning struck through Frey. And that's exactly the moment that Frey was waiting for. It's pathetic. I let you get away, and you came back here to die. Huh? There can only be one queen. In order to get the throne, I killed Lord Mother. Of course, if you're not abandoned, you'll have to kill each other with me. Then I could have killed you. As a rare combat type, Najim was absolutely confident in her fighting abilities, although the flight speed is not as fast as Frey's, other than that it is better than Frey's. Even the battle was not lost, and now it was, and victory was near. All Najim wanted to do was laugh at Frey, and the last words before she died didn't even count as hard words. But hearing Frey's next words, her face changed. Winged queens are in need of all sorts of abilities. And it is those who are born with these abilities that will be recognized as the next queen. You're also unlucky to be born as the other half of my twin. You've been talking smugly since just now. Then I'll get right to the point. For an attack of the same race, the queen is going to be at an absolute advantage. In other words, harpy attacks won't work against me. Stop lying. How can something so ridiculous be? If that was the case, the thought flashed through Najim's mind for a moment, but she vetoed it in a flash. If that's true, it would be a contradiction to killing the former queen. You're trying to make up a story to get me into a mess, so make up a convincing story. It's sad that you can't believe me, but it's true. Incidentally, the old and new queens didn't have to fight each other. Originally, it was the sisters with the same ability who should have won the battle, and the one who could take the opponent's ability for himself or herself would be the queen. At the same time, it is also true that it will become a demon lord species. What the? Because you were born with a flaw, it was up to me to kill your mother. And inexcusably, you trampled on your mother's desire to keep you alive. I don't know if you're a sister, but I wish you could hide in some corner and live. You're kidding. Think you've won? As your sister, I also have the ability to fight outside of the Harpy clan. Just use that power. It's too late, enough energy has been saved. I don't want to put you in pain. I'll kill you. What? By this time, Najim finally sensed that Frey's wings were dyed purple and scattered with gold powder, and the beautiful pure white wings were discolored due to the purple electricity. Najim's mind grew fearful as she realized what this meant, and her body stiffened. The shockwaves that I released, all piled up. And how powerful is it? Najim panicked and tried to escape, but the claws that held Frey's wrists couldn't be pulled out for a moment, and Frey's slender hands also hit Najim's wrists. Perhaps the outcome would have been different if Najim had awakened before she met Frey. But unfortunately, that too is just a hypothetical. Farewell, sister. Reflexes. Wait? Frey didn't hesitate. Kinship was shed long ago when she became queen. The accumulated purple electricity was released in one breath. This is the ability that Frey has acquired, the unique skill of the two-knocker, which allows Frey to return the attacks she takes to her opponent. It was actually a bad skill to use, since she was also wounded, but this time it was an attack from the same clan, and the strong enemy, who should have been invincible, became a one-trick pony for Frey. Najim ate the accumulated electric shock head-on, burned to black in an instant, and died on the spot. It doesn't matter if it's an older sister or a younger sister, it's mother's naivete that's so troublesome. Still, one thing is quite enviable, sister. At least, you were really loved by your mother. Towards the fallen Najim, Frey bid farewell. But Najim had lost hearing of Frey's goodbye. The winged sisters failed to understand each other, and their second encounter came to an end. It would be nice if that was the end of it. What the? The soul of Najim is coming towards me. A sudden sharp drowsiness assaulted Frey. Is this, then, The sleep of evolution? So, with Najim gone, the soul's remorse has been unleashed on me. It wasn't that Frey didn't want to awaken as a true demon lord, but there was also timing and occasion to consider. Looking at Carrion's stupidity, I wanted to wait for him to wake up and taunt him, but Frey could only laugh bitterly in her heart, "Don't joke with me." But complaining doesn't help. Lucretia, Clee. Guard me to the end. Protect Carrion, too, by the way, as you wish, Lady Frey. Will do as you command. The twins responded immediately. Upon seeing the twins, Frey flew to Carrion's side. It's better for two people to get together for protection than separate. Also, with the three Beastketeers Sufia guarding Carrion, working with the two wings will increase the chances of survival. Frey thought so. That said, that's really enough. It's obviously reinforcements, now it's all a burden. I didn't think I'd behave like this. Frey was embarrassed with shame inside. The only thing that was unexpected about Frey. Also unsure if she would be able to wake up, Frey reluctantly fell asleep. Gable and Barago put on a death match. And the one that decided where the battle was going was the blue dragon spear that Barago was holding. Gable didn't want to admit to being swayed by the difference in weapons, but in fact, even Gable's proud dragon-scale armorization couldn't completely defend against the blue dragon spear's sudden stab. He can't be underestimated for hurting me. Kek. That's my line. I was going to kill you with one blow, but it's going to be tougher than I thought. Both men were covered in wounds, but neither stopped attacking, and neither cared that the wounds were growing. It's surprising that you can evenly compete with the awakened me. But I can't lose. Ha! If it's Lord Gladim, even without awakening, he's better than you. If I can awaken, I won't have to fight against you. Ridiculous. Stronger than me, there are plenty of people amongst Lord Rymuru's men. You're not bad, but in the eyes of Ultima and the girls, you're just a fish. This statement was tantamount to saying that he was also a miscellaneous fish, but Gable did not notice it. Though lacking in roots, Gable himself took this statement extremely seriously. Even though Gable was embroiled in a bitter battle, he didn't forget to observe the battle situation. In order not to implicate the sleeping Carrion, Gable deliberately reveals the breach to induce Barago's actions. After all, it was not in vain, and the battlefield was successfully moved little by little. Miss Sufia has also rushed to cover, and Carrion should be fine. And when you get here, you don't have to worry about getting involved. Gable was also doing some thinking in the fight. As Gable circled, Frey also defeated one of the three generals. No way. Even Najim has lost. After the Generalissimo, the woman who had identified herself as an adjutant also died. The much battered Barago became enraged. Absolutely unforgivable. I'm going to use this spear to avenge my fellow men. Barago exclaimed. Next, it's the real Barago. A true Chimera Knight is a warrior who has taken the inherent ability of the Beastman race bestiality for himself. You know what? If you can bear the special ability of demon-beast fusion, you can become a being who can unite the power of man and beast, and this is our ultimate warrior. After Barago finished speaking, his body began to change. Keeping a human face, the features of a dragon gradually emerged. Military uniforms also break with the expansion of the body. Barago shifted, taking on a form that approximated that of a dragon turned draconian. It feels so good. The true power of liberation is so high. Barago is also trying to take on this form for the first time. Whether or not the transformation would be successful, he was only thinking about it quietly, and hadn't told anyone about the transformation. But now, the revered Gladim is dead, unshackled from Barago's heart. Coupled with the defeat of fellow Najim, there was no longer any reason to hesitate. Come here, you guys. Barago called out, storming the minions. The miserable soldiers without self-consciousness, as depraved as magical beasts, obeyed the orders of the overwhelmingly strong and instinctively recognized Barago as the strong one. It wasn't just the demonized people, it was the partially demonized people. the assembled soldiers were easily gnawed at by Barago. Like a pulse pounding and pounding, the energy flowed into Barago's body. The gnawed-upon soldier became as dry as a corpse and died on the spot. "Shh, what have you done? Aren't they your men? And you? I hope they're thankful to be so fortunate as to be able to die in my service. So selfish? Don't think that I will let you off the hook for such inhumane practices." Gable sprinted forward. Instinct sounded the alarm that it would be dangerous to leave it alone. Judging by the situation, the capacity value has become larger after the transformation, and the minions are now used as energy supplies. Barago now has the same amount of mana as Gable. Now that he was about to become what could be called an artificially awakened demon king, there was no reason why Gable should be anxious. Anxiety, however, invites the worst results. Dumbass. On the battlefield, those who lose their common sense can only die. Do you think I would indulge in eating and fall off the wagon? Barago's action has two implications. 1. The power is increased to replenish the missing energy, and then there's the one that sends Gable into anxiety. Barago's purpose accomplished, Gable falls into the trap and rushes to his death. What? By the time he noticed it, it was too late. Barago deftly maneuvered the blue dragon spear with his feet, the tip of which pierced the abdomen of the rushing Gable. The magic steel chest armor failed to cover the abdomen. Gable's dragon scale armorization was also unable to defend against the counterattack that came from an unexpected dead corner. Gah, gah. Gable had a hole cut in his abdomen and spat out blood. Seeing this, Barago laughed aloud. Kek. You become my bait food, too. Feel the glory. Gable was in desperate straits, but fate would not allow it to happen. Confirmed. The unique skill tuner effect has been launched. Personal name, Gable's change of fate, successful avoidance of death. This is the voice of the world. The power of the unique skill tuner, which Gable himself had forgotten, changed Gable's fate in this moment. This was originally a unique skill acquired by Gable during the transformation of Demon Lord Rimuru, but it was unclear what effect it had, only that it could increase or decrease his attack power. It gets stronger when you get carried away, and weaker when you are weak and inferior. In a sense very suitable for Gable's powers, but not exactly a good skill to use. With that feeling, Gable's life was saved by the unique skills of a bunch of mysteries. Kuhu. What? I was really penetrated in the abdomen just now. Though touchy-feely, Gable the man didn't care about the details. Well, that's it. Gable gave up thinking and repositioned himself against Barago. How can that be? What just happened? Barago can't just take it like that. Against an opponent as strong as Gable, it was hard to let his opponent fall into the trap, and finally he was able to defeat him. It's a win-win situation to continue the chase, and it's only natural that it's unacceptable. Don't be ridiculous, asshole. Then next time it'll go right through your heart. After absorbing the magic essence, the strength had increased drastically, and there was no longer any need to play tricks. Defeating Gable was like a slap in the face. Thinking so, Barago gripped the blue dragon spear in both hands. The two males once again faced each other in four eyes, ready to strike. At a disadvantage was Gable. It was lucky to pick up a life, but there wouldn't be a second one. He didn't know that it takes a long time for the unique skill change of fate to start again after the first time. It doesn't matter how good or how overjoyed you are, but one use a day is the limit. So Gable has no other trump card. Also, the physical exertion was severe as the battles continued one after the other. Having just come back from the brink of death, it was logical that rest was needed now. Even though Gable was not in good shape, he was not weak and smiled brightly. Ho 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 ho. Your moves are pretty good, but I'm not losing to you either. After all, Master is very good. Don't think you can beat me that easily. In order to be ready to respond to Barago's outbursts, Gable concentrated his full attention. But by this time, the fate was set. It was not the influence of Gable's unique skills, but the birth of the seal in Rimuru's mind. Originally, Gable had no choice but to struggle as hard as he could with his last strength, when the heavenly voice descended. Do you want power? So there you go. Please agree to a transformation of your unique skills. Gable didn't ask rhetorically what that meant. The sound was wistful, warm, and just hearing it calmed one down. So without the slightest hesitation, Gable silently read his agreement. The effect is dramatic. You made the right choice. I'll give you new powers by offering your unique skill, the tuner, as a sacrifice. As the sound faded, Gable awakened a new power. Research has given King of the Mind, a skill given by the seal that has 5 effects: thinking acceleration, fate change, unexpected operation, space operation, multiple barriers. Accelerated thinking can increase the speed of perception up to 1,000,000 times. Fate change is the upper-level version of the unique skill tuner's fate change and can now be manipulated by Gable's self-awareness, but it is still used once a day at most. This is also the top version of the unpredictable effect of tuner. Whereas before it was only possible to unconsciously raise the attack, now it could be launched by his own will. One thing that remains constant, however, is that it still depends on the mood. If emotions are high, one can boost their attack. Space manipulation is an ability that the subordinate, led by Benimaru, can use. The main purpose is to transfer space, so that as long as space is not interfered with, you can freely move to the place you have been once. There's even a handy ability to seal the enemy's back path to escape by interfering with space. Multiple barriers is a defensive technique that Rimuru excels at. By combining the various effects of barriers, all attacks can be countered. By way of borrowing Rimuru's power, Gable can also use the multiple barriers. Skill effects that hadn't been noticed so far were now correctly understood by Gable. Seal instructed Gable in a consciousness delayed to 1,000,000 times over. Gable was deeply moved. Couldn't help but get it off his chest. That's strong, that's strong. I can't lose any more. Just finished the upgrade and he immediately got carried away, but it was the right thing to do. Gable's laughter swept the heavy atmosphere, and the strength grew in equal proportion to it. What's the matter with you? Suddenly the strength has increased. What on earth was done? Ho 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 ho. Sorry, but I have a great master. As long as I have that lord guarding me, I can't lose. Although it was still possible to lose depending on the situation, Gable spoke out loud and proud. At the same time, the power within Gable was overflowing. In this way, it is already overwhelming. Come on, get killed. How dare you? Let your flesh remember my power well. The two masters of the awakening demon lord will fight head to head with all their might. In a split-second offensive and defensive battle, the man who took the opponent was Gable. Gable used the water vortex sphere to deftly block the blue dragon spear that was stabbing over with full force. Barago thus revealed a huge gaping hole, and before he had time to regroup his posture, a large hole was opened in his chest by Gable's sudden stab. Goo, it's not over yet, with my ability to recover, just this injury. Yes, Barago had inherited the high recovery power unique to orcs, and coupled with the energy replenished by absorbing his minions, a certain amount of injuries could be instantly healed. Barago tries to hang on to the recovery this time too, however, doesn't manage it. Gable himself found it quite unbelievable that Change of Fate and Unforeseen Operation had been launched without permission, and the two had combined to seize Barago's ability to recover. Fate Change can only be used once a day, but only for the same object. That is, it can be used against enemies as well. This was confirmed through this battle. As Barago himself said, on the battlefield, the man who loses his ordinary mind has only one way to die. Wow, more power than I thought. Thus, Gable was given new abilities and was victorious at the same time. On the other hand, the last three, Black Totus Gosseline, also encountered an unexpectedly strong opponent. Due to the defeat of Army Chief Gladim, the Warcraft Legion was in chaos. Before they had a chance to integrate their troops, the demon hordes fell from the sky. It was a large army, though, and not a large number. It's only about 500, but the quality can be described as terrifying. The black numbers, the direct demon-fighting group of the demon lord Rimuru. Despite the fact that the Chimera Knight's amount of mana was close to twice that of a demon, unexpectedly, they were unable to gain the upper hand in the battle. The demons are just that strong. Faced with the unsatisfactory state of affairs, Gosseline couldn't suppress her anger. In such a state, the time of destiny comes. That is, what? A silhouette emerged from the distance of Gosseline's vision. Somehow, the instinct to feel strongly about this sense of disconnection sounded the alarm. Gosseline took her eyes off the battlefield, intending to see the true identity of the figure's shadow. Gosseline's actions were the right ones. If the silhouette was ignored, Gosseline would never know what was going on until she died. That being said, it's probably happier to die knowing nothing. The place where the figure emerged was the site of the wreckage of the Floor Guardian Colossus statue. Just as Gosseline was watching what was happening, the silhouette stood up. It was a beautiful man with dark hair and waist and a half-naked upper body. The complexion is dark brown with a slight sheen. It was as if it was metal, no, the remains of the Floor Guardian Colossus statue fused under the man's waist. In front of Gosseline's eyes, the wreckage dissolved and changed shape. After that, the man's lower body was finished. What? I'm naked. It's a shame. The tone that didn't match the handsome appearance was very similar to the man Gosseline had just fought. Are you, Mr. Ghidorah? The man laughed at Gosseline's question. Of course it's this old man. Or do you think you've won? I would never approve of that. Yes, the mysterious all-naked man is Ghidorah-sensei. What did you say? Didn't you die in a self-exploding spell? The principle of that magic is to burn life, so why are you still alive? Gosseline shouted aloud. Her own understanding couldn't keep up, and listening to Ghidorah's answer got her more confused. It wasn't good to be carried along by Ghidorah's rhythm like this, and Gosseline tried to change the course of the topic. Yeah, come to think of it. This old man exploded with his life sublimation. You think that's gonna kill me. However, how could a man like me commit suicide? Until the battle is over, don't be relieved to think you've won. Ghidorah was long-winded while creating clothes with magic. It's still unsexy, but it's better than being completely naked. Cut the crap and answer my question. Gosseline wanted to take out Ghidorah regardless. However, the one who is obviously completely dead has come back to life and has to become cautious. Also not sure if Ghidorah will answer honestly, so Gosseline intended that no matter what Ghidorah's answer was, the next attack would be to the fullest. It was the old man, after all, who must have used some clever trick or prepared a living sacrifice for death. It's a lot of work to make a servant sway. But, servants will crush these boring tricks with brute force. The flesh of Gosseline's magic steel had super weight on the opposite side of the surface. Therefore, just by crashing through with a certain speed alone, it can also exert considerable power. In addition, the high-frequency thousand-hand chop with the tentacles of the whole body can be turned into a cannonball that turns everything it touches into powder. Gosseline's feet were straining. Use yourself as a cannonball and gain propulsion by kicking the ground. It's another of Gosseline's killer moves. Gosseline aimed at Ghidorah. And Ghidorah didn't notice that she was about to launch an attack and honestly began to explain. Well, I've been reincarnated. He had prepared beforehand a mystical arcana that he had developed himself, reincarnation. As long as you use this, you can keep your old memories and start a new life, although you have to say goodbye to the world for a while. It's a wonderful thing. So? It's just that the success rate is a little low and the relative returns are great. And I've been reincarnated several times, so success is guaranteed. In fact, the first time you try it, the success rate is the lowest. It wasn't due to poor skill on the part of Ghidorah that Adalman failed that time either. Ghidorah had prepared several spells beforehand that could be unleashed at any time. Razin can only prepare 1 or 2 spells at most, and Ghidorah can prepare more than 3. Transfer magic for escape and self-break magic for self-break. In case of death, he also has a handful of reincarnation magic. Despite Ghidorah being so thoughtful, though, something unexpected happened to him this time. By initiating reincarnation, the soul is separated from the body. A soul protected by magic is supposed to seek the next body to enter reincarnation, and at this point, another engagement was launched. Actually, Ghidorah volunteered to be Diablo's disciple, and Diablo has yet to give an answer. It was supposed to be a second rejection, but Diablo had his eye on Ghidorah. The two of them share a common interest in praising Rimuru magic. I don't hate men who are as interesting as you. When I recognize that you can truly serve Lord Rimuru, I'll take you in as a dependent. It was said at the banquet. Probably just a polite excuse to deny himself, but Ghidorah was still trying hard to get Diablo to approve of him. And at that point, Diablo had implanted Tempter. Thus, Ghidorah's reincarnation was rewritten. If one chooses to die for Rimuru, one can be reborn into the demon race. And the demon race is a race born with the ability to fight. It's only natural that Ghidorah, who possesses lifetime memories, becomes a demon race, and transmutes into a special individual. The problem is the flesh. Being a demon race of spiritual beings, staying in this world required a physical body. Originally Ghidorah could only possess someone, or contact Diablo and wait for the summoning. But as Seal was born in Rimuru's heart, the fate of Ghidorah was decided. If you want flesh, then you have it. It also gives you more power. Serve Lord Rimuru, so said the voice. For Ghidorah, too, it's a request. That's for sure, Ghidorah exclaimed. So the deal was formed and Ghidorah was successfully reborn. The new race that reincarnates is the metallic demon race. As if to prove himself a black dependent, he is entwined with black. The hair, eyes, and complexion are mostly black. The shine through the metal is like an artifact. Having said that, this figure is not the original Ghidorah's appearance, but rather the youthful appearance of his life, his original life. It is a model reproduced from the image of memory and the soul, independent of race. Maybe it's because the new race, but he doesn't have the limitations of a demon race. Now that Ghidorah's amount of mana had been able to match that of a Chimera Knight, coupled with the knowledge and experience from his life, he had undoubtedly become stronger. Ghidorah also did feel himself being reborn, and savoring the emotion, he couldn't resist nagging at Gosseline. That is to say, you've become one of those metallic demons? A race I've never even heard of. That's what it's all about. A word of advice, I've gotten stronger. You have no chance of winning, surrender. I'll spare your life for the sake of my former colleagues. Idiot, that's all I have to say. The well-prepared Gosseline saw the time and burst forward towards Ghidorah. The astonishing speed turned Gosseline's body into an overweight cannonball. Ghidorah, who is still gossiping, probably can't defend against that. Gosseline rushed forward with such a thought, only to be dazed the next moment. Surprisingly, the body ignored the fact that Ghidorah was right in front of her eyes, but her consciousness drifted off course. Incredible, isn't it? Well, to put it simply, it's the manipulation of the magnetic field through magic that creates the strong magnetic barrier. When the magnetic field is energized, it can electromagnetically induce the object to move as it just did. The object this time refers to Gosseline herself. For Ghidorah, who had learned the science of the otherworldly, being able to do so much with magic was very much a thing. That is to say, Gosseline's killer weapon was easily cracked by Ghidorah. You're floating in midair, Ghidorah was holding a large book in his left hand, while his right hand was carefully turning the pages as if touching a treasure. How? Do you understand the power of this old man? Give up the fight and surrender. This only sounded like underestimation to Gosseline. Although Ghidorah didn't mean it, Gosseline's self-esteem as a strong person was hurt. So the option of surrender does not exist. All right. The only one who doesn't want to use this is my servant, She's come to her senses. Gosselin swallowed the pills. The special caste and ability of demon-beast fusion was activated. Just like Barago, Gosselin was about to gain great power. However, there was no reason for Ghidorah to wait dryly either. Really? Then you'll be a test subject for this new power of mine. Ghidorah looked happily at Gosselin. Those eyes, they were the eyes of a scientist looking at a small white mouse. The ultimate gift of the Book of Guidance. The book Ghidorah was holding in his left hand gave off an ominous glow. The book records that is Rimuru, that is, all the magic that Seal manages. Ghidorah was in a trance as he looked at the fine art pose recorded in the book about magic. Now he had chosen the magic that best suited him. The Little Black Prison. It was a martial art created by Benimaru, and Rimuru turned it into a skill. Magic is also a type of skill that is recorded in the Book of Magic. Although it was not as powerful as the martial arts used by Benimaru himself, the power was impeccable. Before Gosselin could understand what was happening, she was burnt beyond reproduction by the flames. I want to show it off again, but I can't. Ghidorah muttered, trying to stroke his beard of pride. But his chin is bare, not a hair on it. Oh, no. It's a headache to look young too. Ghidorah muttered to himself, happily flipping through the Book of Magic Guidance. As a result, the subordinates of the Warcraft Legion led by Gladim were all crushed. However, there are still dangers on the battlefield. One man, seeing Gladim's head rolling down to the ground in front of him, was giddy. There's a delicious-looking bait that fell on the ground. That was the reason he was happy. The man who had picked up his head and nibbled on it without a care in the world was one of the 3 giants that Yuki had ordered to infiltrate the Legion of Warcraft, Vega. Gnawing away at Gladim's body, Vega's body was full of power. The body of that seemingly carnivorous beast swelled up another round. Gladim was originally a big man of 2 meters, and Vega had grown to be equal to Gladim, with bulging muscles that made the uniform blossom. Humph, it's not bad, but it's not enough. Vega muttered to himself, and next came a succession of delicious bait. Najim, the vermilion bird, burned to a crisp, Barago, the green dragon, who died with a hole in his chest, and Gosselin, the metal remains of which are only the remains of her. Vega approached quietly, unnoticed by anyone, and nibbled on his prey quickly, one after another. Vega was able to eat humans because he was born with a special ability, the power of the unique skill. Plunderer. Vega was born in the royal capital of Ingratia. Unknown to Vega himself, his father was a magical inquisitor who eventually degenerated into a wizard. The father, having absorbed too much magic factor and unable to change back to human again, attacked the mother, from which Vega was born. So Vega was born a heretic, only 3 days after conceiving Vega in the mother's fetus and being born with a self. Having said that, he was just an irrational baby who didn't understand language, and everyone around him, including his mother, feared him as a monster. Not only was he not loved, he was nearly killed and had to hide. A dozen years passed after that, and Vega survived. Eating rats, scavenging scraps of leftovers, eating anything to survive. Finally, it also began to gnaw at the humans who were dying after the fight. Then he got it. Surprisingly, there is so much bait around yourself. Vega, who began eating humans, became a veritable monster. Of course, so an order was given to crush him, and it was Yuki who was responsible for carrying it out. At that time, Shizu Aizawa was already the instructor who took up the whip and assisted in the crusade, and Vega was successfully arrested. Originally, Vega was supposed to be executed, but Yuki felt it would be a shame for the force to just die. Unusual combat acumen, tough flesh. Also, it has the potential to grow, so it can be a good pawn to use if you exercise well. Yuki lied to Shizu and said that Vega had been disposed of. Then Vega was educated in the Empire through Damrada. Today, he has grown into a warrior of terror. Fortunately for Vega, the battle between the Upper Beast Knights and the Demon Beast Knights who served as reinforcements intensified. Thus, Vega was able to achieve his objective in a covert manner: the limbs of a strong beast, the body of hard magic steel, the power of a dragon that can bounce magic, the wings that can soar through the sky. Vega got them all in short order. Not only that, but he also picked up the mythical grade blue dragon spear. Though not yet recognized as a master, Vega didn't care. The injection of power made the blue dragon spear obey itself, fusing together forcibly. This was the effect of metal operation, the power that Gosselin possessed. Fused with mythical grade weapons, an unknown change came over Vega. The unusual armor covered the entire body, and a demon of unknown origin was born. At this point, it was time for Gable and the others to notice. What? Are there still such dangerous foes around? Gable exclaimed in surprise, and the minions could not help complaining. But Lord Gable, we are exhausted. Exactly. One battle after another, the supplies became scarce. What shall we do, Lord Gable? It's no wonder. In fact, the fatigue of the Flying Dragon congregation was at its limit. If the Upper Beast Knight had come any later, the battle line would have collapsed long ago. After all, the Beast King Warrior Corps and the Heavenly Flyers, who were supposed to be reliable reinforcements, were the first to leave the battle line. Ah, crap, Sophia muttered, that's how this started. Gable asked what was wrong, and Sophia returned with so sleepy. Hearing this, Gable also understood. It's about to begin. The indispensable evolutionary sleep of the Harvest Festival begins at the worst possible time. Carrion and Frey began to awaken, and it was a natural consequence. In the face of this irresistible physiological phenomenon, there is nothing to be done about complaining. So Gable and the rest fought alone and held the line. The other units are in the middle of an engagement according to their own judgment. But Gable and the others couldn't get out of there. Fatigue reaches its limit at times like these, and the situation becomes even more unpleasant. That's when Vega came and Gable was blue in the face. Be assured, Sir Gable, that first I will speak to that man. That guy's name is Vega. He's Yuki's partner. How reliable. Gable was impressed with Ghidorah. Then please. Roger. The two, who had unknowingly become quite close, smiled and nodded at each other. Then Ghidorah walked towards Vega. Vega, long time no see. Ah, is it Master Ghidorah? I hear you've gone rogue to the demon Lord Raimoru, so it's true. That's why myself and Yuki are also in a comrade-in-arms relationship, and it's a good thing I ran into you here. If I hadn't been there, you might have been considered an enemy. Yeah? Ghidorah walked over and struck up an intimate conversation, and Vega glanced around with little interest. Then immediately averted his gaze. Now Vega's eyes only see what is of interest. Ahead of Vega's line of sight were Carrion and Frey. All around them, too, lay what looked like pretty tasty bait. Vega kept his mouth watered, recalling the taste of the meat in a trance. I will mediate here, and you will assist us. Ghidorah slaps his hands on his shoulders as Vega sweeps past, and a relaxed, guarded Ghidorah eats the punch head-on. Now Vega's power had been strengthened to override the awakening demon lord. Compared to Ghidorah, there is more than twice the amount of mana. Although Ghidorah's physical defense of the metallic demon clan was also excellent, it was still no better than Vega, who had full-body magic steel and was armed with mythical levels. One blow left Ghidorah unconscious and lying motionless on the ground. Ghidorah, Ghidorah. The shouting Gable thought in his heart, Ghidorah is really unreliable. Ghidorah himself was full of confidence, but it couldn't be helped. The Good Hope collapsed and Gable looked even more disappointed. Also, Vega is more than capable. Vega wasn't about to hide either, watching them like he was licking Carrion and Frey. His purpose was clear. If he is not knocked out here, he will gain even more power. I don't even know if I can beat it now, and I'll be even more helpless by then. Gable will lose out and will have to fight now. I've always wanted to do something big, but one by one, I'd rather be spared. Gable introspected slightly inwardly. Gable made the realization and was about to move forward when he found someone in the way in front of him. Gable, let's leave this to our family. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Isn't that Lord Laplace? Why is he here? Well, because of being left behind by everyone, Laplace, who was about to say so, couldn't help but fall silent. Because it sucks. You don't have to say it. Of course he's here to save you. Whoa, whoa, whoa. That's so reassuring, Sir Laplace. Yeah. Since we're here, don't worry. Laplace forcefully closes the conversation. Then, turned to Vega, who was supposed to be a companion. So, Vega, why did you beat up old Master Ghidorah? Laplace asked to Vega with a flirtatious whirl. Vega just looked at him annoyedly and replied, Huh? Needless to say. Because the old man is in my way. In the way? Ah, yeah, none of the guys who get in the way of my eating can stay alive, so Laplace, you two honestly duck to the side. In that case, I'll let you off the hook for old time's sake. Laplace stopped spinning around. That's a joke. Have you forgotten where you stand? The tone of his voice was almost the same as a moment ago. However, the atmosphere is quite oppressive, and it is not too much to say that it is like two people. However, Vega didn't care. Ha ha, you take a stand? You're the one who hasn't forgotten. You want to order me around. Didn't that Yuki kid lose to Rudra? I only take orders from those who are better than me. Vega laughed when he finished. His cackling could be heard in every corner of the battlefield. I can't laugh. Your jokes aren't funny. So you're not kidding? The shitty laughter came to a screeching halt. Laplace closes the distance in a flash and chokes Vega. Don't underestimate people. Believe it or not, we'll kick your ass. Laplace lifted a Vega who was 2 rounds bigger than his body. Vega struggled with his hands. He is clearly not needing to breathe anymore, but is not used to coming over and is at a loss. That's when Laplace unleashes a knee strike on Vega. Vega with the neck choke has nowhere to go. After Laplace lets go, Vega crouches on the ground to adjust his breathing. Wait. I'm sorry I got carried away. I've calmed down. Forgive me. Laplace was about to land a shot to the side of Vega's head but looked at Vega pleading with himself and stopped. Then, coldly says, We're not as gentle as the boss. I won't do it again. I know. Then follow our family honestly. Listen to me, if you do anything, we won't forgive you. Vega immediately nodded in agreement. Understood. So, what's next? We're going to go to the president's place. As long as the chairman is saved, Tyr and Footman will be restored. Anyway, there are some reasons for this, so don't make a big deal out of it. I got it. Vega nodded heavily. From this respectful attitude, Vega was now afraid of Laplace. Looking at Vega, Laplace sighed helplessly. Shouldn't you be all right? Ghidorah suddenly stood up, muttering with a worried face. Old man. Vega couldn't help but posture. Woohoo, said Ghidorah.
You're okay.
Gable was surprised.
I'm sure you're okay.
Laplace expected it and was not surprised. That's for sure. Although he lost consciousness for a moment, he had already taken every measure in case of emergency evacuation. I was going to wait for his carelessness and then blow a big spell, so I faked my death. In the Book of Magic, which was given to us, there are also records of thinking acceleration and parallel computation. With this, even if you pass out, the backup self-discipline will help you out. I see. I've been fooled too. Great old man, really. I didn't live that long in vain. More than that, the problem is Vega, right? Laplace was going to muddle through, but Ghidorah didn't give up on pursuing it. Me? Yeah. I can't trust you no matter what. Why? Vega's attitude was as if he couldn't understand it at all. Laplace could only be convinced. Helplessly, he shrugged and replied cheerfully. To be honest, my family can't be trusted either. But yes, this man is our companion. Our family understands that some people think it's better to take out Vega, but we want to trust him. Also, we can't decide without boss's permission. If he gets too much next time, our family will listen to you. Let's see if we can forgive him for once and give him a chance to trust and believe. Laplace agonized, what a headache. Vega's brain is so unintelligent. Be too faithful to your own desires to see the occasion. Not without merit, though disdainful of group action, but able to follow orders to a certain extent. Besides, it's a shame to be punished like that with all the power in the world. The fact that the occasional action that caused problems could also be more than tolerated was a real concern. One might as well pay more attention to that aspect themselves. Laplace thought so. This time too, luckily it was an attempted crime, but it almost caused a big problem. Even Laplace wouldn't have wrapped his arms around Vega if it came to them against Carrion, presumably punishing him on the spot. But honestly, this time, even if it was an attempted crime, it was quite dangerous. I don't have the right to decide, but I understand how you feel. It's not a stranger after all, as long as it doesn't cause trouble for Lord Rimuru. Chidora is also the one who knows Vega. It was not appropriate to speak at this point and to make concessions when taking a stand. We're worried about that too. Laplace was also disturbed and didn't get the whole thing out. Only Gable laughed out loud. Ho 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 ho. As a man, one should learn from one's failures. All right. I choose to believe in you too. You called Vega, listen well to Lord Laplace and try to be a good fighter. Gable said and patted Vega on the back. Despite the uneasiness of the heart, now is not the time to stop for worries. Laplace took Vega with him and set off at once. Is that all? Of course not. If Vega can grow up to earn it, even if he fails, Lord Laplace will take the blame. Accidentally pretty dark. Ho 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 ho. I don't get anything in return for my compliments. I'm not complimenting you, Chidora thought. But it would be too much trouble to explain, so he chose to remain silent. The atmosphere isn't as tense anymore, but there's still a fight going on. The two returned to reality, adjusted their moods, and returned to pro forma posture. That's when the good news came. Brother. Lord Moss sent word that Lord Rimuru has defeated Lord Veilgrind. The subordinates all entered the enemy airship and began a duel with the enemy's main force. We can't be left behind either. Sokka returned to the battlefield after a brief rest, loudly announcing the current situation, and the morale of Rimuru's army was boosted. In contrast, the Imperial army wavered. Regardless of the people who had stormed out of consciousness first, the main warriors of the Demon Beast Knights understood how bad their situation was. No more reinforcements can be expected with the loss of the commander. And with the enemy's reinforcements still growing, it was almost impossible to crush the enemy commander. If he continued to persist in crushing the old demon lords who lay defenseless on the battlefield, he would probably be surrounded and annihilated. If someone had commanded the army, maybe it would have been different. But now the chief is gone. It is not surprising that the situation should continue as it is, and that there are those who have run away. On the contrary, Rimuru's minions were overjoyed. Well. Have you beaten and defeated Lord Veilgrind? Unbelievable as it may be, but since it's Lord Rimuru, it's only natural. Win. All that's left to do is ravage. Of course, Gable and Ghidorah are no exception. Great. It's true, Lord Rimuru is different. Yeah. I also suddenly became stronger, having thought about this possibility. I'm sure that voice, just as Lord Diablo surmised, is closely related to Lord Rimuru. Did you just say something, Sir Ghidorah? No, nothing. More than that, let's hurry up and finish what we started. Unnecessary delving will only lead to destruction, which Ghidorah fully understands, and not to investigate in depth. There's another reason it's not good to implicate Gable in this. Gable nodded in agreement. Then returning his mind to the battlefield, Gable gave the assault order in the loudest voice of the day.